The Nocturne to I'll take him to number 2.
I almost stopped playing TFT at that time because I hate this comp. I hate Nocturne so much. I would say first, but I can't now. Just because I hate it so much. So I'll put it in second.
Set 2 Blender Nocturne. Oh man, set 2 is like the only set that I didn't really play, even casually. So I'm gonna have to put it at a 5, and yeah, just hope that something really broken comes up next.
Put it at 3. I think Jarvan was a lot worse than Blender Nocturne.
Oh, War Week? Like, I feel like people still talk about War Week even now. So I feel like I actually did a pretty good job, and this is like probably the most broken one.
You guys set me up for that, right?
Yourself wins this
Yeah,
game
I
off
mean,
the
he's
back.
definitely as nasty as Nocturne, but 5th.
All right, I like Warwick. Yeah, perfect. Great spot for him.
That's pretty good. That's pretty much. I put that at 1, even though I didn't have a choice.
Urgot is still alive. And now Joe.
Hey guys, Panda here, and you guys thought I was flown out for casting, but the real reason I was flown out was to display my excellent artistic skills in the world of stick figures. So I'm gonna pull out a prompt here, and we're gonna get going with the telestrations. This is clearly, oh, it's an animal, I think. Chef's kiss, master kiss.
I see her ears, eyes, teeth, and it looks like it's a Nida. I'm choosing the no pivot, no scout, and it looks similar. Oh, maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, that was my first thing.
Well. Pivot. This has to do with TFT. This is a cat, I think. There's some sort of transfer here between that's an arrow, maybe. When you pivot to Nidalee on stage 5, and you will have 60 seconds.
Wait, really?
That's an IE. That's Hodge. This is Samira. This is good. Right?
Alright, I think it was Emily Wang going 5 amps with Infinity Edge on Nidalee. So this is Emily Wang right here. She's choosing the item, and there's a green thing on what looks like an Infinity Edge, maybe? And this is probably Nidalee, and it says 5M. I don't know what this is, man. This is... You know, I forgot to add this in. I should add this in. What is that? It looks like a spaceship or something, right? But I think this is pretty close.
No, take your time. I'll come to you.
Okay, yeah, let me know. Thank you.
Who wrote this? This was so hard. I don't know if anyone is able to guess this. I would think that either they cheated or they're an absolute genius or nuts or both.
All right, I want to hear some justifications for what went down.
Grab Alex or John?
No
pivot,
It was
no
XN
scout.
next, Nidalee, no pivot, no scout.
Okay.
That's good. Good guess. Good guess. I didn't guess that, but that's a good guess.
They got the odd.
Chain.
So now
on
we're
a cat.
completely off the. We're never gonna get it now.
Yeah.
It's completely impossible.
Who drew this?
Good.
What is this supposed to be?
No scout,
Oh, no scout. Whoa. Those are eyes. Not
no
How did they
pivot.
get
This is like
Nidalee
pivoting
out
Oh,
of this?
no
from
pivot.
when you
Wait.
pivot from Nidalee on stage
Okay.
5.
Yeah, no, I drew
did they
this. I
get
drew
you?
this. Yeah, this, I think it's really good. You'll get it. Actually.
Drawing masterpiece.
Boom.
You drew this?
My
Yeah.
God.
No, because this is Nidalee, obviously,
Yeah, no, I see the colors.
and she's throwing
I
up.
did get that.
I.E. What
Wait,
the heck?
dude, I did get
What
it.
the-
Oh my
I.E.
god.
All right.
Look at what I got as
This
a
is
prompt.
what I-
so good.
Hold on, not bad. We got
so
the IE.
good.
5 amp was
True.
Emily Wang and Samira confirmed
Yeah,
apparently.
so look.
This was
is
very good, actually.
PP1, PP2, it obviously, you
Emily
know,
Wang.
like Emily Wang, so I point to her. And then there's a cat dog. And then I was like, Samira is the
Wait.
It ended pretty good.
I feel like it ended really
Yeah, it
good.
ended pretty
Wait,
good.
this is a happy
Wait,
ending.
It started for me.
This is clearly no scout, no pivot in Italy, though. Like, the guess is perfect, I feel like.
Yeah, I would've-
Honestly,
I
I
see
forgot
that.
about the chains on
Yeah.
Italy.
My prompt was completely different than what it was.
Yeah.
I did really
Yeah,
good.
your mission
I
was
agree.
pretty
I
good.
guess Wolf
I
on
feel
change,
so much
which
better.
means
Exactly. It's not so
I
bad.
understood it.
Exactly. Trisha and me, I think,
Yeah.
are aligned.
This is
You're
my
just not
son.
on our level.
Yo,
True.
we got the infinite. Ready?
3. Oh, sorry,
Wait,
sorry.
ready?
3,
set,
2,
go.
1.
Oh, close enough.
I might have missed.
No, it's okay.
They'll edit it. They'll edit it.
I was confused. I thought we were all gonna meet in the middle,
Oh,
think
no.
but I don't think that made
I
sense.
think the worst.
Hey everyone, I'm gonna grab a granola bar. Anybody want any? 9, okay.
Dude, Scara, I think the IRS is trying to arrest me. That's gigawist.
It's an 8, man.
I think it's a positive delta for me to go to jail.
Yo, he's got 8. Oh, do you guys want one?
It's the granola wave. Dude, get the hole!
Please, I don't even play reroll.
Or you fall out with a rat. Has this ever happened to you? Do normal situations make you think of your last spot 4? Do you call any minor inconvenience an 8th? Around the world, TFT players all struggle with the same problem. TFT brain rot. TFT brain rot is a serious condition, but it is in fact reversible. Take it from me, I used to have the vocabulary of a 6th grader, but now I can read words with 9, maybe even 10 letters. And so remember, take a deep breath. Teamfight tactics, it's just a game. Wait, hey, did you guys check your tactics out to a report card?
Yeah, I got a C- in execution. I think my mom's gonna kill me.
Yeah, you take Wolf Unchained one time, suddenly you get a D rank.
I wish I was like dish soap, man. How does he do it?
I know how he does it. Take a look.
Augment stats. Silver, gold. Whoa, even prismatic?
Are you sure he uses this stuff?
Hey guys, how's it going?
What up, big dog? How you doing, man?
Stop dish soap!
Fucking big dog, okay.
Dish soap, my goat.
What's good with you, big dog?
What's up
with you?
Hey, what's that?
Nothing.
To kids? How dare you? Man, Setsuko's better anyways. Guys, you don't need any of this stuff. You know what it does to your brain?
Well, then what do you do, dish soap?
I mean, I don't use any stats. I use stats. It's about hard work. It's about showing up when you don't even want to.
Yeah, but I was thinking...
No, I was talking. Mods? That's a 14-day. Get her out of here. It's about looking into the future and seeing a version of yourself with success. You have to manifest that success for yourself. Back when I won Worlds, in the final moment, I envisioned myself as a dragon. Not like a set 7 dragon like Aoshin or Asol, or even the treasure dragon, but a real life dragon, but it was me. And that's what you have to do for yourself, you know what I mean?
Where the f this guy on?
Whatever, man. You guys are thinking about stats, but what you need to be thinking about is your item slams, positioning, tempo, your 4-2 roll down, and your augment selection.
Oh! Thanks, dish soap.
Wait, but what are those stats you mentioned?
Oh, those? That's simple.
Strategy takes actual thought, silly.
What's going on, everyone? I'm Jupe. I'm here with Alan, with Impetuous Panda and Cesar Baker. We'll be drawing some TFT stuff, and we will only have 1 minute to guess what the other one is drawing. Are you guys ready?
Let's go. Sir.
Hey,
vamos!
Where? Kobuka?
Shop. Buried treasures.
Augments? Argument?
Oh.
This circle stuff I did not expect. I thought you would be doing normal drawing.
Hold on.
This is...
Cyberboss?
Is this a Picasso?
Focus on the face. Holy, he's locked in.
I am so lost. This is abstract work though. Very good. Very good stuff, Jupe. Is this supposed to be TFT related? At least. There's lots of legs.
At least?
Está muy difícil esto.
No! It's
What happened to the old marker, man?
It's too tough. I tried to do the items, and this was supposed to be an Archangels, and this is Fiddlesticks.
Oh no!
But it's too difficult. I tried to do too many things at the same time.
Why blue?
Oh.
Chill.
Unit.
Relax.
Miss Fortune.
Miss Fortune ult.
Kaboom.
Syndicate?
Golem.
Kobuko? Cyberboss?
That's it.
Oh.
You got it, Jupe.
Vamos! I cannot draw, but I can guess.
Wait.
Vagar.
Kobuko? I think looks like Kobuka to me.
Vex.
Tivers. Ooh, Vex.
Pew
Wait.
Pew?
There's not any again.
Cyberboss.
Misfortune.
Zix.
Aurora.
Yeah, 6.
Oh man. Yeah.
Oh,
good.
with the plus, yeah. The plus is good.
His ability is like this, you know?
Yeah.
Like
That's perfect. Kabuko. Sunflowers. Wait, are there any flower champions?
Uy.
Not a flower. Garen.
Ribbon.
No?
Diego.
Yes.
Oh.
Yay!
Diego.
There has to be one more sword wielding unit in this set.
That's Diego.
That's not Garen. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I was so sure it was Garen, man. He looked bulky, you know? Garen is like wider than Diego. Diego is like taller, no? Like, that Diego was way too wide, man. Diego's like 2 meters tall. Oh, this is not. This is.
Holy.
Chill.
Alistar?
Karim.
Oh wait. Okay, wait.
Crap.
Oh, this is not right.
Krog? Raptor?
This is not right, man.
Dump.
Is this Raptor? No.
Top 8.
No numbers. Oh, I can't do anything.
Lauron?
Nidali? Nafiri?
Kakapupu.
The term was donkey roll, and I can't even draw a D key because you're rolling. It's like a roll, you know. And you're pressing it the whole time. It's a fucking donkey. I think it was, you know.
You should have just pasted there your own face, and then the D, and boom, it's done.
Surely. If I was given one little letter, one little D, then all would be good in the world.
The last?
Okay, hot overlay, synergies, client,
Crates, double up.
shop,
Lucky shop.
Okay, this is
board,
Uy.
Final reserves.
panel,
overlay, card, and beat.
Last stand.
Final reserves.
Chibi.
no scout, no
Finisher.
pivot,
Finisher.
hexagon,
No sé qué más poner.
placement, positioning.
Positioning.
Open for it.
A bush. Fast 9. Final reserve.
That's 8.
Clear mind. Clear bush.
Fast end.
meditation, saturate mind, clutter mind.
Money goes up. Calculated loss.
¿Cómo se llama?
HP loss.
Comeback. Scratchered boards.
Oh, Kingslayer.
Winner, top 1, victory.
Hedge fund.
Win streak.
Yes.
Vamos!
Yes.
Oh.
Win streak.
It was supposed to be flame of the win streak.
Nah. We got some real issues here, Alan.
The winner is Alan ZQ.
Let's go! Oh no! Railed, baby.
Thank you all for watching the video and our drawings. Remember to comment if you think someone else should have won, but Alan made a great, successful drawing. So see you in the next one. Like and comment. Vamos!
We're taking 4 pro TFT players and making them rank the strongest units of all time. The only catch, they don't know which units are coming, and once you assign a unit a placement, you can't take it back. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
So I really enjoyed playing Syndra. I would place her in 3rd.
I'll start off with 3.
I'm gonna put set 12 launch Syndra at like a 2.
I don't think it's the strongest, probably like 4.
Honestly, I think Yuumi reroll, like, in higher elos, like, it wasn't actually that much of a terror. I think it should be 4 or 5. I feel like everything on the... I'll put it at 4. Maybe something less broken will come.
I'll give it 4 after Syndra being 3.
Maybe 4?
I think it'll be 5. I don't have that many like bad memories with that Yuumi.
Oh my god, this is so old. I feel old already.
Is Jarvan? Yeah.
I'm probably placing in 1st.
I'll give it 5.
Jarvan, I'd put him probably top 2.
I don't remember this patch too well. Maybe if I knew it better, I'd put it at 1, but I'll put it at a 3.
I'll give the Nocturne to... I'll take him to number 2.
I almost stopped playing TFT at that time because I hate this comp. I hate Nocturne so much. I would say 1st, but I can't now. Just because I hate it so much. So I'll put it in 2nd.
Set 2 Blender Nocturne. Oh man, set 2 is like the only set that I didn't really play, even casually. So I'm gonna have to put it at a 5, and yeah, just hope that something really broken comes up next.
Put it at 3. I think Jarvan was a lot worse than Blender Nocturne.
Oh, War Week? Like, I feel like people still talk about War Week even now. So I feel like I actually did a pretty good job, and this is like probably the most broken one.
You guys set me up for that, right? Yeah, I mean, he's definitely as nasty as Nocturne, but 5th.
Alright, I like Warwick. Yeah, perfect. Great spot for him.
That's pretty good. That's pretty much... I put that at 1, even though I didn't have a choice.
Hey guys, Panda here, and you guys thought I was flown out for casting, but the real reason I was flown out was to display my excellent artistic skills in the world of stick figures. So I'm gonna pull out a prompt here, and we're gonna get going with the telestrations. This is clearly, oh, it's an animal, I think. Chef's kiss, master kiss.
I see her ears, eyes, teeth, and it looks like it's a Nida. I'm choosing the no pivot, no scout, and it looks similar. Oh, maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, that was my first thing.
Well. Pivot. This has to do with TFT. This is a cat, I think. There's some sort of transfer here between that's an arrow, maybe. When you pivot to Nidalee on stage 5.
And you will have 60 seconds.
Wait, really?
That's an IE. That's Hodge. This is Samira. That's good. Right?
Hello everybody and welcome to the America's Golden Spatula for Cyber City. My name is Nekkra and I'm so excited to be here alongside Gangly and Jupeson as we kickstart day 2 of our competition. How you guys doing? How was it last night and now what are you excited for today?
Last night, I mean, it was super exciting. There were a lot of parts of the tournament. I think for some people, things were on rails, kind of went exactly how they expected. But I think for a lot of people, and we're going to talk about it in just a little bit, there were many things that took people by surprise. And the best part is that we actually have one more game to kind of finish it out today.
Yeah, exactly. Last night we couldn't finish the last game, at least for some of the lobby. So that would be the start. And it's amazing, Nekkra, because now we're starting with the best of day 1 together with day 2. So I'm very hyped to see what the players come for and who will be the ones who will be able to qualify for the T1 Pro Circuit.
Right? Bonus game today. As we take a look at our format, we were supposed to finish 6 total games on day 1 of our competition yesterday, but unfortunately due to some technical issues with our tournament realm servers, we pushed the final game of the day to today. So on day number 2, we're going to have our final game from day 1, and then we'll enter into phase 2 of our competition, where only the best 24 players will move on. And then, Gangly, something very interesting happens today. For the first time in our competition format for a regional, we have this cut after 4 games.
Yeah, and I think it's going to make a pretty tangible difference in how the lobbies feel. Normally, even though you have, the cutoff going in the top 8, those last 2 games tend to have a couple players who just know that top 8 is completely out of reach. To remedy that, we have this cut now, and what that's actually going to do is that means that those last 2 games now have more volatility to them. The standings can change so quickly because we have a smaller pool of players. If you're on the bottom and go first and see a person who's on top go 8th, we might see huge swings in the overall standings in games 5 and 6.
Yeah, this enabled that everyone is always fighting for something, and either is QP points to be able to go directly by region, or is ABP for the next day. And remember, no point reset from day 1 and day 2, and then day 3 for tomorrow we'll have that top 8 that mostly everyone should be almost qualified, but maybe 1 or 2 spots is still up for grabs, so it should be a great day also.
Yeah, we'll be able to tell you a little bit more about which players will qualify to the Tactician's Crown through qualifier points after day 2 of our competition, and then what's on the line for the rest of our players competing in that final lobby on day number 3. There's also a $50,000 prize pool, which is immense for a tournament at this particular stage. $14,000 to that first place, but everybody is going to be going home with something, starting with our first round of cuts today. But the prize pool just continues to increase as you get further and further into the tournament, so you know everybody's given all they got for those Tactician's Crown spots as well as this prize pool. But taking a look back at some of our highlights from day 1 of our competition, I know for the most part we only got 5 games per player, but out of the games that we saw on broadcast, I feel like there was a lot to garner from that, whether it was like meta or kind of like some of the most interesting plays. We almost got a Samira 3 on our broadcast. I think that would have been amazing, but what were some of the favorite moments for you?
Well, I think the thing that really stood out was the fact that we're playing on the same patch as the Tactician's Cup number 3. A lot of people were going into this event expecting to see a little bit of the same, but I feel like the meta has evolved quite a bit. In particular, the composition that really stood out was the rise of the Boombot Fast 9. And so while some players are playing some sort of tempo into Boombot level 9, we're also seeing it being added to the repertoire of Lost Street compositions. And so we're seeing players take Cypher early. We saw a really cool game out of Dahua yesterday where he played a Cypher game with Salvage Bin into a Fast 9, pivoted his entire board and all of his items, and then ended up going first place playing Boombot. So it's really exciting to see the developments that have come out. It's not just the exotech meta that I think a lot of people were fearing going into Tactician's Cup number 3.
Yeah, I feel it's amazing that everyone has like the preferred line, but obviously when you get Cypher in the beginning, you want to go for that line. You want to go for the 5 Cypher that is so prevalent. We saw Kukurus with his stance, also making sure all the eyes are on him at all times, and he's one of the ones who we'll see on the first game, and he's very close to that cutoff. So I agree, Gangly. The fact that the meta has evolved into Fast 9, not many people using maybe some reroll comps that are not that good, but when they do, they perform because no one is playing it and they respect the spot. So meta very developed, and now the players can express the talent that they have.
I just love these Fast 9 comps because I feel like we get a chance to really see the high risk, high reward types of strategies. Can you hold your health long enough that you can actually get to that level 9, use all of that gold? It's just so fun, and I hope we get a chance to see even more of that today. But this first game that we're going to show you is going to be very, very important because as we take a look at our standings, not only are we looking towards that 24th place cutoff point to make it into our second phase of competition today, but we are also looking at those bottom 4 spots, Gangly, because this tier 1 ecosystem getting introduced for the next competitive TFT set starts today. People get decided today.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're spot on. That is the name of the game for this 6th game of day 1 that we're playing on day 2. It's who is it that's going to be making it into the tier 1. The 2 players, unfortunately, that at this point no longer are going to be able to secure their spot are going to be Trevisan and Upset Max. That leaves 2 additional spots, but take a look at the scores there, right? VCLF sitting at 15, but after that, 18 to 20 points takes up 22nd through 29th place. I would imagine that the cutoff for bottom 4 is probably going to be 19 points, which even then, you're looking at everyone Pokygom down. Pokygom, Kurum, Milk, all not guaranteeing their spot into tier 1 yet is extremely concerning. This is going to be an exciting game 6, and there is a lot at stakes. To make it this far and be 1 point off from qualifying to the tier 1, I'm excited to see how many of these players play for a first or a top 2 to advance their position in the tournament, and how many of them actually choose, do I just play for 6th, get 3 points, lock in my spot in tier 1 and call it a day? I get eliminated, but I'll be back next set.
Yeah, 100%. It will be amazing, and that's the name of the game today. That will be the focus for game 1. And Nekkra, I really want to know if how will they play, because normally you're supposed to need only maybe 2 or 3 points, but in reality, if everyone performs good, you will need a lot more. So you're dependent also on results. So you're not looking for the 7th or the 6th that mathematically could take you there. You're looking to win the game.
I think you always need to be shooting for the stars and hope that you land among them, but we are definitely looking forward to the rest of our competition today. And I think as well, when you look at some of those cutoff points, even just thinking about the players that are in our top 16, I feel like how close it was for 24th, it's quite close for 16. So I think we're still going to see some pretty intense competition as we even start to think about the players that will make it through the second round of cuts we're going to have today. Yeah, today is going to be action-packed, isn't it?
Yeah, and we didn't even really take a look at the top half of the standings there, but if you're watching at home, you can see the scores, you can get it in chat, !scores should be able to give you the score sheet there, and you'll see that a lot of the players that are sitting in the top 8 right now are the usual suspects. It's your Weijin Iverson and your Dish Soap and your Setsuko. I believe Replay, he's either on the cutoff, I forget off the top of my head, but a lot of the players that we expect to do well are doing well, which is I think what makes that bottom half of Pokigam, Greya, Kuramex, Milk all struggling all the more exciting, because it is a huge contrast in the regular stars of our region to see not only who's making tier 1, who's making it to day 2, and then from there who's positioning themselves in a position where they can make day 3 tomorrow.
Well, we do have one of those players with us right now. Before we get into our competition today, please join me in welcoming Weijin Iverson back to our broadcast. It's so good to see you again, and of course to see you here at another America's Golden Spatula. How are you feeling going into today, and also knowing that you qualified to compete in the Tier 1 ecosystem for Sets 15?
Hello. I'm super excited to be still here, super excited to have made regionals. I'm very happy about making tier 1, but at the same time, the job's not done. I'm still fighting for like a spot at Worlds, and of course, I still want to do well in this tournament as well, put myself in the final lobby, give myself the chance to win, so still lots to play for.
Weijin, when I think of your kind of career, one of the things that stands out to me, you've played in 6 regionals, you've made it to Worlds 4 times out of those, right? It feels like you are just a consistent performer, but I think the one thing kind of missing from your trophy case is that first place at the Tactician's Crown. When you kind of think about your career, I'm sure you try not to keep up too much with just like the accolades, but what would it mean for you to actually not just make Worlds again for, the 5th time, but also to go all the way and position yourself to maybe win a Tactician's Crown?
Oh yeah, it would mean so much to me. I feel like the fact that I've been like so close, like coming, 3rd place and just making it to Worlds so many times, like it just makes me want to win Worlds like so much more. And I know, like, even when I came 3rd, like, I feel like no one could have beat Title on that day, but I do feel like I'm at the caliber of a player where I'm like able to win Worlds if the right things happen on the right day, and if I'm just playing well with a good meta read and all of that kind of stuff. So I feel like I have, like, there's no reason that I can't win Worlds, so I just want to win so badly.
100%. Yeah, I want to talk a little more about that drive, Weijin. You personally, what does TFT mean to you? Are you looking more at a competitive level, in a personal level? Do you love the game in several spots? It has been good for you between friendship, or I mean personally, how's the game changed you or been meaningful in your life?
Oh yeah, like TFT means so much to me. First of all, like I just love playing the game so much. It's like so fun to me. It's just like I think it's like the coolest strategy game that I've ever played, and it's like there's like so much to think about. And like even at the very top level, the best pros, we still make like so many mistakes every game. So it always feels like there's like something to improve on. And the fact that the game is just constantly changing makes it so interesting. You always have to keep up to date. Also, just TFT means a lot to me because I've met like a lot of my closest friends through TFT. A lot of them are in this regionals right now. Like I'm studying with like Boss's Skills, Toronto, Tokyo, Philip, Darth Nub. All of us were studying together for this regionals, and just having people to prepare for regionals with, it makes it also like so much more fun to play TFT. And yeah, just like having met so many cool people through TFT, like it means so much to me.
Let's dig into that friend group a little bit, right? I think your study group has been one of the most iconic, dating back to really like set 8, set 9 is when it really started to get popular. This regionals, I feel like we've had a little bit less representation. The K3 Soju study group isn't here in full force that we normally see. And you and Boom Kitchen are kind of like the 2 iconic study groups. Just talk to me a little bit about that part. One, like, how do you feel about your study group's form in general? And just, I think, talk to me about like what it's like to compete alongside your friends, because while you're trying to outplace everybody you can, I'm sure it does feel good to see other people that you study with succeed.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I think it's like such a great thing to have like a study group to prepare for tournaments with. I feel like a reason that we're seeing like so many of these Boom Kitchen, as they call themselves, like members doing like really well, making it to regionals, when previously like we weren't seeing them at regionals, is because like just banding together and like just sharing like tactics and learning the game together is like a much more efficient way to study. For this tournament, we also like kind of teamed up with Milk because, like as you mentioned, like K3 Soju and his group, a lot of them did not make regionals. So yeah, we kind of let Milk into like our study group, and we're also studying with Tristan from APAC. And I feel like they've been really able to provide like a lot of like new and like different insight from the usual people we study with. So yeah, it's like really cool and helpful to have a study group with, and I'm really hopeful that like some of my members can study group members can make worlds, because I think it'd be really cool if we like all went to like the Dallas LAN together. I think that'd be a really cool thing.
Weishan, I have one final question for me, and it's a tip. I want you to give me a tip about TFT, and for the people watching, you always manage to go level 9 if you want. Even go level 10, like you're one of the best in economy and in management of levels. Can you give a general tip or something specific that if someone wants to try to go for that type of play, should focus on?
Oh yeah, I think maybe this one's a little bit more specific to this set, but I think something that I've really learned is that like a lot of people are afraid, like, oh, if I click too many economy augments when I go level 9, then I won't have any combat augments and I'll just lose to like all the other people who have combat augments. But especially in this set, you shouldn't be afraid to click like 2 or 3 economy augments to go level 9, because if you get enough blobs on like a 2-star Zac, then it won't matter like what combat augments they have. So that one's a little bit more specific to this set, but I think something I really learned is like when you're doing like a fast 9 strategy, you don't really need the combat augments. You just need to make sure that you hit your board, get the Zac 2-star, all that stuff. So
nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
Also, real quick, Weijin, are mom and dad watching right now? Because it's my favorite part of interviewing you. You always talk about how your parents are supportive of TFT. I just got to know, are they watching?
Oh yeah, I'm positive they are.
Well, this seems like a good time to let you do your shout outs and then let you go for the day.
All right, yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, shout out to my parents who are watching, and just shout out to everyone who I studied with, not just for this regionals, but also throughout the set. Some of us didn't make regionals, but yeah, I'm really lucky to have studied with you guys, so thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Weijin Iverson, for your time, and good luck with the competition today.
All right, thank you.
I love that you brought that up, Gangly, because like I think that's also one of my favorite things is our mom and dad watching. Like I love esports parents being supportive of their kids. It's just so
Shout out to Weijin mom and Weijin Iverson dad. You guys rock.
Absolutely. Oh, I love it. Well, let's go ahead and get back into the meat and potatoes of our meta, because I think that's where we can really tie together what Weijin Iverson was talking about in terms of being able to lean into these fast 9 strategies. And as we take a look at our compositions that performed well on day number 1, that is one of those that sticks out, not only because of how successful it was when you're able to get all of that online, but also how often it got picked.
Yeah, we start with pick rate. You take pick rate if you want, Gangly. I'll take the other one.
No, all you.
Yeah, pick rate, Seri has been the name of the game, both in Cup and now in Golden Spatula. Everyone's trying to look for if they have Pulse, if they have Flux. But if we see the average placing hasn't been good. 4.8 is not where you want to be standing. And I believe because people are just maybe not going for the preferred line or being contested. Marksman has been doing amazing. D-Show has been playing it. So even though it's a 4.6, if you're uncontested, there's a lot of variability. Some players are doing amazing and some players are just not ramping up. Cypher, same. If you have to reroll Cypher, is very... We saw one game where they were trying to find the LeBlanc 3-star and they just couldn't get it in time. So also highly played and not with good results. On the other hand, strategy with AMP is doing amazing, but obviously with fewer game count.
Well, here's the thing I want to point out about that, though, right? Tacticians Cup number 3, a lot of players were playing the Cypher kind of open for the main lines they were playing were like the Strategist Amp board. Some people were playing it into Exotech and some people were playing it into Cypher reroll. What's interesting about this cup is that there is a lot of open fort Cypher, but if you look at the win rates, it's not being won when you play into Exo or into Cypher reroll or into Amp. It's being won by Boombot. And people have found this new composition that is capping out higher with a 30% win rate compared to the other two. And so I think people find this new avenue to win the game. The other side of it is when you are not given a Cypher angle, there are still ways to find wins. And the two that stand out that are on this screen are the Graves reroll and the Dynamo Flex. Dynamo caps out extremely high when you can find Aurora 2 on level 9, pull in a 2-star legendary, specifically like a Kabuko 2, does a lot for your board. And Graves is one of the boards that, while it doesn't require you to play like the fast 9 style, if you can get ahead of the tempo, we saw Cash finding the 2 additional Golden Ox emblems yesterday, it can just steamroll a lobby and find a first. And so you have to be able to both play the things that can win normally, your other fast 9 stuff, but knowing your reroll lines and what conditions need to be met in order for them to shine is incredibly important at this level of play.
Line selection is so important, and I feel like last set it really was about kind of figuring it out on 2-1. This time around, I do think that there seems to be a little bit more flexibility, especially when you take a look at how Nitro Flex, Dynamo Flex, I think also being able to play around the different marksmen and also the different options that you have for Cypher. It's just really awesome to see everybody find those lines later on, but I think being able to get to level 9, level 10, that's what's really going to win you games today. So we'll have to see how this meta continues to develop over day 2 of our competition, and then of course going into our final day tomorrow. But I think it's about time that we get ready to go for the day. What do you both think?
Ready.
You ready? You're ready? I'm ready. I'm ready to see this game. So without further ado, let's go ahead and kick it over to our casters to take us through the final game of day 1 of our competition before we get really started with day 2.
Welcome everyone to game number 6 of day 1, but on day 2. Anyway, it was a little confusing there for a second, but we will finally have our day 1 cuts after this game. I'm so glad to be joined with all of you guys here on this day number 2 broadcast. My name is Sealy, and so pleased to be joined by Dobz and Jupeson, who has now switched hats on the analyst desk. Are you guys ready?
Yes, I'm super ready to see what players get. There is actually an opportunity for those players that were on the below the standings, fighting for the tier 1, fighting for the day 2. So these guys that were not playing that well the first day, they can actually reset the mindset and then try to win and maybe find their way back into the game. TFT, it's a very important to stay calm and with good mentality, and I know that is actually a good opportunity for it.
Yeah, who is capable to get this rest, this 1-day rest, maybe see a little what's happening in EMEA. We already finished day 2 in EMEA, and people are playing a little more Morgana. They're playing something a little different outside the meta that we haven't seen here in Americas. So are they going to maintain in this line, Jack, CLE, about Cypher? Are they going to try to look for Morgana maybe? So maybe some adaptations can do well, and as you say, Dobz, mental is most important.
Yeah, the reset will be helpful for some, I imagine, right? Being able to get a good night's sleep, being able to study a little bit more, hopefully making this game 6 count. But for some, they might have gotten into their heads a little bit, right? That wasn't probably what they were expecting. They were loaded into game. They had gotten to 2-1, and then it was like, all right, guys, sorry, we're gonna go to tomorrow. And it was for the better for our players, for the servers, all of these things. And so now a lot of these players are fighting for their lives not only in this tournament and for a chance at the Tactician's Crown, but also to get to that tier 1 circuit that we keep talking so much about.
Yes, exactly. There is so much on the line right now. The tier 1, the Tactician Crown, everybody actually wants to play that. And let's see how the players can perform for the last game of yesterday. But actually today is going to be a long day for some of them. They will actually need to play 7 games, or maybe 7 games at the most. Let's see.
Yeah, normally games are being relatively fast, so I think in this level of competitive play, 7 games are totally within what the players are accustomed to, especially final day. In Cups, for example, we have that 7-day on day 3. So, I mean, they're up for it. We are obviously excited to cast more games with you today. And yeah, I'm just looking forward to see what the players are going to bring. Obviously, see the expression, the camera, if someone falls or manage to achieve that tier 1 that we have been mentioning. And obviously, that emotion, that expression is one of the best things that we have right now in broadcast. And I really just want to appreciate the production and the players to be willing to share us these cameras and give you more insight of what their thought process and the feelings are.
And there will be lots of emotion today because we don't just have 1 cut, we have 3. After the first game today, we'll cut down to our top 24. After the 10th game, we'll cut down to our top 16. And by the end of the day, we'll have a top 8 decided for the finals of our America's Golden Spatula.
Yes, a lot of things are actually going on right now. We can see the camera of the players in here. I mean, Kermax is actually the one that is pretty comfortable on his spot, playing like this. You can see that he's with a lot of energy. Let's see if he can keep up the momentum, and actually we have to keep an eye on him because he has the most qualified points by now, so he can grab directly Spart 2 Tactician Crown.
Yeah, Arctic's also there, hearing some good music, dancing to the beat, probably maybe Remix Rumble or Dududunga probably there. Jury Replay walking a little, just trying to make sure he has the blood for. Oh, there it is, some push-ups.
Oh yeah.
Jury Replay, oh yeah, that's good position. Hey, that's good form. That's very good push up there. Yeah, amazing.
It looks good. And speaking of form, we need to take a look at the point totals we see next to our names for the players in this lobby. Anyone under 23 is not quite safe yet. I believe we had a cut around 24, 23 in EMEA. And so for those players, they also need to be looking to have a good placement in this game. And we will be loading in here now. And it will be an Aurora encounter.
Well, I mean, I feel that's the fourth time that we are actually watching Aurora encounter, if I'm not mistaken. Like, we watched like a bunch of them yesterday, and the first one is already a prismatic one.
Yeah, so we're starting with Aurora once again, and gives you... yeah, I mean, we already saw it, right? We already confirmed that it's final. So if we get a first one also with some economy, Weishan already said it, this is a meta where you don't have to be afraid of getting economy augments. And I really didn't know that it was even, you could even get 3. I thought it was a risk because you need combat, but obviously if you get those blobs that Weishan was talking about, if you manage to get the Urgot and get the legendary scene, I mean, you have so much raw power that, I mean, obviously you would like to have combat, but it's not like you're missing out on much.
Yeah, and we see this so often that people are trying to play around their exo items as well. So Kurum loading in here with 2 exotech already. I'm curious to see what those items are, see if that is where he's playing around. But we also, as we mentioned a little bit in the pre-show, we've seen a few more comps pop up this morning when it comes to the EMEA side of things, which I was watching this morning. We do see Pulse is at least that first item for Kurum, which is great for that early game strength. But even the Bastion Morgana reroll that we've seen be popular over the past few patches has now risen again in our competitive circuit so far for the Golden Spatulas across the globe.
Yes, we were talking about that actually the last week when they were playing the Tactician Cup 3. There were actually 15 players that played Morgana, so 15 games. So it's quite a good amount. When you actually have a good setup for it, you can actually go. So players might be respecting that, and that's why they are actually get good placements out of it.
Okay. Yeah, makes total sense. Let's see if someone Poppy augment also something that we haven't seen so far. And it resembles that Bastion composition as a possibility. Obviously, you go more deep into the Bastion reroll and get the Poppy inside. I don't know if it hasn't been prioritized, but I know it can work. But no, he decides to go for something more stable here and just try to manage it out. Quintanilla Intelligent also going for economy. And we have Robinson with AFK, so full economy also for him.
Yeah, and for Kurum here, probably playing safe is the best bet for him. He's currently sitting at 18 points, which is right around that cutoff, 1 point behind. So button mash would be quite fun. Definitely more fun than Exotech, but this is probably the better play for his status in the tournament.
Yes, I like the idea of getting bulky bodies to Exotech because you're gonna get a lot of HP coming from the trait itself. And the bulky bodies actually give you buffed shield and percentage of HP, so that scales up really well with the composition. And he actually respects that. He already have a checks too, so he can slim some items, and then having like a good early game, he will save so much HP, can lead him into a good position.
Making sense. Marksman here and Bastion for now, but obviously holding the the vanguards as a possibility. We know that this line is so prevalent, so maybe Taligen just trying to look for the bow and get an angle to play either Seri or obviously the marksman's vanguard that has been so prevalent, and of course that Urgot with legendary that is the final cap board if he's really able to achieve something like this. And Kali on the other hand already slamming here Archangel, so going for something more of a tempo wise and maybe trying to go for AP. We haven't seen this land much, so maybe he will cook something for us here.
We've seen Dynamo Flex have a good amount of success yesterday. Maybe not as far as games played, but over the 8 games played, it did win the lobby 25% of the time. So definitely something that they can flex around depending on what carry they do end up getting in that mid game. Elise, obviously, Elise 2 is just incredibly stable, especially if you can get a good front line here early. Robin Songs, though, is AFK, but still at his computer. Will be lost streaking throughout much of this stage, getting that economy up and then getting some extra items to really give him some power.
Yeah, I like the AFK pretty much when you are actually not having a great opener, because it gives you so much economy, a great economy out of it. So it's important to note that also Robin has a duplicator as lesser. So let's see if he's going to reroll something or if it's just pushing levels and trying to use that on a random 3 cost.
Yeah, and just remember, we have Kurums with 18 and also Ankale here with 18. And you said it, Jack, they're not safe until they have maybe 23 or above. So they're looking for that 6th place, 5th place, but everyone is looking for that. So actually, you need a lot more. I think Kurums and Ankale, maybe with a 4th, it could be something more safe. So that would be at least the 2 players we're trying to see to make sure that they either get or not into the Tier 1 circuit.
Looking across our lobby on this carousel, we see the compositions at the bottom of our screen. A lot of AD in our lobby. We see basically across at least 5 of our players, and then below we see a bunch of people playing Morgana as well. So AD heavy has been the name of the game in these tournaments. Bramble Vest is one of the best items to build right now if you want your tank to survive, and that will definitely still be the case in this one.
Yes, exactly. It's such a great item that you can build around, because everybody's going to play Zeri. A lot of players going to play Vanguard, Aphelios, and Taya, and sometimes you got as well does a decent amount of AD damage. So it's important to note that it also gives you a really good early game. It's so good to actually save some HP, and this is such a high priority item during the tournament.
Yeah, makes sense. And now we see Robin here trying to go for Cypher. He finds the difficult units, so a 3 cost in Galio and LeBlanc, trying to find the buy. So just trying to sell. He knows he wants to maintain this loose streak and then try to pump it up with Cypher. Another one who's trying to play Cypher is Quintanilla. He already got 2. So at least these 2 players would try to go for that line that we've seen so much success, especially if they are managed to go to level 9 or play AMP.
Yeah, and the loss streak is continuing for Robin, which is fantastic. So we'll be continuing on with that. But we do have 2 players playing Cypher. Quintanilla also has that online right now with good for something. Good for nothing. Good for something? What is it good for?
Good for something, I guess.
Good for something here.
Yeah. Something. We can note that Quintanilla already has limited an item on the Draven. So it might be a hint that he's not playing the Cypher reroll. Maybe he's playing Zeri because he's limited Kraken Fury. So we should keep an eye on him. And actually, Robin has a duplicator, as we were talking about, and that could be LeBlanc angle game.
Yeah, now Taligen, a 3rd Cypher player. And it's interesting because none of these Cypher players, as you said, for example, the Krakens maybe going for that Exotech line, but not playing slow. And now Taligen the same, just putting God units in, making sure he gets economy. So maybe we'll not see a big cash out on Cypher as a priority. But obviously, if one of them manages to get it, we will see a huge ramp up. So finally getting into creeps. Replay, the only one with win streak in a great spot, making sure he penalized the rest of the lobby that is trying to just play a loose streak. And I mean, he's very good already with the Death Plague, with Krakens, and a great front line.
Yeah, and this is the second most popular comp that he's probably going to play with that Marksman Vanguard from yesterday. It's a very middle placing composition with the 4.6 average, but it's just the good old faithful, right? You know, you play 4 tanks, you play 4 damage dealers, or even you play 6 Vanguard in that front line, and that can really help power up your board as well, which is a little bit better in this meta as it stands. So for a replay, this will be a great game to see. Hopefully he can push that win streak even further.
Yes, exactly. I like the way that Replay used the component buffet to select great items for his carries already, but still managed to 5 streak. So he's in a really decent spot right now. It's important to note that he can play that Vanguard, and maybe he can pivot into a Urgot later on. Let's see.
Yeah, for Cypher now, for Robin, he only had 2 a few rounds ago. So now making sure he ramps out, getting the Yumi, has 2 tiers. So probably trying to go for that amp line as a possibility. Obviously, he wants to maintain his option open. Maybe he gets fully a lot of LeBlancs. If he gets additional duplicators, he can even stay on the Cypher reroll.
And it looks like he will continue his loss streak here with no items slammed and also no upgrades as well. So Robin is in a great spot. The only thing we do have to keep our eye on is that 70 HP because he has not won a single round yet, but has so much gold to work with. He's hoping he can get in a spot where he can play that Cypher reroll. Those items look fantastic.
Yeah, he also had 2 Yumis that can be a hint, so maybe can't play amp out of it. It's important to see what augment he's going to select, and that can actually turn things around for him.
Okay, trying to select something. We have items that are always good. They're on the left, as you said, Dobz. Maybe Mace will, always good. He's trying to maintain tempo here. He's already a full streak, so anything that gives him comeback power right now and not delayed should be important. I think Mace will is the one. Obviously, that 3 gold, no. Now support cache is the possibility.
Reaction shell is pretty good as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You're already committed?
So, here you go.
Nice.
I like this one because he's probably going to play 6 Vanguard. It gives him some combat for now. And then later on he can play either Aphelios, Aya, and pivot into Urgot or Aurora in the back.
Yeah, that was one of the biggest things. He's looking for combat power now and facing a very strong board on the other side with an upgraded frontliner and 2 upgraded backliners for the side of Arctics RX, who's at 23 points. So safe from being cut after game number 1, it would appear, but does need to set himself up well if he wants to push for that top 8 by the end of the day. And is Replay going to end his streak here? This Kog'Maw is ramping up with the Rage Blade onto the Jhin now, but the Jhin cast does come through, and so that will be enough.
Nice. The importance of having a secondary carry, even though it doesn't have items, the Kindred doing good work there in the end, and obviously they're ramping up for the rest. Getting some additional items here. Quintanilla also with the lose streak. No, he's winning actually, so he managed to get a good lose streak in the beginning, but he's just won the last 2 rounds. He's up at 74. So maybe he can try to get to the 200, but I feel he's very close. This is more like a 150 intermediate cash out just to get a little bump in damage, and we see that he's holding the Jhin, so probably he will also be going for that Exotech, also having the Protector's Bow that is perfect on the Sejuani. That should be his angle.
Yeah, I like the angle that he's playing here. Of course, he will not get a super cash out of the Cypher, but at least he can get some decent stuff out of it. Maybe a component, maybe a little bit of extra gold. So it's important to note that he's really healthy as well, and he has a great augment. So it's an item augment and also an economy one.
We also see on the bottom and right side of our screen that 2 of our players did take Thorn-plated armor as well, with Kurum and Robinsons taking that, which is a fantastic augment in the current meta. We talked about how many AD players there are, and so being able to get those Bramble Vests are incredibly important. Arctics RX picking up a Leona is always good when you're playing Vanguard Marksman, and so for him, that'll really help secure this front line and get him to that 6 Marksman mark earlier.
Yeah, 100%. There was a Sejuani also here to have possibility. Tech Summers, we didn't saw him so far, but he's also looking for that Guinsoo Kraken line. Getting maybe a Bruiser in the front line, so maybe trying to go for Boombot as a possibility here. That's Seri? Yeah, Seri. Okay, so we have for Tech Summers, we'll check. But I at least having Corrupted here is already good. We already know he's amazing on Mordekaiser, so maybe, yeah, one more player playing Corrupted and playing the Exo line. Already finding one Sejuani and one set is just totally amazing.
Yeah, I mean, we got the confirmation for it. He has Pulse as his last item for Exotech line. So I'd say his spots is amazing. He already have either Sejuani and Zeri, perfect items. I guess this is one of the best combinations. He has the chassis on the front line that's really amazing for the Mord. She has the Pulse for Zeri, and also Hyperfangs is pretty good on Gina as well. So he's in a really good spot.
He also has Thieves' Gloves and Item Collector. So these units are going to be so incredibly tanky, have so many stats because of items. Exotech also giving stats when you have items, and has very good items. And the problem another Zeri on
another
6.
Zeri.
What do we do?
Yeah,
what are we doing, man? The problem we've seen with Exotech players so far is not being able to find one of these 4 costs on their roll down to get to that 7 Exotech mark. And so already having both of them and now having a pair of Zeri, this is a great spot to be in.
Yeah, this is just a good high roll here for Tech Summers, and he will be able to obviously transform this into a good placement. For now, just trying to maintain economy, making sure he has a lot of rolls that he still haven't used. So let's see, where does he decide to push? Push for 1, maybe try to wait because he already hit a lot of units, but he knows he's contested. So as soon as possible that he can get his units in and maybe grief some of the Sejuanis or the Seri could be a good spot for him.
Yeah, I wonder if he's actually locking the shop. He is, right? He's
already locked. It's locked.
Yeah. Because it's because when you do not buy any units, you actually get chill rerolls, and then he'd actually, okay, I'm losing a future reroll, but I'm getting one, at least.
Robin's cash out here was not what he wanted. He got that the techie cash out, which is just an incredible amount of gold, but not what he's looking for as he's transferring over to this amp line.
He finds the Samira, so it's not the worst spot. Finds a Viego also that could be useful here, but he needs to manage to at least stabilize. Yumi 2, very good here, Dobz. And now let's see the huge roll down just to make sure that he has a comp.
Oh, so it's perfect for him.
Nice.
I mean, when you're playing Amp, the most difficult thing is actually finding a Samira 1, and maybe finding an early Zac as well. It's pretty good. So, but having a Samira actually enables him to save a lot of HP. Oh, an early Zac. There he is.
Nice.
Man, also finding the Annie as well, and now is only 2 off this Yumi with that duplicator on bench. And so if he can hit Yumi 3, he can hit some of these other upgrades as well, get all these blobs in, he's going to be a terror in the late game.
It's Nico, 1 Nico away also. Very important to get the Annie, to get the rest of the comp in. But this Zac is just, as you guys said, it's just so amazing. Giving you not only defensive stacks, but also the AP. This is a Zac without the nerf of 14.7. So it's a huge, huge menace right now. And even though his comp is not looking amazing in upgrades, is now pretty prevalent and has the potential, with additional with the HP free that he had, to be even better and to start stabilizing. So I think Robin can get out of this and even win the lobby.
Yes, it's important to see what prismatic he's getting. Maybe in a Moonlight would be amazing for him, because you have the Nidalee 4. It's important to see what he is getting.
So we're on board with Tech Summers right now, looking at our final augment choice. It will be that Prismatic Finale, which we knew because of the Aurora encounter at the beginning of the game. Movable Object is a favorite of many. Exotech Circlet, while playing Exo, is pretty good, but that would not be the choice. A Zeri 2, though, found here for Tech Summers. Curious to look at the right side of the screen as the rest of our Prismatic augments come through.
Yeah, I like the option here for Tex, just going for full armor. He already has so much HP in the units. I was also looking to that Exotech emblem as a possibility. He doesn't have, he could put it on the Kobuko, but I mean, he has so many HP thanks to the Exotech stats that he's just too tanky right now, giving all the time possible for the Seri to just ramp up and then trying to cap out with something else in the end, maybe Aurora pulling out something. For now, Tech Summer pretty stable and also in a good position.
Dobz, yes, you called it.
Yeah, I call it the good augment, right?
The Greater Moonlight.
Good, yeah. And he transferred the Zac items to it, so he is in a really good spot right now. I mean, I guess the Robin got like such a great augment, And as well as Tech Summers, even though he's losing these fights, he's still in great shape because he can push into that level 9, and a immovable object is such a great item that you can get on the Exotech line because it gives you an extra item as well. And it's a good HP for the unit that he's holding, but it's a lot of tankiness for the other units. So it's a really good combo.
Okay, Tex once again trying to ramp up here, holding an additional SETI. We know he's trying to grief off the rest of the units, and now just trying to roll to get the rest of the unit, trying to hold something more. He knows that it's very difficult for him to go to level 9, but he's just trying to achieve as many points as possible. Right now, Quintanilla, 5 Exotech, playing a different hero scenario. Couldn't find that Sejuani, and we see now the reason why Tech Summer is rolling so deep, just to making sure Quintanilla falls down and then trying to cap out the rest of the board.
This is what we just talked about, right? Not being able to find that Sejuani is a huge problem we've been seeing for Exotech players. So now we're not able to get to 7 Exo very easily, and we're also missing just a very, very pivotal frontliner with the giant, basically half the board stun that comes through with that Sejuani. We do have a very large Cho'Gath, which is going to stand up very, very strong into the opposing board from Tech Summers.
Yeah, I'm actually impressed that he won with Zerion against Zeri2 and with 5 as Exotech. It can actually show that he was super smart buying that Shoga, and he also had like the augment that gives him extra belts with a tons of HP. So that can actually save him some placements in this game.
Yeah, for sure. There's an Urgot. We saw many players going for Vanguard, so maybe one of them can use this Urgot as a possibility, but maybe they're already committed to the line. So we don't see, at least for now, no priority for this. The rest, okay, Quintanilla is in the finals. He's getting it, but we know he's playing Exotech. So just getting a good unit and some value here in economy to keep the roll down going.
And Taliant, who we see is win streaking at the top of our lobby, was playing Cypher the last time we saw them. Not quite sure where they ended up, but I believe it was somewhere around a LeBlanc 3, able to use that reroll effectively while everyone else pivoted off of that Cypher. And so it will be interesting to see where they end up. But Replay, who has kept that HP as high as possible, is now dropping down the leaderboard after trying to stabilize.
Yeah, so I wonder how Replay managed to end it up. But looking for that HP, he probably will be fine for the rest of the game. He had such a great opener. And here we can see Tech Summers against Naphilius 2. I guess the board from Tech Summers, he was really strong, but he still needs the Jin 2 as he has 2 items on it to stabilize a little more. Let's see how can that fight ends.
Yeah, Arctic's looking strong, just trying to play tempo here with the Hand of Justice. Going up against Tech Summers, that once again looking like he's going to take the loss here. Teddy's still alive. And in the 1-on-1 taking the win, Tech Summers know this is so important. Very low right now in HP with 27. Managed to take a huge win here and just try to avoid going 8th and start to ramp up some points.
And Taliant took Sponging as the last augment choice here, which is a very interesting one because you need to kill units immediately in order to use that effectively. And so if this LeBlanc is not killing a tank here early, it takes too long for this augment to ramp up and you lose fights really bad. So you either, it's a very snowball augment. If you are crushing it and you're having great early parts of your fight, killing lots of units, then it will be a very, very effective augment.
I guess the prismatic one is gonna send. Oh, okay, yeah. If you have one item or less, it's sending. So the gold one, that's what you mentioned.
Do you saw something else, Jack, that you wanted to mention?
No, I messed up that. But the call to chaos on the other side, though, is a very interesting one, and I believe that is for Ankale. I'm not sure what they did receive though, and they are falling fast down this leaderboard.
Yeah, Ankale is in a tough position here, only 6 Elises, and he needs to ramp up. Still slightly healthy there with 31. Also far away from the Brown, that we know Brown 3 is a possibility. Normally he can play a tempo also, but he decided just to keep re-rolling here on level 8. Finds the Aurora, has a pair, so Aurora is able to bring the Kobuko in. I mean, this comp is stable, is decent, but this is not a winner comp, so he could be bleeding out from now on.
Yes, I mean, it's really dangerous to be in this spot. Like, you're missing the Alice tree and the Brown tree. If he manages to get it soon, it can be a little rewarding for him. But it's important to know that it's a little risky.
Well, and the problem is that his prismatic he chose, the Call to Chaos, was 40 rerolls and did not 3-star a single unit. Wow. And so quite unfortunate there for Ankale. We did, I'm sure, get a lot of blobs as we are continuing to roll down here, but again, nowhere closer to this Elise 3.
Yeah, he just needs to preserve HP as much as possible here. Doesn't find the additional Aurora. Of course, he's level 8. Very difficult. Decides to pass on the Kobukos. So Kobuku is the one to be being pulled, but obviously the sack will be the priority as he's getting a lot of blobs already in the field. And now going up against Tech Summer. Latin America versus Latin America. And this could be a huge chunk of HP for either of them.
Yeah, the positioning for Tech Summer was pretty good. The Sejuani is getting into the back line of the Ankali. He's looking great for the Zeri. Pretty strong for the board for Tech Summers right now. I guess the Tech Summer just took some bad rounds to the stage 4 because he fought like Robin and that huge Shoga. But he is in a great with a great board.
Robin Songs looks to be the boss fight of this lobby, and it looks like that is a Yumi 3 coming through for him as well. So continuing to get stronger is Robin as he's win streaking through this lobby, but we have many players that are in danger of falling out here. Artix RX, who is at 23 points, but also Ankale, who is currently down in the bottom 8 of our standings.
Yeah, it's enough for Artix here. He has good items on the Aphelios and only support here right now for the Saya. Going up against the Mirror. So it's Vanguards against Vanguards, and Ankale is going up against also the Seri. From the other hand, he already lost against one Seri. So this is the chance for him to either stay alive or be bad. Quintanilla still with the 5 Exotech. Couldn't find the rest, but finds an additional board that is just so huge. Flexing Boombot, Exotech, taking the wins against Ankale. Ankale only with 1 HP. And the chance to not be able to qualify. Remember, he only has 18 points. If he goes 8, for sure, Ankale will be one of the strategists who will miss the Tier 1 circuit.
Yeah, he's in a super bad spot right now. That loss was pretty much for him. He's on the last life. Maybe he can dodge Robin and maybe find some good matchmaking out of there. So it's important to note that he can maybe avoid that 8 and try to go to the Tier 1 by with some results that can maybe help him.
Rolling all of the gold now to see if they can find any upgrade. We sold all of the extra leases on bench, trying to buy as many blobs as possible to give him as much time and as much board strength as he can, but he will be facing Artix RX on the other side, who did win the last round with that Radiant Even Shroud as well, shredding nearly the entire board.
All the damage in the right. Everyone going for the Leona. Leona is holding so much, getting so much healing that it's impossible for Ankale to break through the front line, at least for now. Access to the backline. And no, the Aphelios is accessing the backline. He turns down on the Elise, taking down. Ankale knows this is the worst situation. Falls down again. Artix is in 8th place. So mathematically, we'll have to check the results. But Ankale will probably lose his placement on the Tier 1 circuit.
Yeah, so unfortunate that he got that Culture Chaos. Maybe he was already at level 8 and that didn't pay off. So Culture Chaos is such a great augment, but sometimes it can get tricky. It can put you outside of your comfort zone. So he ended up being 8 in here. So I hopefully that he can turn around with some combinations of results, but who knows.
Looking forward in this game, Tech Summers is currently sitting pretty towards the top of our leaderboard. Had a good day 1, and now may even be the sole Latin American representative for the rest of this tournament. And so, obviously, a 7th to start today isn't bad. Is a bad thing, but not going to be the end of the world for him. And
it's not a 7 yet. It's not a 7 yet. I mean, I have hope still. I'm still hoping, man. Come on, give me one.
Yeah,
but it's a tough position. He's been losing so far, yeah.
Yeah, it all depends on who is facing Robin, and maybe this guy is not good news for Artifacts.
Is it enough? Also, the Yumi getting good damage here, duplicating the sack. Yumi tried to hold on, and once again, that needle is just too strong from 4-star. Leona trying to hold up the damage, but Aphelios falls down. No damage here for Arctics. Almost taken down. And now Texomer wins, so there's a possibility to keep summing up some points here. For him, Arctics in a very difficult spot here, CLE.
And also for Quintanilla, he is also in danger of falling out of day one and getting cut after this game as well. He's only at 22 points. And so right on that bubble. So we look at this board again, we're now at 7 Exotech. We still kept that 2-star Cho'Gath in the front line, but now having that final item onto this Varus, hopefully giving the extra board strength they need.
Jack, you said 22, so do you have a mathematical threshold for cutoff for day 2?
Yeah, it's around 23 or 24. But ours, the Americas is much closer at the bottom than it was in EMEA, so it could end crazy.
Okay.
Well, this fight's so important. The Zeri is actually focusing on the Leona, not the best things not the thing that you actually want, but the thing is still free hit in backline. Leona's tanking so much.
Yeah, Leona did the work, making sure she shred for the damage, for the tanks in the front line, access to the back line. Quintanilla taking the hit, falls down, and also, as you said, only 22 points. And if he managed to get 7th, that's only 2 points. So actually, in the exact threshold as a possibility. Remember, they're playing first for Tier 1. Kurum's already confirmed for Tier 1 circuit with these results. And also, Kurum's with a first or a second place could also manage to ramp up and try to get to day 2.
Yeah, we're very focused on that bot 8 right now, but also there's a whole rest of the day to play, right? There's 6 more games after this one for day number 2, while we're cutting down a lot of our other players. So not only are we playing for those top 8 spots, or to avoid the bottom 4 specifically, but we're also playing specifically in Kerm's position for the qualifier points. He's in a great spot to make the Tactician's Crown with either the Americas or the overall qualifier point standing. But if he were to drop out in that day 1, he would not be safe and would not be making it to the Tactician's Crown.
Yeah, so let's see how it ends for Quintanilla. It's really important to him to get another upgrade. Maybe Nazak tuning here would be good. He actually leveled up to 9 and find a way to place the Kindred that he was missing last fight. That might be the key. And he's facing a ghost.
Yeah, good ghost there. Quintanilla laughing a little, dancing. Knows this is good news for him. The ghost full of Protector's Vow, and on the right we're seeing Arctics. Possibility of falling down here against this mirror. So Bank Marksman also. And I mean, this Leona is just too huge on both sides. Now Leona once again alone. The Brambler trying to get some additional defense here, but it's looking like it's not enough. And Arctics could take the loss here. Yes, Arctics will be eliminated. Texomer already with -5. Let's see the final point. Okay, Arctics 7, Texomer 5th, and Quintanilla taking this huge win, being able to get at least a 5th, will be the possibility of him advancing to the real day 2 that we'll have from now on.
Yeah, and it looks like Arctics will be safe as well. We'll obviously wait to see confirmation, but that will put them at 25 points, which should be enough to make it through. Kurum, though, did take a big loss. Robin is showing no signs of weakness, still on that win streak there. But for Talians, we are also at 28 HP. So those 3 are sitting pretty at the top, still have a couple lives left.
Yes, exactly. I want to highlight the Quintanilla's board that we watched on the stage 4. He actually saved a lot of placements. Somebody would try not to buy like the Cho'Gaths and maybe the other units that he was playing. He ended up in some sort of Eurogot with the Cho'Gath and 5 Exotech, and he actually won like 2 or 3 rounds that led him into a better placement in these games, getting a little bit of extra points. Oh, yeah, he still won this one, so he's still fighting for the top 4.
Yeah, nice. And I mean, amazing to see that, as you mentioned, this Cho'Gath that normally people has been saying that is maybe it's difficult to play flexible on level 8. Just finding this Cho'Gath as an out, and now with the possibility of maybe putting something else, he just decided, hey, the Cho is doing work. He's a great flexible. He does amazing, obviously, with the warm-ups and the scaling with HP. So he's doing the work. I will not change him for now, and he's been the best friend of Quintanilla so far.
And we see 2 of our players that are in danger of dropping out here on the left and right. Seeing who they're facing, we want to see who faces the AMP board, and it's actually neither of them in this fight. We do have the Ghost fight for one of our players. No, it looks like it's replay on the right side and Quintanilla on the left.
Robin is fighting the ghost because he's nowhere in here.
Okay. So Robin getting a ghost on the right. Kurum trying to get the hit. Taligen taking a huge hit here. He's going away, just trying to avoid the last hit. Let's see if he's enough. Yeah, he falls away. So Taligen also taking the hit.
And Kurum beats Replay as well. Very, very close fight over there. So Replay falls out in 4th place and Taligen's in 5th.
Quintanilla getting the third out of that Cho'Gath during the stage 4. Really well played by him. Probably going to be difficult to outplace Kuramax in here, but it depends on if they can win Kuramax, because Robin probably already won the game with that cash out into the MP line.
Yeah, we're seeing here once again Quintanilla with the Cho'Gath, and now Quintanilla is going against Robin, so he's not able now to miss him. So it should be for him getting the sack too right now, Robin. So only getting stronger, and let's see if Quintanilla with his best friend Cho'Gath is able to hold on. And this is the border jack, just too strong. Everything 2-star. The Yumi 3, this is too much.
Okay, we don't have Viego 2. It's kind of a little. It's not even that good. It's not even that good.
Not even that good, right? I mean, such a well-played game by Robin. He got like a tons of gold out of the Taki cash out. Not the best cash out you can get, but he managed to. He should be walking like for 10 rounds ago already, because he already won the game.
Boom, boom, boom. Amazing here, showing the Robin walk, totally obliterating Quintanilla, and maybe even the Ghost is able, the Ghost takes out Kodums, and with the Robin walk, taking the win for Citadel Gaming, Robinson, the winner of Cup 3, looking amazing, in great form, and trying to go, obviously, to his next Tactician crown.
Well, we talk a lot about the infinite 40-point threshold on day 1. And although it was delayed, he just hit that 40-point mark for day 1 in taking the top spot in this tournament. And so not only did Robin win Tacticians Cup 3, he's setting himself up to possibly be the first ever 3-time America's Golden Spatula winner.
Yes, exactly. As you mentioned, that this is a game from yesterday, and Robin showed that he actually was doing pretty well yesterday, but he still manages to get into a first, so finalizes the 6th game at probably at the top of the tournament.
Yeah, 100%. So we have a break ready, and we will be starting. First, we will see the results, what's happening in the cutoff with Gangly and Nekkra, and obviously keep going on this day 2 to define who are going to represent America on the Tactician Crown.
Hey everyone, I'm gonna grab a granola bar. Anybody want any? 9, okay.
Dude, Scara, I think the IRS is trying to arrest me. That's GigaWiz.
It's an 8, man.
I think it's a positive delta for me to go to jail.
Yo, he's got 8.
Oh, do you guys want one?
It's the granola wave.
Dude, get the hole! Hello? Is this even my fault?
You little rat.
Please, I don't even play reroll.
Or you fall out with a rat.
What a way to close out day number 1 of our competition. I am Nekkra, joined once again by Gangly to break down that final game, and then we'll prepare you for day 2 to really start in earnest. But Gangly, that was such a tough game because not only was there just so much in terms of the intensity of there being like the tier 1 ecosystem, but also making it into day 2. But yeah, there was just a lot on the line for these players in this particular lobby as well.
And it was just like a close game all around, right? You and I were watching off in the wings, and we're looking at stage 3, beginning of stage 4, saying like, wow, it feels like nobody is low rolling. Everyone has direction, everyone has hit their key units in the mid game, and unfortunately, we saw players like Ankale, who was fighting for that spot in the tier 1 ecosystem already near the standings, unfortunately go out in 8th place, was honestly positioned to be able to find a top 4 then, and he decides to play Call for Chaos, aim high, shoot for the stars, and it didn't work out for him, unfortunately, finding an 8th place finish. And Kurum was one of the other main characters that we were looking at, going into that also being at just 18 points, and he was able to find that top 4 and most likely secure a spot, definitely secure a spot into tier 1, and almost certainly secure a spot moving into day 2 after the cut from this game. So you know what, it's the nature of tournaments. It has to be sad for somebody, it has to be happy for someone. It doesn't mean that it doesn't hurt though, and it's hard to ignore that after when we go into this next game, which will have our cut from day 1 to day 2.
Yeah, it was just so tough because I think there were also a lot of players that were trying to play the same lines. And that's why, honestly, it was a little surprising to see Ankale in this position where he was the one going out in 8th place. Like, uncontested Dynamo, you get that Elise 2 so early. You had the misfortune to, you were a couple copies off of the Elise though for quite some time, and that just unfortunately left you unable to keep up with the other players that were getting Marksman Vanguard. There was 3-way contested, in fact, when we actually looked at who was playing with Aphelios and Zaya.
Yeah, and another 3-way contest was happening in the early game, which was the 3 Cypher players, right? I think it was Robin, Quintanilla, and Taliant all playing into Cypher. And we got to see what I imagine had to have been the longest Robin walk in TFT history, because this guy won the game on 4-1, hitting 5 amp, finding an early Zac, having a Yumi 3 in stage 4 as well. Was able to get the double kill. And so, you know, we're spending a lot of time right now talking about the players who it didn't quite pan out for them, but it's worth it to celebrate Robin, right? A 2-time regional champion, has been to the global stage multiple times, finding a win here at the end of the first day of competition to put himself in a great position for day 2.
I think that actually puts him into first. Like, he was already leading the pack at the end of the 5th game for day 1, and now with another first place, with the point carryover that we're going to see from day 1 to day 2 of our competition, really feels good to already be so close to that 40-point threshold. Actually, hitting 40. I'm sorry, he hit 40 at day 1. That's nuts.
40 points, you're talking about his age.
40 total points.
Okay,
the
that's
age
pretty good.
is to be determined, I think, or at least like it can be argued. But 40 total points on day 1 for Robin after being at 32 game 5. What an incredible start for him. And Robin is another one of those players that is just always been the player, like going 1-1-1, one of the first players to ever accomplish that at a regional finals in set 5. And that cemented himself, I think, as one of the best players in TFT in the Americas for some time. And I think had a bit of a lull and then came back, and it's like he didn't skip a beat.
Yeah, he's one of the players with the most regional finals appearances of all time, only tied with Setsuko. And I think if you're ever in a position where you're tying a record with Setsuko, you know you're already doing something right. So Robin Songs has made final lobby at a regional finals more than anyone else in the history of TFT. And yeah, like you're saying, it's no surprise to be able to see him on top. And so leading into the tier 1 ecosystem for next set, it makes sense that we're going to be seeing someone like Robin Songs. And for all the celebration that we have, I think it makes it feel all the more bittersweet when we're talking about those players that are fighting for their slots. We talked earlier about how, you know, players like Upset Max and Trevisan and maybe even Darth Nub might have locked in their spots outside, or at least put themselves in a position where it's no longer in their control. And the question really is just, how did Game 6 go, and did anyone else put themselves in a position where now they are in the bottom 4?
Yeah, we're still waiting for one of our lobbies to finish up the 6th game, and then we'll be able to show you the standings and where all the cards are going to fall. 2 biggest things for us to look at are going to be who ended up in that 29th, 30th, 31st, and 32nd position. Those will be the players that unfortunately will miss out on the opportunity to compete at the Tier 1 ecosystem coming up in set 15 for TFT, so right after this. And then, of course, we have to look at who is unable to reach the 24th position, which is going to be the lowest possible placement necessary to make it into the true day 2 competition. Yeah. So both cuts very important, and unfortunately will leave some players disappointed.
And what's wild is going into that game 6 of the day, some of the players that are in that bottom 8, you're looking at players like Greya, Hokigam, Kuramex, Milk, VCLF, 5 players at in the bottom 8 that are all in danger of losing the tier 1 spot, and also in danger of losing their spot in advancing to day 2. They're not the players you'd expect to see that happen, and truthfully, I think it would be a tragedy to see those players lose their chance of advancement right now.
But let's find out. Our standings are ready, and those points have been totaled. And so here are the players at the bottom 16 spots in our standings. And 24th position will be Bob Serra at 24 points. And Darth Nub and Ankale are tied at 28th.
Wow, and Darth Nub wins the tiebreaker over Ankale and barely gets his spot in the tier 1 ecosystem next set. Coming off the back, you can see it there. A single first place finish coming in from game 4. That's the difference maker that wins the tie over Ankale. And this does mean Ankale, VCLF, Trevisan, and Upset Max are the 4 players who will lose their chance of advancing into tier 1 next set.
And unfortunately for Milk, Pokigam, Greya, and Darth Nub, their America's Golden Spatula tournament run will end here as well. As we now start to look towards day 2, we will have the top 24 players now participate in 4 games, and then we'll make another cut at the end of the day to just 16. So right now, who you're seeing in 17th to 24th place, this is really where you don't want to be, and the points carry over, so this is all you got.
We have to highlight Greya is the qualifier point leader in the Americas right now. Going out in 27th place now opens up the door for players like Weijin Iverson and Kurum to snag the 2 qualifier point slots that are available, because there's one that goes to the highest qualifier points earner in North America, and another that can go to the highest qualifier point earner overall. 27th place, we have to do the math to this. This might actually be the minimum place required to guarantee the slot, where even if Weijin Iverson goes top 8, it might not be enough to earn it. But Greya is now in a position where he might not actually be as comfortable, and might actually lose that spot to the Tactician's Crown that felt completely within reach.
We're going to make sure that our tournament admins do all the math on that, and we'll make sure to get you an official announcement as soon as possible. But that is certainly something we'll have to keep an eye on, is the qualifier points race, not just for North America, but also who can make it into the final lobby at the end of it all. And as we look at our top 16 standings, Robin Songs with that first place puts him 5 points above second.
Wow. And look at number 2, Dehua. I think that's a name that many people are not expecting. Something we didn't highlight, Nekkra, we have to talk about. VCLF did lose his spot in the tier 1 ecosystem. On top of that, he is the Brazilian player with the most qualifier points. Second to him is Vapakaza, and you can see him here in 13th place. So again, it's another thing, we got to do the math to see what that means, but there is a number here where if Vapakaza can place a specific placing or higher, he will leapfrog over VCLF, claim the Brazilian qualifier point slot over him, and then guarantee his spot at the Tactician's Crown.
Ooh. And the standings on this first page are so tight on top of that. I mean, the 30 points here for 14th for Weishin Iverson. And then in 4th is Bobster at 34. That's a very, very small margin to be able to see across 10 placements on this first page. So, wow. As we let our players kind of take a breath, kind of shake it off a little before we get into our next couple games of the day, we have now officially entered day 2 of our competition, Gangly. So 4 games for top 24, and then we will do a cut to top 16, and then we will have 2 more games at the end of the day to make sure we have our best 8 moving forward to Championship Sunday. A lot to play for, and I really honestly can't wait to see how this all goes, because like tack ground spots, like tier 1's all figured out, but now we got to look forward to the end of the set finale.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. I think that going into day 2, you have to keep in mind someone like Robin has this 5-point lead, but it can disappear just as quickly as it was built. In fact, it can disappear a lot faster than it was built. And Robin Songs, despite the fact that you are in first, you can't take your foot off the gas right now. But there are a lot of players who I think, now that we've eliminated some, we can kind of shift our eyes to who are the players that are really making a splash. We lost a lot of veteran players in the bottom 8 there, right? Milk, Pakigam, Greya, VCLF, a lot of favorites for many different people. And to me, what that signifies is, well, we got to look at who's still here. We got to see these newcomers who have outlasted a lot of the veterans. I think most importantly to me, it's Dehua. This guy's in 2nd place. This is if you aren't familiar, this is the guy who going into the Golden Spatula came out and said, listen, I'm going to rank Dish Soap 26th in the field. I think he's not in his best form. And everyone started dunking on this guy. Tier list came out. D tier is for Dehua tier. Dish Soap instantly drafts him in the regionals draft. And Dehua starts the day going 7-7, one of which was eliminated by Dish Soap, and has now gone 1-1-2-1 to bounce back. Tri-State's on top besides Robin. Dehua is making the run that he's promised to make. It's extremely exciting, and now I think he's kind of breathing life into this narrative of the newcomers, seizing the moment and putting the spotlight on them.
How many members of Boom Kitchen are remaining right now in our top 24?
Well, Upset Max was eliminated, and I believe everyone else. It's 4 players still remaining, I believe.
I mean, it's still quite high in terms of a conversion rate. And we also had some members of Boom Kitchen just finish out EMEA Golden Spatula as well a couple hours ago. So we're gonna have to do some more math, I think, on this, because I think something that I would always be super curious about is the study groups that play together. What's the AVP among them? Heading into a
I mean, the big one, the other kind of rivaling Boom Kitchen right now is the Weishin Iverson study group. And I think if there's a study group you should be afraid of, it's probably that one. Even coming out of that the first cut, I know Milk was one of the players who was studying with them, and so they've actually lost one of their players, and so each study group has lost one according to the first cut. We've got 4 more games to find out who's going to be the next set of cuts. But you know, there's a couple things that still did really stand out to me. Something you highlighted was how close the standings are. I'm looking it off to the side here, and you can see between 2nd and 8th place is just 3 points, and that's a smaller gap between 2nd and 8th than it actually is from 1st to 2nd. All of those players are not only playing with such narrow margins, but I think a lot of them are playing to try and prove that they are capable of a top 8. I'm thinking of players like Philip and Cambuli, who have made regional appearances before and have been on the cusp. Philip has had many middle of the pack performances, but never really has been able to break out. And Cambuli, who's been on the come up since probably about set 9, has barely missed the top 8 qualifications, never actually top 8'd in a tournament of this tier before, and last set was 9th place at the Golden Spatula, barely missing out. And so Cambuli is one of those players that I think kind of has a bit of a chip on his shoulder, and right now sitting in 9th place on the outside looking in, has an opportunity to show not only does he belong on this stage alongside many greats, but he is a favorite and a contender to make into day 3 and to represent our region on the international stage.
I'm looking at some of these Latin American and Brazilian players though too, and I think that same type of story very much rings true. I look at like McMano, I look at Cash. I think these are 2 players from Brazil. But yeah, absolutely. I think they're really looking for that shot to really make their mark and make their name and the global stage of TFT. And look at how close all of them are. Quintanilla, that would be an amazing story for this Brazilian player to be able to make it into the top 8 and go to a Tactician's Crown as well. So lots of great players still left in the tournament.
What's funny about the names you're bringing up, right? You're talking about the Brazilian newcomers who are kind of representing their region on their back right now. Is traditionally when we go into the Golden Spatula, we see Brazilian stars, right? We see Eos Lucas, we see Ego Illusions, right? And these are the players that have consistently proven that not only are they strong threats within their region, they are international greats that can stand among the very best of the Americas, not just Brazil. And those players are not here. So Bio is not here, Ego is not here, Lucas is not here. And in lieu of that, it's not VCLF who stepped up to represent the veterans, it's the newcomers, where like you're calling out, it's Vapakaza who's been one of the breakout stars of the last 2 sets, McMano and Quintanilla having very strong performances. Yeah, exactly. And so it feels like Brazil, no matter how many times they get knocked down, they just start sending their newcomers in. And that's kind of how it felt in set 11 when you know, Sobio was coming off of the set 10 World Championship run. Bob Zera broke out with an incredible regular season. Ego Illusions found himself threatening to be one of the best players. No matter how many times Brazil falls down, they have such a wide pool of strong players that they always seem to find someone who succeeds. And so if you're a fan of the Brazilians, it may hurt to see VCLF fall, but I assure you, the story's not over for Brazil. The Brazilian magic is alive and well. We've got 6 more games today, and I truly believe that we're going to see that magic shine.
I mean, Babsera is also still in the tournament, sneaking in there in 24th. So there's still a lot of life left in that tournament run for Babsera. And I just hoping that these next 4 games, you do have to kind of pick it up a little. Like 24 points is a bit of a gap right now between 24th and 8th, but not an insurmountable gap. That is certainly something that we saw players make up for. I think Double 61 is one of those players that sticks out to me in EMEA, just like being able to have such a big comeback from the bottom. And so who knows what's going to happen here in the Americas for day 2.
Yeah, you know, you have to do it a bit incrementally, right? Because you've got to cut off to top 16 and then a cut off to top 8, which means that technically, if you just do it, you know, take your top 4s when you can get them. The key about situations like this is that you have to recognize when the dice are weighted in your favor, because at some point in a tournament, you got to flip the coin, right? You got to roll the dice and you have to hope that it comes your way. But sometimes a 50-50 isn't actually a 50-50 in TFT. Sometimes a 50-50 is something more like a 70-30 or 75, maybe 80%. If you can recognize when the time you flip the coin is more likely to come out in your favor, that's the time when you can kind of press on the gas and try and play for a first place finish. The important skill set that complements that is when it's not weighted in your favor, when you are low rolling, when you recognize that you have no real way of going first this game. How do you reduce the variance and earn points in a situation where otherwise you would be going 8th? So that is the key for success for these players. Reduce variance and capitalize on high roll when it presents itself to you.
Well, I bet our casters will be able to tell us even more about that as we get ready for game number 1 of our top 24. So CLE, Dobz, please take it away.
Thank you, Gangly and Nekkra. We've said goodbye to 8 players, but there's still 24 more to go, Dobz, and I'm so excited for the official beginning of day number 2. What you looking forward to?
Yes, I mean, there's so much on the line, as we talked about before. There is still some players that started a good day today with the leftover game from yesterday, and maybe it's a fresh start. You have 4 more games to go in order to keep going. So it's important to be aware that is no point reset, and then these players has to. Some of them have a longer way to go. So it's important to you to keep the momentum as high as you can, so you can still ramp up. There is a lot of things going on. So let's watch the first game of the day.
Absolutely. And one person we definitely want to keep our eyes on is Vapacasa, who is trying to steal that QP point from Brazil. And so he needs 11 placements over VCLF to order to take that spot in the Tactician's Crown. And that starts here.
Yes, exactly. This is a really good point that you made, because both players that were actually fighting for the Brazilian spot were VCLF and Trevisan, and they actually went out. And Vapacasa is the only player just need to play by himself for now. He doesn't need anything else. He just needs to get as best as he can, finish it on the standings, and if he manages to do that, he's going to be his first Tactician Crown appearance. So let's see if he'll be able to do so.
Yeah, and Vapacasa has done well at the Golden Spatula before. He has been able to be here multiple times. He's made multiple of the Road to Pro, the Brazilian finals as well. And he's been one of the players since the merging of the Reasons that's been one of those rising stars. And so curious to see if he can finally put a crown on his head and make it to the Tactician's Crown, because that would be an excellent continuation of his story. But on board right now with Basso Skills, who has been somebody who also has competed for a good long while and is at the same point total as Vapacasa.
Exactly, 30 points. It's a really good amount right in the middle. You, as we were talking about, 4 games. It's a lot, but it's 6 games for the whole day. But there will be a cutoff on the 4th. So it's important to note that the standings are going to change a lot during today.
Yeah, we have 6 games total today, 4 games before we cut to 16, so we'll lose another 8 players after 4 games. But the points have not reset, right? So there's a larger sample size, which everyone's in favor of. We do have our first augments of this game, gold augments on the left and the split silvers on the right. You can get some really high roll options.
Yes, I mean, this one is a really good one. So extra a lot of gold. I like these augments, the delayed start. It gives you some direction, it gives you gold, and it also actually sells the units that you have. So it not just gives you new units, but you can get the gold that you already have. So that's why this augment's really strong. And the preparation, it's a really good standard combat augment. So really good start for him.
Looking across our lobby, we see the choices that come through, and this is always interesting to me, of like, what's better, the double silver or the gold augments? We see for Dish Soap, Vapacasa, and Arctics RX, they did go with the single gold, where we see the rest of the silver augment choices as well being across the side here.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that it's all about the combination that you get. sometimes you get some crazy things on the side of the silvers. It can be even way better than a gold augment. But sometimes the combination isn't that great, so a gold augment, it gives you extra gold, so it actually depends. You can see that you have a great sample size of that. 5 players taking a silver combination, and 3 players getting the gold one. So let's see how in the late game that's going to pay off for them.
Yeah, Dobz, I don't know about you. Obviously, you are a very, very good TFT player, but I personally roll the left and be like, okay, I'm okay with this gold augment, but let's see if I can high roll something on that right side to really have a good combination.
Yeah, usually I do that. Sometimes I go for the opposite way. I do have a combination of the silvers. Let's see if I can get an amazing gold augment. So, but of course, you manage to roll if you have something already good on each side. So it's easy treating what the game can actually give you, and it creates some sort of different direction for the augment selection.
Looking across our lobby here, Babsera has that gorilla reroll that we see be so popular, and a really good silver combination, as we talked about, getting the items exactly what you want, but also getting the team building here, which will help you complete those 3 stars. But Philip is basically open forting into Cypher, having that one Galio, knowing that's the piece he needs, and hoping that he can get the other 2 units soon.
Yes, exactly. If I'm not mistaken, that's Robinson with Pandora bench as well. So is there 2 players with the Pandoras?
There are, Chunnington and Robin.
So we should keep in mind that maybe they will contest each other. Babsera is actually playing Gorilla line, and we can see here that Chunnington is already planning to do so as well. So it's important to note that they might get contested. This is not the composition that you actually want to play contested. You actually want to play solo, because it's gonna hold so much of your time.
And Vapakasa on the other side also has these units as well. So it's good opener regardless, but we'll see how many people actually stick with it.
Yes, exactly. I mean, for the items that Chunnington has, he doesn't have any items for the Mundo. So if he gets like a belt on the carousel, it can be a hint that he's playing this line. But if it's not, it's gonna be tricky for him to actually get the items for the Dr. Mundo later on.
Our first carousel here, there is a Draven, so Philip will be quite excited about that. Is it?
Yeah, we got some Cypher for Philip. That is really important that he's actually open 14. He just have a Galio on the board. So G-Soap actually 5 streak, 3 streak with 5 units on his board already, using the Cluttered Mind. It's an augment that can lead him into that legendary board that we have seen a lot on this tournament so far.
And Chunnington already at 8 Mundos, so just needs 1 more Mundo in order to get Mundo 3, which is the piece of the composition that's incredibly important. Arctic RX also having not 3 Cypher in quite yet, but looking towards that for sure if he can. But again, lose streaking early in the game if you don't have a good opener is going to happen anyways, so might as well try to play for that Cypher line.
Yes, exactly. He got an augment that doesn't tell much. The Crown Guard item actually gives you extra items. It's always amazing, especially when you have a composition like Cypher Reroll, because you have so many units with a power synergy. When you cash out, they all gain a huge amount of HP, AD and AP. So having items on LeBlanc, on Galio and Zed and Raven is really good. So extra items is a really good thing on this composition.
Absolutely. We do see Vapakasa slamming blue buff. We have a hack here as well for a 6 gold or 25 gold split. I predict that many of our players will split here. I believe I just saw Arctics on the keyboard probably saying, I'm splitting, don't split, please. But we do have 5 players doing it.
Oh, okay. 5 splitters. You just lost like 1 gold. It's not that bad, actually. because you actually hold the lobby. So I like the way the split actually works, because sometimes you have like a economy augment, you just want to grief a little bit of yourself because you can actually grief others. And then maybe you're not that rich, so you're gonna not be like, you're just gonna play safe and not split. So it has some great outcomes depending on the game.
I know that TFT is a strategy game, but sometimes I just think that the devs are trying to teach us something about life. You know what I'm talking about? They're trying to give us the prisoner's dilemma here with the split and the take. And they're also naming augments like patience is a virtue and stuff like that. They're trying to teach us things.
I mean, TFT is actually an experiment, a social experiment. They actually do that with us. I can see that.
Oh no, Arctic RX taking a win here as soon as we get Cypher in is not good for them. Philip, though, on that 5-loss streak.
Oh, he actually got a 4 Cypher. He can still get a decent cash out. Maybe the cash out with a lot of the duplicators can be a good one.
Yeah, and if we can continue this loss streak, this can get to some absurd numbers as well. Maybe we can get a hack with some HP. Also, so for Philip here, we'll definitely keep an eye on this. This is something that will set him up well for a possible win. And in the current spot he's in 7th in our standings, so towards the top. But again, a first tier would set him up quite well in order to make the day number 3 and possibly make it to a world championship.
Yes, exactly. Mentioning the spot for Philip, it seems that he has one of the best spots in the game right now. A lot of AP and mana items. It can be a key to him to play the Cypher line, even though it's actually contested. So it's important to note that he can play Amp from here as well. It will actually depend on the augment he can select on the 3-2.
3-2 augments always very important, but there is no 1 win streaking, no 100 streak in this lobby. Robin did lose it at the end of that stage. Bosso, though, had a 4-win streak, which is the most econ we have from our winners here in this lobby. Arctic's now looking to hopefully regain that loss streak. But is Philip going to win here? No, it doesn't look like he has enough items slammed, and so it'll be a good loss for him.
Yeah, I guess Chanita has the better board because he has the LeBlanc with 2 items already. It's gonna be close. It might be really hard stuff. Oh, it's not going to be.
All right, so Philip continuing that loss streak. Bosso now continuing that win streak. And a prismatic second augment is going to warp the game quite a bit here at 3-2. Prismatic pipeline for Philip, who's playing loss streak already, is a fantastic choice because you're delaying the reward that you get, and you will sacrifice some HP for that. But if you're already losing, who cares?
Yes, exactly. He's going to lose anyways. When you have actually a angle that you already have the cipher on the board, and you're going to end up losing by a huge amount. So it's always good to have a prismatic orb, because you can bounce back the game right after your cash out. So great spot for Philip.
All right, looking across our lobby on the right side, we do see the rest of our augments. We have Vanguard +1 for Bosso Skills, who's playing 6 Vanguard here early on into this game. Already level 7, really trying to keep that win streak going. We see also Dish Soap with the Sword Overflow. Vapakasa also taking on the other side that Vanguard +1. So some very interesting choices.
Yeah, I mean, there is something interesting after the changes they made with the crowns and the trait augments on this set. So back in set 13, you could get the emblem with gold augments, but they changed that to be a prismatic, and this actually was a huge nerf to this kind of augments. But certain ones are actually still good. So Vanguards are really good because you receive a Leona and a belt, so isn't that bad to have like an extra item. And having the Leona early on and having the Vanguard emblem can lead you into a open slot on level 8 as well. So it's really good.
And this is a very interesting board from Chunnington, who has upgraded 2 of his units into that 3-star variation, but playing quality over quantity with it is a good version of this board. But again, you're not having that hyper carry, but instead your whole board is kind of collectively that carry.
Yeah, I would say that it was specifically for this game. He doesn't seem that he had too much items. He didn't have like much items for Dr. Mundo. He has a good augment item for the Seraphine, but the Cyrus, it was 3-starred. So it might be something about his setup. So it seems good that he made this decision so far. So let's see if it's going to pay out.
Bobzera able to find the Sejuani here on the carousel. We look at the bottom of our screen, we can see what our players are playing. We have a lot of AD, as we've seen so much in our games. A lot of Vanguard frontline that will be heavily contested. Disso playing around, it looks like Graves as well. Not having an even upgraded Graves yet, but having so many swords to go with it. This composition uses so many of them, so this makes a lot of sense.
Yes, exactly. This is a composition that needs this kind of items. As we were talking earlier, so many compositions actually goes well with extra items. That's something really important in the meta. You've seen here Chunnington still rolling. He actually wanted to get this a little early, even though he still have the Pandora. He doesn't want to lose more HP.
Yeah, and we'll have to continue to hold these units on the bench. Just so expensive, not able to get that econ back up. For Artix RX, who is going for straight up Cypher reroll, not even going for a big cash out here because we're so contested on that loss streak. Philip is occupying that space, but instead just going with Prismatic Ticket, knowing that they're going to reroll on level 7 for a good long time, upgrading this board to be as golden as possible.
Yeah, I like to play from Artix. It's like you're never going to get a huge cash out because there are so many players that are actually playing on that strategy already. So you get to the first cash out you can get, and then you can save so much HP out of it.
Looks like Philip here is definitely leaning towards Amp. He knows that this Cypher reroll is already occupied and will not prefer to go that direction. He is also not playing for Cypher right now. I'm very curious if he wants to stay at this interval, because right, the 330 interval is not a very good one.
Yeah, I mean, he probably made the math, and then 3 Cypher can actually guarantee him into the threshold of the 29th, because the 330 it can be pretty bad if you low roll.
Yeah, so we're sitting here at 70 gold. We will also get more and more resources from the Prismatic Pipeline. So we definitely want to stick around here to see what the cash out is and what we get from our Prismatic Orb here on this neutral round.
Yeah, this is gonna be a really important round for him. There is a lot of cash outs that he can get on the Prismatic Orb side that is good for him. Maybe a couple of legendary units. Okay, he got an artifact. Not the best one, he can reforge. It's important to see that if you wait to the Prismatic Orb as well. So they're rolling.
We did go level 8. We are rolling. We did find a couple of our key units to slot in while we can sell everything else and making sure that we win this round. Viego is a great addition as well. So we can chill here, wait a bit, get our econ back up, see what our Prismatic Orb is before using our Reforger, just in case we want to reforge some other things that we get.
Yeah, maybe you get another Reforger as well. That could be way better for you. Oh, you got a pen. It can be you can forge the pen into a spatula and getting the stretches.
Yeah, he does have that open sword as well. Will do so. He gets Sonya's also, which is very good.
Way better. Yeah, it's way better than the previous option that he had.
Roll down is commencing. Yumi 2 found, which is a great stabilizer. We'll be putting that on there, not using a remover to pop off the item, but instead using the combination there effectively. We are continuing to roll down. No Annie yet found. No Samira 1 either, which is a huge part of this board. The Annie is now found. We do have the ability to play 5 strategists if we do so choose.
I mean, this was a decent cash out, not the greatest. The Zonia is for sure one good item that he could get, and his strategy aspect is really good, but it's still the amp line is such a difficult line to play around because you need the Samira 1 at least. So let's see if it's enough to him to stabilize in here, then try to push into that level 9 and find the Samira.
Yeah, speaking of stabilize, it does look like that is what has happened for Philip. I imagine we'll keep rolling here, but Dissoap is on a 6-win streak and continuing that as well. But this might be the end right here as we go over there.
Yeah, I mean, Dissoap has too much gold on his bench. He's probably... I wonder if he's keeping the Slayer line or if he's going to the legendary board.
Not quite sure. It will be interesting to find out where it is. We do have a silver augment for our last choice, so nothing too crazy here for our players. Maybe something that can change the game. Bapsera taking rolling for days though, so we'll be rolling lots and lots here at 4-2 to try and stabilize their boards. We do have a lot of upgrades coming through as well. Basso hitting that 2-star Leona, which we know he's playing. That 6 Vanguard frontline is incredibly good.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy how the game actually changes between the augment selection. The 3-2 gave us a prismatic, the lobby went wild, and then we have this silver augment that doesn't change a lot. Dissoap getting like some extra healing in here and some a little bit of a gold later. He's probably pushing into the level 9. Because he's holding like 81 gold and a bunch of units.
Absolutely, playing around that Urgot that we've seen be so popular and winning games. And also, we do see as well on the other side, Bapsera is contesting that composition. The amp composition has that 1 buff, 2 buff, took rolling for days, and already has that Zac, so a lot more blobs coming through as well. Dissoap is chilling, will be going level 9, knows that he can lose stage 4 here and use some of those extra resources he gets to stabilize there and hopefully win the game.
Yeah, I mean, the Dissoap's board is really good. I mean, the Dissoap setup is really good because he has so much HP and he's going to be really healthy for a person that's actually pushing into that level 9 really early in the game.
Across our lobby, we don't have too many players that are low, but Philip is stabilized at 17 HP. Ardix RX and Vapakasa are both stabilized there at 45 HP. We did see also, and I believe we're going to see on the other side right now, we do have Vanguard on our Mordekaiser with Corrupted Chassis. So the ideal combo for this, getting infinite HP when you shield, it gets pretty crazy.
I mean, we are actually seeing he playing Zeri. I mean, not playing Zeri, playing Vex. And it's not a composition that we've seen a lot on this patch, but he found he had a setup for it. And let's see if it's going to pay out. Oh, he barely won
that HP on the Morgana.
So close, yeah.
Oh my goodness, it's so close. Just enough to get that last tick off and get the kill there. The bottom of our screen shows the board states towards the end of the game. The most contested composition was that Vanguard Marksman, but Basso Skills has staked his claim very clearly in that comp.
Yeah, we are approaching into the late game. There is a Urgot on the line with a good item. Important to note that this is such a high priority unit when you're arriving at the late game. Dissoap not able to get that. He got denied by Bapsera.
All right, on board with Vapakasa, who now has those ideal Vex items, swapping some things around to try and get this Sejuani to cast as many times as possible. Chunnington finally hitting Seraphine 3 on 4-5. That is no good, but the HP is fine, so we can hang out there. He did lose 2 rounds in a row, but now leveling up to 8 means that he is trying to stabilize there. Many of our players are down at 0 gold, but if we're looking across, Philip, Dissoap are looking towards that level 9.
Yeah, exactly. I wonder how the late game Vapakasa can actually fit the last unit that he can place. Because when you're playing the Vanguard Mordekaiser, you don't even need to place Vanguard traits because the emblem itself is already really good. Let's see if he's going to use a legendary unit on this. And it's actually prismatic augment that gives you an emblem that you're not even using the trade. So I'm really interested to see if it's going to pay off on the placements.
Yeah, at the end of 4-6 here, we're going to see what the game plan is for many of our players. Artix RX is rolling all the way down. Did finally find 2-star Zed, which will be a huge thing for them. This is our Cypher reroll player. And looking across the lobby, we're seeing it be pretty... we have 2 players that are running away as far as HP goes, Dish Soap and Bosso skills. But looking around now, seeing that Robin wasn't quite able to stabilize around Amp either. It looks like this is 3-way contested, this lobby.
Yeah, he's playing a Fury as well. He's one of Fury off and a Fury 3. Quite interesting.
Yeah, using that Pulse also, that is obviously a good item on Nefiri. This is straight up Nefiri reroll with Amp, but not able to get to that Nefiri 3 as you're talking about. But on the other side, Artix RX has been able to hit all of the units besides this Galio, and so Robin taking a huge loss.
Yeah, the spot for Robin is looking weird because he still have the Nefiri 2, and he's missing the Samira still, but he is rolling 2 units on the bench. Let's see.
Oh, also just had 2 Zacks on his bench, so
yeah,
not quite a Zac 2 for him, but it is going to be something that he can play if he does so choose. 7 gold left for Artix RX is not too much, but hopefully we'll be able to find that 3-star. But we invested everything into re-rolling this board and hitting all of our upgrades, and not having that Galio is the reason that we're down at 20 HP.
Yeah, I mean, when you get the prismatic rolls, you actually want to get the most units you can hit. So not filing the Galio that you have 3 items on is not the best way. So he needs to find that now. Let's see if he's able to. Okay, he got it. He got it.
Absolutely got it, and now has an IE for this Draven as well. So 3 has got 2 carries and a very, very solid tank in the front line. So this board is quite stabilized. Looking across the lobby, Dish Soap is level 9 with 70 gold, rolling it down. So I'd love to hop over there to see if we can see what he does hit. Robin Song slamming the rest of his items as well.
Got the Nefiri. He got the Nefiri.
Oh, he did get the Nefiri.
He's still missing the Samira. Let's see if it's the positioning in here. It's really tough because he's hitting the Leona and he's carrying aggro by Aphelios.
Yeah, the Edge of Night will be very helpful, but there's not a huge tank next to the Nefiri, so now he's getting aggroed once again. And so Robin, his main tank, his main carry are both down, and this Annie's trying their best, but it will not be enough. Robin will drop out here in 8th place. The current leader in our standings falls out first in our lobby.
Yeah, I mean, not a line that you actually want to play for, but Robin recognized that he could play that out of the Pandora bench. Unfortunately, he low-rolled a lot by not having the Nefiri 3 early, so that was the key. He actually lost the tempo in the lobby, so unfortunately it didn't go well for him.
Philip also took a huge loss, and so win streak was broken even after going to level 9. We do have this Zac on the board now, but no Annie 2. We now have a Samira pair, and we're Annie paired, but not the upgrades that we're looking for. Facing Bosso skills on the other side, who also rolled all their gold down, but is at level 9 as well. Having Vanguard Renekton just to give a lot of extra strength to his front line. And man, this is looking scary for Philip, who had that big cash out.
Yeah, I mean, he even found the Zac with the treasure, but still not able to find a way into a win against the Vanguards. Too strong, the Leona with the 6 Vanguards for the Yumi.
And we also saw Artix RX fall out there as well in 6th because of this board we are on with now. Dish Soap hitting level 9, rolling it down, finding Urgot 2, Zac 2, Viego 2, Koboko 2, not having the Garen 2, so nothing too crazy, but also the Cho'Gath to go alongside that.
Yeah, we actually saw Dish Soap's board right before he was going to roll down. I was watching that when the camera was passing. He was actually pre-leveled to 9, and he just managed to get every single legendary that's important to him. The Urgot 2, and then the Zac 2. If he gets the Garen 2 started, that's probably going to be a first. So let's see.
Yeah, and this is just a solid understanding of this patch, right? It's like, hey, it doesn't really matter how we get to level 9 and what our board in the mid game looks like, as long as we keep our HP high. Ooh, Babzera falls out in 5th there as well. But as long as we keep our HP high, we know what the ending board will look like. And Dissoap executing that perfectly, getting into that, I mean, the crazy Boombot board. So, but Vapakasa and Basso Skills are also both on fire. And so the three of them looking to be the final boss of this lobby.
Yes, I mean, Jigsaw will scale a lot because he has the Zac 2 probably just rolling to get more blobs, and that will lead him into a really strong late game board. But what I'm really impressed is that Chaniton actually got top 4 out of that mid game. He was sitting on Alistar 2 and Seraphine 2 for the whole stage 3. And he was like a 20 gold with a bunch of units on the bench. So he still manages to get top 4 out of that. So that probably is because of the augment that he took. It saved me a lot of HP on the mid game. I liked to see the quality over quantity in here.
Yeah, and it's a great... it's great to see the out there. He knew he wasn't going to go first this game, so maintaining his HP, taking quality over quantity is a fantastic showing by them. We do have a matchup between Babakasa and Basso Skills, who are our current win streakers, so only one will remain after this, and it's looking like this Vanguard Mordekaiser will be massive. The Vexotech board that we've not seen, I don't know if we've seen it a single time so far, this America's Golden Spatula, but now is put on display here.
Yes, exactly. He probably... we didn't watch in our main broadcast, but still, there is we've seen that across the Golden Spatula in Americas, in APAC, and in EMA as well, players finding a position that they can get some specific compositions, and that can actually lead them into a good placement. We've seen the Morgana for the EMA, and we've seen here Vapakasa playing the Vex. So it's important to note that some games you can actually play some compositions, and that can lead you into a good placement.
Here we see the matchup between Chunnington, who is our only player at 1 life, and Vapakasa's board. It looking pretty all right here for Chunnington. Now, do we have enough damage to kill the rest of this board? It does look like that will be the case. So Chunnington will stay alive here unless this Mordekaiser does something crazy.
Wow, look at this Mordekaiser.
It's doing something crazy.
He is. Oh, it brings Zotes. It'll be... Oh, it was so close. I mean, this is so OP. This Mordekaiser is not... how is this allowed, man? The Mordekaiser is just 1v9 the whole board.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy, and he did do something crazy there, indeed. Dish Soap, though, is at 40 gold, or 30 gold right now, going into this neutral round, trying to choose the mod that will be best served. It will be Executioner, probably for the Garen, I would imagine, to hopefully kill some things, maybe this Viego as well. And Dish Soap, this spot, what percentage, how confident are you that he's going first?
I mean... I'm pretty confident. I'm pretty confident that he's going first because he has so much gold on his bench. If he was like 0 gold, I would say that he could miss the Garen, maybe not buy enough Bloodlets. But I mean, it's really important to know that he has a lot of HP as well. Maybe it's time. Maybe he can find even another mod for from Garen. So. It's looking really very good for the Soap. Unless the Mord is the most broken unit ever with the Vanguard.
Could be very true. Dish Soap, it does Executioner that Garen, and another item for the Viego facing Vapakasa on the other side. We did see Basso Skills come through with a Renekton too, but Dish Soap is going 10. He's got Cluttered Mine active once again, holding all that gold on bench, knowing that he can go 10, play this Vex, get more Executioner value in, as well as the Vinicore, and hopefully win this game. In this fight, again, we need to keep our eyes on this Mordekaiser. This thing can absolutely do insane things, but not this time. Basso Skills still fighting for their win in this round as well, but will do it.
Yes, I mean, it's important to note as well that Vapakasa is trying to get the Varus and the Mord 3. So that can change something. But I feel Dish Soap has a great angle going into that level 10.
One off both.
Oh, there's 3, okay.
There's 3.
Oh, he
and
got it from the
Mordekaiser
last
3.
row.
Uh-oh. Okay,
here
so
we
maybe
go.
this could be something that does challenge Dissoap or Bosso skills for that top 2 position. And so the rest of this lobby, they need to keep an eye out for any 3-star 4 costs also.
Yes, I like the position
Those
from
fight.
the Sejuani here. She is going to get those carries on the back line. The position with the anti-Sejuani anti. I mean the antist.
Yeah, it's an excellent adaptation there, letting the Sejuani be able to walk forward into that backline, and you're seeing this power of that there. But this Renekton 2 is quite strong. Now dashing into the backline, but not enough damage coming through as the Varus does. And Dissoap loses 2 Bosso skills as well.
Wow, that's impressive. I was not seeing that angle. So maybe the Renekton did an amazing job in there. Oh, there is a carrying 2 for Dissoap. Vex 2 as well. So this game is really close. It's really close, this game. We can see like three huge boards in here. These guys really mastered the end game thing.
And Dissoap, though, did get to level 10, has that Garen 2 now, has a Koboko 2, and this board is just absolutely insane. This is that legendary flex that we all know and love in this set. But is it enough to take down this 3-star Mordekaiser? The CC comes through from Koboko, which we've seen be such an important part of these compositions. The Viego is jumping all around the backline, spreading Techie around, reducing the damage, and there is just so many upgraded units for Dissoap. So that will be a win for him versus the Ghost. But as we look at the right side of our screen, who will win? It will be Vapakasa versus Bosso skills.
Yeah, that fight is really important because that can change everything. Dissoap was facing the Ghost. Sometimes the Ghost it's a little bit weaker.
We do that
there is a
Boombot bad.
Boombot. Does he have the Kog'Maw on the board?
He sure does. So we can drop Kog'Maw now and upgrade one of these slots. And while you're at level 10, you can find those 5 costs quite easily. Maybe put a Aurora on your board to pull in another unit that is powerful. Or just play another Garen 2.
He can play 6 Boombot as well.
We just need a Skarner, yeah?
He did fight it. Okay, but at least it's another Urgot on the line. Probably way better than a Kog'Maw. But he as he is at level 10, it's really easy to fit 6 Boombot. So we're probably going to try to get the Skarner into maybe the next round.
Bosso skills will be facing the Ghost of Dissoap, where the real one will be facing Vapakasa, who that Sejuani is on the right side of the main carry Urgot, but there's a QSS on that guy, so the stun will not do anything to him. The Varus, though, will be doing so much damage and be untouched for now. The ramping of this Mordekaiser is what we need to keep our eye on the left side of the screen. We do see Bosso skills onto the backline on the right side, but the Vex is ramping up as well. It looks like both of Dissoap's boards will lose, and so Dissoap dropping down to very, very low HP and 1 life left.
Yeah, he got a mod from Gary. Maybe it's the turn around for him. I mean, it's all a matter. The positioning matters a lot on these late fights as well. If we can see the fight from Dissoap and Vapakasa, the Varus was like super free on the right side of the board, and the Mord got like the Garen was ulting the Mord, just the Mord, so he missed a lot of damage. So that's maybe a positioning different here.
Here we go, Dissoap versus Bosso skills on this side. The reigning champion will be facing off against Bosso, who has 31 HP still, so has some room to give. Dissoap looking to cash out this board as high as possible. Does take down that Renekton that is incredibly strong, but the Leona is taking as well. But the Aphelios takes down the Urgot, and with it, Dissoap falls in 3rd place with one of the craziest capped boards we've seen so far, but not enough to beat these other level 9 boards.
Wow, I mean, I'm impressed. When we saw that Dissoap was going to that level 10, we imagined that he would outcap everybody, but not quite enough. Maybe if it stayed at level 9 and fighting like 50 more Bloblets would be a key to the win, but in here Dissoap ended his way into a 3rd placement. Let's see who can get the win in here.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how he would coach himself there. Like the VOD review of that game of, hey, what should we have done differently in order to win this game? And it's hard to argue with going level 10 and hitting every upgraded legendary possible, but some of these augment combinations are just too strong sometimes. And that's in the case of Bosso skills, maybe what we're experiencing with fully prepped units everywhere. We also have an influx of gold from our encounter. It's just hard to know what the difference would be.
Yes, exactly. I mean, this is something a lot of pro players do, and I like the way Digital does. Wajan does that a lot as well. Even during the tournament, they pause the game and then try to see if they made a little mistake or maybe changing some decision making. It's really important too in a game like TFT.
Yeah, and here we go. This will be a great fight, but no one will drop out here. It is 7-1, so if this is very, very one-sided, I believe could do enough damage. But on to 7-1, we will probably see 7-2 in this game, and Vapakasa is currently the one who is win streaking more and more. 4 wins in a row for him, and now facing Bosso skills board. It looks like this Vexotech composition, Vapakasa's level 10 now, is going to be too much. A unique composition that we have not seen succeed yet. Maybe going first place.
Here is an order 2 as well. I mean, the board from Vapakasa, if he can manage to the boards to hold up the front line for the Varus, it's paying so much. And it's a matter of positioning as well, but I guess he's just too strong. But let's see. It can be a matter of positioning.
Let's see what positioning does change. We see both these boards right here. Vapakasa is not moving whatsoever. Bosso does switch his Renekton onto the other side. We need to take down this Mordekaiser as soon as possible, but all of the damage is on the left side for Bosso skills. We'll keep our eye on this Renekton to see if it can get to the back line, but the Koboko CC does hit the main tank, but the stun does not. And so the Aphelios and the Xayah will continue to ramp up throughout this fight. Stepping up, though, into that stun is Xayah, which is quite unfortunate. The Renekton, though, staying alive and now onto the back line, but the spread damage will not be enough. Bosso skills going second. Vapakasa, who we know has all of the stakes, the BR qualifier points on his back, now taking that win, setting himself up well.
Wow, what a game for these players, specifically Vapakasa, playing the Exotech line alongside with the Vex, but with a twist, the Vanguard emblem that changed the whole game, gave him so much power during the stage 4 and 5, and led him into that Pharaoh's 3 and more 3 as well. So I'm sure the analyst desk will break this game out for us.
Yeah, it was just a very, very cool to see a new composition win games, and just knowing your win conditions in this lobby. Dishsoap thought he had his win condition, wasn't the case. Bosso skills knew that he had to do some certain things in order to get that second place, and Vapakasa knowing that he needed those 3 stars in order to win the game and pulls it off. But again, we have our analyst desk on the other side of this short break. Don't go anywhere because there's so much exciting TFT left to watch.
Wait, hey, did you guys check your tactical tool report card?
Yeah, I got a C- in execution. I think my mom's gonna kill me.
Yeah, you take Wolf Unchained one time, suddenly you get a D rank.
I wish I was like Dish Soap, man. How does he do it?
I know how he does it. Take a look.
Augment stats, silver, gold. Whoa, even prismatic?
Are you sure he uses this stuff?
Hey guys, how's it going?
What up, big dog? How you doing, man?
Stop, Dish Soap!
Fucking big dog, okay.
Dish Soap, my goat.
What's good with you, big dog?
What's up
with you?
Hey, what's that?
Nothing.
To kids? How dare you?
Man, Setsuko's better anyways.
Guys, you don't need any of this stuff. You know what it does to your brain?
Well, then what do you do, Dish Soap?
I mean, I don't use any stats. I use stats. It's about hard work. It's about showing up when you don't even want to.
Yeah, but I was thinking...
No, I was talking. Mods? That's a 14-day. Get her out of here. It's about looking into the future and seeing a version of yourself with success. You have to manifest that success for yourself. Back when I won Worlds, in the final moment, I envisioned myself as a dragon. Not like a set 7 dragon like Aoshin or Asol, or even the treasure dragon, but a real-life dragon, but it was me. And that's what you have to do for yourself.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the America's Golden Spatula for Cyber City. We are well underway with day 2 of our competition now, and that means we have the top 24 competing to see which players can continue their run into our top 16 later on today. I'm Nekkra, and I'm here with Gangli and Jupeson to break down the first game of this top 24, and this one was spicy. We got some more contests. I feel like the contests for comps have gotten higher as we've progressed through the day. Like, there's definitely more than what happened yesterday, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think this game in particular, if you look at the bottom 4 of it, it was Artix RX who was playing Cypher and then didn't stabilize enough, and then it was 3 AMP players. It was Robin, Philip, and Bobzera all going bot 4. And you know, Nekkra, we talked before during the break about how, despite the fact that Robin has built up a big lead of 5 points for himself, it can vanish in a flash, and that's exactly what happened. Robin goes 8th here, playing the Neferi reroll, and it doesn't work out. But Jupe, the thing that really flourished here was Vapakaza's board, playing the Vanguard, Chassis, Mordekaiser. This is, to some people, I would say hidden tech, but one of the highest caps when you're playing around this Exotech board.
Yeah, it's too much shield generation. That shield transform into HP, so you get an immortal Mordekaiser right here. And remember, Vapakaza actually started playing Gorilla because that's the out that the game gives her, and then he decided to pivot because he recognized he had the possibility of this path. So great play for him, and winning against Bosso and Bishop that also have some terrible monster boards.
It was kind of weird because I feel like some of these boards, I guess that's kind of the same thing to say for all regionals, because these players are some of the best that we have in Americas. But some of these boards I was so surprised, like Dish Soap actually finishing in 3rd out of this lobby with the board that he had felt criminal to me.
It was insane. I mean, he was nearing the absolute cap, and I do think if he had reached the final cap of that board, finding either a Skarner for 6 Boombot or perhaps a second Urgot 2 on the board, he would have had enough juice to get through that immortal Mordekaiser, as Jupe put it. I think it's also worth it for a moment to talk about what went wrong for the Cypher players, right? We saw Philip, because he was 3-way contested, despite the fact that he seemed to have a very good spot on 4-1, rolling down, stabilizing much of the board, never found Annie 2. Robin songs, truthfully, it kind of seemed like he was dead in the water for like the second half of that entire game. And in a way, I almost feel like Bobzera taking a 5th there feels kind of like a success. You outplaced the 2 other AMP players, you got your points in and out, and you were playing the tempo variation of AMP, which I think in general is not as high cap because you're not playing around Cypher.
Yeah, I want to recognize also Chonington playing quality over quantity with the Gorilla. It's not the normal way that you have to play and get a good 4th there. And this is the final fight. So once again, Vapakaza totally obliterating the rest of the board. Bosso trying to access the backline, but Vapakaza just doing a stretch at the end. And knows this is so important for him. One of the representatives of Brazil that's been doing so amazing, and probably with a good chance of advancing tomorrow and getting a chance to get to the Titian crown.
Well, let's take a look at our standings. Only one game down, but as a reminder, the point totals are as high as they are because they are carrying over from day one of our competition, so the first 6 games that our players have already played. And this is not where you want to be right now. So as we take a look at the standings here, we're going to move to the next page, and this is where we really get a chance to start to celebrate because Kurum X, congratulations to him making it to the second day of competition here at the America's Golden Spatula, has guaranteed him a spot at the Tactician's Crown, the final event of Cyber City, because of how well he has done across all of the tournaments he's played in so far this set. So congratulations to him. It's been a tight race though, Gangly. We were talking about a couple of players that were in contention for making it through that qualifier point method, but Kurimex is going to be the one that comes out on top.
That's right. Wajan Iverson, we saw him on the first slide there, needs to get a higher placement to overtake Greya. And Vapakaza, who we saw take that first game, is going to be in a position where he can now overtake VCLF, depending on how this day goes. And so a lot of players, you know, they're playing for their points, playing for their position to be able to not only get the qualifier points, if that's an option. For many of these players, it's not even a part of the equation, and you have to aim for that top 8. I think I want to give a little bit of notice to Bosso Skills. This is a player who we saw him find that top 2 playing Vanguard Marksman with a board that I think would actually surprise many people to find a top 2. But this is someone who's been to the regional finals before but has failed to really show up when it matters most. To see him making his way towards the top 8 is a great showing, and I want to see more of that from Bosso.
Yep.
Yeah, so much still to play as we have 3 more games that our top 24 are going to continue through. So without further ado, let's go ahead and send it back over to our casters to take us through the second game of this top 24.
Game number 8 is on the way, and so are we in this tournament. We are looking forward to seeing where we will end up. It is going to be a great rest of the day. And Dobz, after game number 1, we have some shakeups of the leaderboard and a lot of things happening. How are we feeling about Brazil's hopes?
I mean, the day started with VCLF going out of the tier 1. I was actually pretty sad because of it. Because he's actually a friend of mine as well. The Brazilians actually study together and they actually cheer for everyone to be at the highest level. And on the other hand, we have Vapakaza that can confirm his first appearance at the Tactician Crown. That would mean a lot for him, I'm pretty sure of it. He barely missed it actually once because he had the best QP during the tournament, but he actually ended up losing his spot, and then Ego, I guess, outplaced him at the end of the tournament. But this time he is looking very good. The day started really fresh for him. Got a win in that out of that X attack line. So let's see if we can keep the momentum.
Here we go into game number 8. It will be a good one, and it will be Ergots, which is that loot subscription, the highly varied pool each stage. This is one I'm not sure how players feel. This one gets a little crazy.
Yeah, that can definitely be a little wild for the game, but let's see. It's important to note that you have to be prepared for every single outcome in TFT. It's a game that can be like a bunch of silver augments or maybe a Zek encounter with tons of prismatics, maybe in an RNG golem. So it's important to be with great mindset, that you have to be calm and then take the best decisions that you can get, because the game is really unpredictable sometimes.
Sure will be, and we have a bunch of people that'll probably scout on 2-1 trying to see what that loot is that does get given to all of our players. And looking across our lobby, we have some great storylines incoming as well. We have Kermex, who we've talked about a lot because he was sitting at the beginning of our day in that bottom 8 and in danger of falling out and losing his qualifier point spot. But because of his performance so far today, going second and first, not only has he locked in his spot in day 2, but he's locked in his qualifier spot for the Tactician's Crown. So Kermex will be heading back to the Tactician's Crown.
Yes, that was something that we were talking about yesterday, right? Today early on, right? A player that didn't have like great success in the first day, but then the day resets. Somehow we had this the game 6 from yesterday passed to today, and then for Kermax, he was able to get the second and the first. So he started really well during the day. It's looking good. You can keep the momentum around for you, and he already secured his spot at the Texture Crowd. He probably is pretty proud. He probably is pretty proud of him.
And as he should be, very much so. Our first augment choice of the game will be this gold augment. But you know what's happening? People are scouting around to see what they get. Kermax taking that shield bash early. Bobster taking trial run, so we need to check on his items. But JRC taking golden fleece is a very, very interesting one, especially when everyone has 110 HP. Campbell Lee as well taking calculated loss, knowing he has more HP to work with. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, I wonder how Marcel rolled the Bramble Pass augment. Probably going worth the wait. Oh, is it a fight? Oh, okay.
It is bad.
Oh, I mean, worth the wait 5 is really good because he can push levels, play that 6 Vanguard, he can play Cypher, he can play tons of things, and he can still go to that Vi 4-star maybe. Let's see if you're going to aim that, or if it's just, or if it just can play like the Vi 3 and get a little bit of extra gold.
One thing is we look at the right side of our screen, we see spatulas for everyone, but I believe some people have slammed their items. McMenno does have a Boombot +1, which is incredibly strong. We also have tower defense, so I'm very curious to see if it's just the Boombot on the tower defense that he does have.
Yeah, I mean, if you remember, the first augment was Hackett. The Hackett augments can gave everybody emblems and some sort of trait. Yes, they were trait side. So for McMenno, he got an emblem for Boombot, and having a spat can mean that he can get like a 6 Boombot really early on the game. So he's looking very good for him.
And Quintanilla has a 3-star Zyra on 2-2. That's really good. Sounds like a great spot to be in.
Wow, I thought that he was with some augment like Medina body or something. He just natural the Zyra. Let's see if he's going to play the Techie line. Actually, a Techie is a great line on the game, but it's hard because you need the Spatula to be more stabilized. Let's see if he's going to re-roll the Mundo or just push levels and play a Techie.
And again, that Spatula is very, very good on this board. The items are a little bit rough, though. We don't have any of the obvious slams right now, but you can be patient. Also, loss streaking is significantly better in this lobby right now because, hey, if you can get early pick on that carousel, if you can get a pan or a Spatula, not only could you possibly reach those crazy things like 10 Anima or 10 Street Demon, 10 Axle Attack, whatever it could be, but also you could just make a Force of Nature, a Tactician's Cape, Tactician's Shield, any of those things to help you get to those higher levels and get more units on this board.
Yes, exactly. The Urgot encounter is so wild that the games can change a lot. If the game keeps offering you spatulas and pens and artifacts, so it's really important to know that if you can save HP, is actually really good because you don't know what's going to happen during the game. The game can go really wild.
Yeah, there will be no spatulas on this, but Marcel and Camberley both want the Cypher units. Camberley will miss, and now Marcel has worth the wait Vi with 3 Cypher on board. So very, very strong board, getting some extra resources also from Cypher starting to catch up. But there's multiple players who are willing to lose streak, but there's also some players that are very much playing into that win. Bobster having trial run, having some upgrades on their board. But one thing I want to talk about with you, Dobz, is about Setsuko's board. Taking board of directors is a very, very interesting spot. Does have Cypher from 2-1, or at least 2-2. So where do you think this board will end up?
Well, the Board of Directions is one of the great augments that's back in the other patches. It was great for Vax, it was great for the Dynamo. But right now, I think the best way you can play around this is actually playing Slayer Zed. because you get the bunch of AD from Senna, you get the Renekton and getting like a bunch of attack speed, and then during the mid game you can use the Kayn and the Kragas. But I'm not sure if he's going to play Zed out of this opener. Maybe a Dynamo. It's important to know that he can go anywhere from here.
He sure could. That board of directors flex is quite good. It does make that Spatula a little awkward because you don't really want to make Divinicore +1 because that would put you at an awkward point where you can only have a certain amount of them in order for the trait to work. So we won't be going vertical in that whatsoever, but instead just splashing it in. We have lots of win streakers. Kurum and Bobster still at 110 HP. So which of them will continue their streak here?
Yeah, you're totally right on that point. He will not be able to play the Divine Corp Spatula, but he can still make a Slayer one. He can find maybe a Reforger. And actually, Marcel decides to sell the Vi. He's not even playing the Vi upgraded. He decided to sell to actually try to lose.
Yeah, we'll hit 50 gold. We'll be facing a Golden Ox player on the other side, so JRC will be very happy about that, getting a lot of extra resources from killing units with the Golden Fleece as well. But interesting play from Marcel, knowing that he can still go 3-star Vi, just delaying it a little bit with selling a 2-star Vi here early in the game. But again, for Cypher, getting those extra resources is probably significantly better long-term for this board. But again, we'll need to continue that loss streak. We look across the board. We do see Bobster, I believe, taking that loss there. Kurum being the only win streaker left in the lobby, playing that reactive shell.
Yeah, reactive shell is such a great augment that you can pick. It's really flexible. The Vanguard line, you can play either Cog, Aphelios, Zaya, maybe a Nurgot. So probably he's obviously pushing levels because he already is at level 5. So he can play the Urgot line or the Aphelios line. Let's see if he's going to play Boombot as well, because he has the Spatula. He can use the Duplicator as well to give him tempo, getting maybe a Skarner too.
Yeah, we'll want to definitely keep our eye on what pops up right about now after this neutral round ends, because if it's another Spatula, if it's something else crazy, can really swing this game into overdrive. And we will see the loot come through here. Nothing crazy. It will just be a Reforger.
Yeah, the Reforger is actually really good for those players that does not want the Spatula, because they can actually play around the pen. So it's actually decent. And it doesn't go crazy by now. But if that would be like another Spatula, it would be really wild.
Cambuli on that 5-loss streak. Quintanilla at 4 loss, 92 HP because of the 10 extra we did get early on into the game. McMeno on the other side, we saw with the Boombot +1, but now has Boombot +2 because of the Spatula that's dropped. Obviously, 6 Boombot gets insane, but we don't have very many Boombots on his board. We just have that Fiddlesticks, so we will be working towards that in the late game and just staying as healthy as we can for now.
Yes, exactly. I guess he can. There is a. He already knows that he is playing for Urgot, because that's what you have. That's what you want, right? You want to cap as higher as you can when you're playing Boombot. So maybe economy augment would be good for him. Let's see if he can get that.
Still on board with Kurum, seeing what the augment choice be here. Heroic grabback is good if we were going to reroll something, but that is not going to be the case. I'd imagine here for Kurum. Bad luck protection is quite good if you're playing these marksmen, and that will be our choice. And so choosing that here does probably lock him out of Boombot. I'm not sure exactly if that's where we'll end up, but Cambuli taking Trait Tracker with calculated loss that's a way to go first.
Yes, that's really good. And also remember, we have an extra Spatula that can even help him to get into the cash out from the Trait Tracker. He's gonna be so rich because of the calculated loss. Oh, forward thinking for Marcel P. Pretty risky play here.
All right, so we have 2 players that we look at and we're like, okay, these are win out spots if we can get to a place where we are comfortable. Bobster playing on the other side around Exotech, but Marcel and Cambuli, we have confirmation that is not a magic roll, that is Trait Tracker. And with calculated loss is going to be something crazy if we can get to a good spot. I'm curious what his exo items are, because that is the best composition that we can land in with Trait Tracker.
Yes, exactly. Trade Tracker is so good with the Exotech line because you have so many open traits on the composition, and also even if you low roll the emblems that you get, the emblems still give you some good HP for the Exotech units. So it's perfect. It's just it synergizes so well, and then you can roll. Even on the level 8, so don't need to push into the legendary board, so it's a little bit easier to get early on the game.
Setsuko's is not Trait Tracker. This is a magic roll for him, and so will not get a crazy ton of things. We see Setsuko's very upset in that bottom corner. Not quite sure why, but we will be sad about whatever we're seeing.
He got I would guess that he got a bunch of champions from the magic roll because he has a Fiddlesticks to restore it.
We do have a spatula on this carousel. Kambuli, it is right in front of him. He can pick this up and add to his Trait Tracker if he does so choose, or even get that. I'm not sure if he slammed anything yet, so that is just a Tactician's Crown, I think.
Yeah, that can be a Tactician Crown. For the Exotech line would be perfect. That can be 2 Spatula of the same traits. That can be even like 2 different things, and then trying to reach a flexible board. I mean, getting the Tactician Crown is actually really good because you save some items. Because he still need to get extra items for the composition.
Yeah, and the Exotech items for Setsuko are good, but I'm very curious what Kambuli's are once he puts it in. We cannot see until he activates the trait, but again, like these items are looking quite good with the Kraken's Fury as well, so we'll see where we do end up. He does end up slamming that Tactician's Crown, and so we will have the extra unit on our board.
Mm-hmm. Can I say that it's not great that the Exotech, even without seeing? Because he's actually holding the berry, so maybe it's good.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, there's lots of things you can play, right? You can play some good flex TFT, but the ideal solution is playing Exotech. You get so much value from having extra items, and because Trait Tracker drops you so many emblems, it adds to that HP total. And also, there's just so many one-off good additions in Exotech, and we are holding every Exotech unit we get, so he's not going to have too much HP to work with. Neither does Marcel P, though, who is at 42.
Yeah, I mean, this round it's kind of tricky because he needs to play the Cypher in order to get the cash out, but you have to sack the 4-1 as well, so he's gonna end up losing a lot of HP. I wonder if he could get the cash out from the trades like this round, but it doesn't seem that he's going to do that right now.
Yeah, instead going with the Cypher, we'll be facing one another. Marcel P surely takes the loss here with less units on the board. So Kambuli not proccing calculated loss anymore. Looks like it'll be 100 cash out. So let's see where Kambuli ends up. And then a 4-2 head back to Marcel P when all that gold comes in.
Perfect cash out for him. The 290 is one of the best cash outs that you can get. Such great combinations that can come from that. Maybe a Radiant or Artifact or even Masterwork.
Ooh,
okay, Radiant item, really good. Yes,
it is. We're not
it's
thinking about pushing.
It's a random one. It's a random one. I guess he's taking. Yeah, it's too good.
Oh.
Hey, it's decent. It's really decent.
Yeah, pretty good for LeBlanc, especially if we can get to a LeBlanc 3. Kambuli also probably cashed out there. If we can go check in on what he got. Radiant item for Marcel P is quite great. And so
I wonder if he's playing AMP. Don't you think he's playing AMP from here? Because I guess so. Because he'll be really, really rich at the 4-2.
He sure will be. Kambuli is going to take one more loss here as well. We'll see what he cashes out from Trait Tracker and then head back over to Marcel, who will be having so much gold to roll with. And hopefully he will cash out into that AMP board. I'm not sure if anyone else is playing that, so I bet that's where he will end up. I think that's a great call. He can also reforge that Spatula into a pan and make that strategist emblem that we saw be powerful in other games so far in this tournament.
Well, I'm not sure about you, but I'm down for 10 Exotech for the Kambuli. Let's see. I'm down for that.
10 Exotech requires 3 emblems, and so there's very few situations where you can do that. And going level 10 in this game may be
he can get into that level 9 because he has a tactician crown. So
true.
Yeah, he just need 3 Exotech emblems.
3 Exotech emblems, or maybe 2 Anima Squad emblems. Let's see. We have side by side here. Can't believe we see on the right side having those gold orbs and the amount of gold just spewing from Marcel.
Rolling on 7, so he's playing.
He's playing LeBlanc.
He's playing LeBlanc, yes.
Oh, we can't see what the items are for Kambuli, but it looks like we are going straight into Exotech. We have now sold everything else. We are onto this board and rolling down as quick as possible.
Item collector.
We see on the left side, item collector and all of these emblems.
Yeah, he got some good ones in there. Bastion is great because you can place 4 Bastion.
Yep.
Techie is decent as well. Divine Carp, it's always good. The other ones, you can just reforge the Syndicates and the Golden Ox.
All right, we have Anima Squad. Not great, but we do just want to place our items on. We have another Reforger to use as well, so we can try and see if we can get it to work. JORC on the other side did hit that 3-star Graves. We saw that with the Golden Ox +1. That's so powerful, so we'll be able to go 6 Golden Ox there. Also for Kambuli, though, we have this early Garen that will start to give mods to really help this board as well, to be able to spread the love of some of these Exotech items.
Yeah, when you're able to get the Garen early on and you have a Tactician Crown like this, it's perfect because you can get so much value out of it.
Marcel P and Kambuli both lose. Both of our players that have win-out spots need to fix their boards right now.
Yeah, they took so many risks playing this game. Important to know that one of them are not going to make it.
Looks like Marcel did hit LeBlanc 3 and Draven 3 now we saw come through, as well as the other 3 stars. Not having those other frontline upgrades is a little tough, but this is a great spot to be in. Now we can use that Radiant item well on that 3-star. But again, we have 1 life left.
So yeah, I mean, it's really hard. And here is the Graves. The Graves 3 can do some stuff in here. Let's see if it's enough.
The healing from the Gunblade should be very, very helpful for this board to keep this LeBlanc alive as long as possible. We don't have great tank items on this Galio. It does have that Warmogs, which is one of the premier frontline items, but the giant heal coming through will be enough to keep it alive. So Marcel seems stable here. Kambuli is fighting Quintanilla and will take the win as well. But Setsuko and Kurum X are still sitting at the top of this lobby, so incredibly healthy and facing one another. Kurum now dropping down to 89 HP, but we have a big HP deficit between our top 2 and bottom 2.
Yes, I'm actually curious how the analyst desk will break out this game. It seems that we are watching 2 different games in the same place, because we have the Setsuko and Kurumax with tons of HP, and then we have Kambuli and Marcel P fighting for their lives at 1 life. So the game can go pretty crazy after the Urgot giving another loot after the 5-1 as well. So let's see. It's important to know that Kambuli is not quite stable yet. He's at Zeri 1. It's important to see that actually Marcel P, for example, is pretty strong, and he got the strategist emblem by now.
Strategist emblem is an interesting one. Obviously, it gives stats to your whole team. With which having 2 carries in the back line and a pretty strong front line does make a lot of sense. You want to give as many resources to those units as possible, and so good slam there. Being able to play more of those as we level up as well is quite easy. So for Marcel P here, we will have to face Kambuli at some point. That is the problem, is one of these players will most likely go bot 4 because of their HP totals.
Yes, exactly. I wonder when they are actually facing each other. That can change everything. Because if they face each other now, Marcel P is really strong. But later on, it depends on how Kambuli is able to upgrade the rest of his board. On the other hand, Kurumax is actually pushing into that level 9 straight. And he has a lot of HP. And he's going to that composition that we've seen a lot. The Vanguards, but this time it'd be Vanguards with Urgot. So Let's see if we can manage it to reach that level 9 with good economy.
He also has that open spatula still, so can slam something different if needed. I'm wondering if he's waiting to see what the loot subscription is at stage 5. If it's something crazy, another spatula maybe even, we can go possibly even pivot into something like Anima Squad or something. I don't know. He can pivot into a lot of things.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he will probably sit on the 6 Vanguards because of his first augment, but who knows? It will depend on the spatula. And on the other hand, we can see Street Demon, not a composition that we are seeing too much, but with the spatula, it seems pretty good because you can splash a Kobuko alongside Ziggs on the level 8 and secure the win for Quintanilla. Is Quintanilla playing there?
Yeah, I believe so. And with that early Zyra 3, what else are we kind of supposed to do? If we're not going to stay there re-rolling for the rest of our units, we kind of just need to push levels and end up in this board, which looks quite good, using reinforcement to either get that Nico or that Brand in the backline, do extra damage is quite good. Another thing that's quite good for Marcel and Camberley is they've not faced each other yet. So 2 of the people who are stabilized here in stage 4 and are looking to hopefully win out are still alive and not facing one another.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really curious to see Marcel P and Cambuli's board because their matchmaking will mean a lot. And for Quintanilla, actually, I'm afraid he doesn't have much HP, and the rest of the lobby seems that they can cap higher than him. So it's important that the first round from the stage 5, maybe he fights the more win that he gets, he can actually get some good placement out of this game.
Yeah, and it looks like the loot sub was just a bunch more items, a bunch more components, so we will have so many items in this game. So for our Exotech players, that is quite good, and for our players on the other side who have so many carries, it's going to be crazy. Can Quinta beat Marcel's board? It does not look like that would be the case, especially having to group up. Wow, this Draven can do so much damage, but the Nico is holding strong against this front line, but not strong enough. Quinta taking a giant loss there. Camberley and Marcel both still alive on win streaks.
Yeah, for Marcel, he getting some extra items where he was really great because he was able to fully itemize his Draven, and he can get so much value out of it. And it's looking really good right now, but let's see if the rest of the lobby can actually cap higher than him.
We did go to level 9 for Kerm. We rolled down. We got a single Urgot, which is huge. Playing 6 Vanguard. We did make Executioner Spatula, and so we will be playing into Vanguard Executioner instead of around that Boombot line.
Yes, I see. On the other hand, we have Macumeno with the Boombots. Has an Urgot 1 Star Red, but he's sitting at level 8 with no gold. He can win some rounds in here, but I'm not sure if he can cap as much as higher as other players that are already in level 9.
Yeah, we'll be strong enough right now. That 2-star Cho'Gath is huge, and also I believe that's 6 Boombot, which is crazy. Camberley, though, did take a loss. I'm not sure if they face one another, but Marcel P is still winning, and Camberley down at 2 HP is very, very bad news. Has not been able to stabilize and be strong enough to win out.
Wow. His board is really strong right now. I wonder how he actually lost that last round. Maybe he was against Marcel P. He doesn't have the chassis. We know that last game Vanguard chassis mod was OP, but it doesn't. In this game, he has the Vanguard, but doesn't have the chassis.
And Kerm X is on the other side, who did just roll down on level 9, and we have confirmation that Camberley did lose to Marcel P last round, which makes a lot of sense that Marcel is now becoming at that cap. But Camberley, it looks like he's going to deal quite a bit of damage to Kerm here, who's now on a 7-loss streak, was not able to upgrade the board the way he wanted to on level 9, and is quickly losing HP.
Yes, the play that Cormax took was actually really risky, but because you had like 2 players coming from the bottom really strong. We have Kambule and also Marcel P with win-out boards, and then you just toss a coin, and then if you hit the Urgot on level 9, you're pretty stable, but if you're not, you're dying. so soon. So it's important to know that he actually took a risk in here, skipping that level 8, and that can mean that he could be even at the 8th position here. It depends on the matchmaking.
Mods coming through for Kurum. I believe this is one of his first ones, which is going to be a huge addition to his board. Kambuli on the right side, upgrading that Sejuani, which is a huge part of this board. It's sitting at 10 gold, knowing that he probably is strong enough to beat everyone else besides Marcel. But Kurum's still not finding what he's looking for. Going to be playing another Urgot. There is a Vex in shop, which I'm sure would be a great addition to the board as well, but will not be picking it up.
Yeah, he actually sold a pair of sacks because he needed to upgrade the Urgot, and actually he's facing Marcel P, not the matchmaker that he wanted. And Marcel P, it's with great positioning. The Draven's opposite side from the Urgot. One ultimate can beat. Oh, that is it.
And that might be enough damage to take out Kurum. Is quite a bit. It's going to be very, very close. Depends on how many units he can kill. Not killing the rest of the units. So Kurum, after a great start of the day, going 2-1, now falls out. I believe that is an 8th place for him in this game.
Yeah, the reaction from him, actually knowing that the game didn't work, and that Draven actually paid off from that fight for Marcel P. I respect a lot what Marcel P did this game, because he took an augment that gives you direction, worth the wait. And then he sacked that. He decided to play for the Cypher reroll, and even with the augment that could lead him into a level 9, he decided to reroll. And really well played. The way that he played this game was really different. I like the way that he did.
He sure did. Quintanilla is facing McMenna on the other side, who has that six boom bot with that Shogath too. That is extremely beefy in that front line. Man, he will fall out here as well. And Kambuli dealing a lot of damage to JRC in a very, very close fight on our right side. We have a bottom 4 now. Quinta, Bobster, and Setsuko all falling out.
Yeah, I'm impressed that we were talking about the Kambuli and Marcel P, that one of them could be dead, but then the Kambuli just had enough HP to survive a single loss, and he finds his way into a top 4 with a really good cash out from the trade tracker. Well played by him, because he sacked a lot of his HP by having not just the trade tracker, but the calculated loss as well.
Yeah, playing the game on a knife's edge, able to keep it going here. Another item coming through for Kambuli is excellent for him because of the item collector and also Exotech. So just continuing to get stronger, putting that TG on the front line is great, but it looks like it will be a battle. Oh, we don't know for sure what the matchups are. It looks like Marcel and McMenna are both in his pool.
Yeah, it will matter a lot who is actually facing Marcel P, because he seems to be the strongest player in the lobby. Oh, and he is Kambuli. So the winner might come from here. So let's see.
Marcel having this Draven will want to watch these axes go to that backline. Will be able to delete this Zeri. Not quite. Zeri does dash to safety and will continue to ramp up, but the Zed is now onto there as well. Dashing across the board, it looks like it might be enough, but the LeBlanc damage comes through, and Kambuli falls out in 4th place. Knows that this was going to be a problem being at such low HP, and so a 4th place, though, is not as bad as it could have been.
Yes, exactly. You're totally right. It was such a close fight, and I have something that I want to say. The Zeri started hitting on the Galio. So she lost so many damage output. Sometimes it's better to the Zeri to focus on the not the beefiest units, because you can kill a lot of units, and then at the late fight she can kill the Galio. But then it was just a matter of positioning.
On our left side, Marcel facing the McMenno board, which is also so incredibly strong, using those emblems to his advantage. Taking tower defense, which is quite strong. JRC also facing the Ghost board. This is getting a little bit crazy. JRC also beating the Ghost of Marcel, while Marcel takes the win against the Real of McMenno. We have three players here who have great boards.
Yes, exactly. The Graves is actually really strong right now. He got a Senna tree as well. And he is even sacking the HP from the Graves because he knows that the Graves can actually heal up. And that gives Renekton so much AD. Let's see how this fight's gonna go. McMahon is against the Ghosts.
And JRC has good positioning here. If he's able to dash through, he is not able to do that. But instead, the LeBlanc is focus firing this Graves. The Graves takes down the Galio early. JRC is now going to possibly be the final boss. The Draven cast comes through. It's not going to be enough. Marcel P falls out of the game. McMeno facing JRC's board on the other side. So JRC has now come out on top. It looks like he might win the whole thing.
Yes, I mean, the JOC didn't look that amazing at first because the Graves actually got hit by the LeBlanc really early, but he had so much carries. That Senna with the Golden Ox emblem is doing so much damage.
Well, here's the thing, as we see on the top of our screen, JRC needs this. He's at 25 points, McMano at 31. He's currently 23rd out of the 24 players in our competition. And so this first puts him back, if he does get first, right? Don't want to speak too soon. If he does get first, that's huge. This top 2 is huge for his chances at the America's Golden Spatula, starting to come back now.
Yes, I mean, on the other hand, we have McMano that we were watching him on level 8, 0 gold, and we are wondering, oh, okay, he doesn't have much window to go into that level 9, but the year got one seems really enough to him to at least get a second. Let's see the final fight.
We're watching the Graves now fall down, so it looks like McMeno does have a better shot in this fight. You see him in the bottom right corner celebrating, clapping himself into this first place. JRC, though, with the second place is great for them, but Brazil now having McMeno set himself up to make a final day appearance. That first is a great celebration from him playing that 6 boombot.
Yeah, I love the energy that he was showing on the camera after securing the first. Well, seems that Euro got 1 is just what you need when you have 2 boombot emblems. So well played by McMano, I guess, finding your got on level 8.
Yeah, able to ride that out to a first place, not finding the upgrades, but instead finding the first, knowing that he's playing around the top meta comp, the top win rate comp, and we see that come true once again here in our game number 8, but we still have a few more games, 2 to be exact, before we have another cut, and our analyst desk will be right back to break it down after this break.
What's going on, everyone? I'm Jupe. I'm here with Alan, with Impetuous Panda and Cesar Baker. We'll be drawing some TFT stuff, and we will only have 1 minute to guess what the other one is drawing. Are you guys ready?
Let's go. Sir.
Yeah,
vamos.
Where? Kabuka?
Shop. Buried treasures.
Arguments? Argument?
Oh. This circle stuff I did not expect. I thought you would be doing normal try.
Hold on.
This is...
Cyberboss?
Is this a big
It's on the face. Holy, he's locked in.
I am so lost. This is abstract work though. Very good. Very good stuff, Jupe. This is supposed to be TFT related? At least. There's lots of legs.
Elise?
Está muy difícil esto.
No! It's
What happened to the old marker, man?
It's too tough. I tried to do the items, and this was supposed to be an Archangels, and this is Fiddlesticks.
Oh no!
But it's too difficult. I try to do too many things at the same time.
Why blue?
Oh.
Chill.
Unit.
Relax.
Miss Fortune.
Miss Fortune ult.
Kaboom.
Syndicate.
Golem.
Kobuko.
Annie
Cyberboss.
That's it.
Oh.
You got it, Jupe.
Vamos! I cannot draw, but I can guess.
Wait.
Veigar.
Kobuko. I think looks like Kobuko to me.
Vex.
Tibbers. Ooh, Vex.
Pew
Wait.
Pew.
There's not Annie again.
Cyberboss.
Misfortune.
Zix.
Aurora.
Hello, everybody,
Yeah,
and welcome back
let's see
to
that.
day 2 of the America's Golden Spatula for Cyber City. My name is Nekkra, and I'm joined once again by Gangly and Jupe to break down what we just saw for game number 8. Our competitors are now 2 games down through the top 24, and so 2 more to go to make sure that they can make it into the top 16 of the tournament and make it past that next cutoff. And for this game, I feel like right out the gates, we started things off with the loot subscription, and something that I feel like everybody loves to see in their ranked games, a spat gets dropped.
Yeah, I mean, the second a spat is dropped, you know the game is potentially going to go off the rails very quickly, and I think it's a good time to call out one of the ways that Mekmano kind of leaned into this high variance, which was that he took the tower defense augment onto 1, making sure that he had clear direction, and when he got the boombot +1 from tower defense, he said, okay, listen, I know how I'm going to play the game. I have the ability to make 2 boombot spats. We know the power that 6 boombot has, and typically the hard part is getting there. But when you have 2 spats, you don't actually need to hit the ergot in order to actually cap out that board, or you do need to cap out the board, but to get to that 6 boombot threshold. And so Mekmano not only had a very high cap, but the second emblem allowed him to step stool his way into that level 9 board that eventually won out.
Yeah, 100%. In second place was JRC, also the Ox player. He played amazing, using his gold, a lot of gold that he was actually generating from the start to start ramping up. Getting the Senna 3-star and putting the Ox emblem of him was amazing. So getting a good second place also. I mean, the game was amazing, as you say, Nekkra. Just having the loot subscription and that additional ramp up of direction in the early game just put it even better.
I think too for this game, just even speaking to like the dummy, I think also looking at how many players started to lean into the Exotech line. We were all talking about it kind of off to the sides, where Exotech, like we actually had a player, Kambuli, take Trait Tracker, and the fact that you were able to pair all of those emblems alongside Exotech, but Kambuli was not the only player to go in that direction, just given how useful that Spatula can be to kind of activate some of those traits Exotech doesn't get naturally, was very cool to see. I mean, the Divinicore emblem there from Setsuko, being able to go to Vexotech even, like that's not usually a comp that we see too often in competitive right now.
Yeah, it's ironic that those were the 2 players, Kambuli and Marcel, that ended up going 3rd and 4th despite posturing for a win out from the very beginning. But now we've got our standings after 8 games. We can see at the bottom, Bobzera and Talion, 2 players from Brazil who I think are really trying to prove themselves in this event, kind of for different reasons. Bobzera struggling when he first broke out, hasn't had a strong performance at a Golden Spatula yet, and is really looking for his first. And Talion, being the sub-regional qualifier, really trying to prove that he belongs to be a contender in this field.
Yeah, I want to recognize also Weishan. He's fighting also for the qualifier spot, for the QP spot, and he needs to get 18th at least. Also, mathematically, that will be the challenge. So thank you, production, for that information. So we'll have an eye on Weishan also to see if he managed to get the direct path, if he doesn't have enough points to advance into day 3.
Ooh, that's going to be tough. I mean, that doesn't leave you with a whole lot of room for error when you're already looking at that 22nd place here. But as we continue to work our way through the standings, we can really start to see, Philip, Mekmano, both being able to get that first place in their respective games. Going to help make sure that they stay towards this page. You know, it's to stay in the top
right.
16. That's what you want.
And Philip bouncing back after that 7th that we saw in the last lobby. This is huge. Philip has made it to the Golden Spatula 3 times in the past and has placed 15th, 16th, and 16th. He has never been able to break out of that middle of the pack. And right now, we saw Philip have a great day yesterday. Getting an 8th, a first place finish in this last game now strongly puts him in contention for top 8. And this is where I think the story gets very interesting, because there's a couple names here that I think everybody knows. Dish Soap and Setsuko finding their place in top 8. But Jupe, there's a lot of people that I think are kind of surprising people by making top 8 right now.
Yeah, 100%. The Hua, the new arch enemy right now for Dish Soap, so much story.
They're right next to each other.
They're right next to each other saying hello. And Bapakasa was the second to last to be picked on the pickings to select lobbies, and he's making it work here for first place, second place, huge run for him, and also Cash. Look at this, Brazil, double first place for Cash, so also making a statement. And Robin, even though he got an 8th on the first place, he's just ramping up, and his first day was just so amazing that he managed to get the second place. Titi, Nekkra, recognition also to him. Toronto, Tokyo, doing once again amazing, and he's the leader so far.
This is momentum you can certainly take into these next couple of games as well. We are going to be taking a short break to reseed the lobbies, reshuffle our players, and then when we come back, we do have 2 more games for our top 24 players to play through before we make that next cut to the top 16. So lots to still play for, and we will be able to see you soon.
Wait, hey, did you guys check your tactical tool report card?
Yeah, I got a C- in execution. I think my mom's gonna kill me.
Yeah, you take Wolf Unchained one time, suddenly you get a D rank.
I wish I was like Dish Soap, man. How does he do it?
I know how he does it. Take a look.
Augment stats, silver, gold. Whoa, even prismatic?
Are you sure he uses this stuff?
Hey guys, how's it going?
What up, big dog? How you doing, man?
Stop, Dish Soap!
Fucking big dog, okay.
Dish Soap, my goat.
What's good with you, big dog?
What's up
with you?
Hey, what's that?
Nothing.
To kids? How dare you? Man, Setsuko's better anyways. Guys, you don't need any of this stuff. You know what it does to your brain?
Well, then what do you do, Dish Soap?
I mean, I don't use any stats.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the America's Golden Spatula for day 2 of our competition here in Cyber City. So excited to be next to you, Jupe, to cast this next game. And it's going to be an exciting one. We've reshuffled our lobbies, we've got some new players, some fresh faces, and so let's do this.
Yeah, this lobby will be one of the best. I mean, all lobbies are amazing, and they've been showing us so many important scenarios. We haven't seen, I don't want to jinx it, but we haven't seen maybe a gathering encounter, maybe some dummies, some additional emblems and things like shenanigans. We already saw Twisted Fate, something like this. So, I mean, you remember that we always do like a prediction? I'm predicting a gathering encounter, Nekkra.
Okay.
I don't know if it's a good idea, but that's my prediction so far.
Hey, I'm all here for it because I love the chaos. I love being able to see the big boards come through, and I feel like that's something that Garen does provide. I'm also with production. I want to see Crab Rave. I think that's always been one of my favorite encounters, to see who actually dies to the crab or who can make it. I always die to the crab. I don't know what it is. Like, even if I play melee comps, I just can't win.
Yeah, I mean, it's just too strong. We saw it a couple of times in Cup 3. And maybe half of the board of pro players were losing against it. Obviously, many were playing from Tuak, as you said. Obviously, we want to play melee. Not everyone is playing like Seth or maybe Graves that many times. That is normally what you want to have against the crab. So yeah, that's totally the final boss. So maybe we'll see a little of this. And if not, even better for the players because they can do less variants, and that's normally what they like to see.
That's true, but as a viewer, it's always so fun to be able to see those shenanigans. Well, let's go ahead and jump into our lobby. We're going to be following lobby number 2, and this lobby is quite a tight race. Jupe, before we went to the break, we were talking about how Waitron Iverson, he's in the conversation for one of those players that can make it directly to the Tactician's crown by way of qualifier points, as in being one of the best players in the Americas across the entirety of the set. So the fact that he's here on the bubble, maybe not even able to advance into the top 16, is certainly a stress point.
Yeah, 100%. We see him focus. Everyone actually focused. Maybe Robin laughing a little, just taking the stress out. And we have 4 NPC rounds replaced by Reloadable Tertiary Armory. On stage 4. For us, to be summary, we have a rollover, so we can choose a little by rolling what armory we want, and obviously try to get a good component, a good item that will enable us to pick our line, and obviously try to force it a little and make sure it makes sense for whatever line or comp we decide to go to.
There's also that extra augment that you can pick as well, so I feel like whenever I see that, it's nice to have it so late in the game because you can really start to figure out what else is going to be a way you can shore up like a weakness or something in your composition. Maybe you want a little bit more econ so you can actually make it to that level 9, the Exodia boards with these big ergots.
Yeah. Makes total sense. Robin now getting an Elise. Everyone got a 1 3-cost and 1 2-cost, so maybe 1 Galio or Dravens will be seen. And obviously that is the priority line that we've seen so far. So for now, just contemplating the rest. Let's talk about little players. Kambuli has been doing amazing. Weishan, as we said, in the bubble, trying to get that qualifier point position. The Hua, the Innovator, the Open Fodder, just going 8 and 7 in the first games, and now holding first and second and actually doing amazing.
Really such a breakout star from this set, and I think you could say the same about that entire group. Broseph as well is going to find himself in this top 24 and still fighting for that chance to get into the top 16. And what about Babsera? Jupe, this is another player that I feel like we've really seen just on that international stage already, but I feel like Babsera is one of those household names that you always expect to see at an America's Golden Spatula.
Yes, for sure. Dobz was saying that if you talk about the big 4, Babsera is the 5th. So obviously you have Ego, you have Lucas, Sobio, and then obviously Babsera that's been doing amazing. And he's the youngest. So he's the one who's always, everyone's saying, okay, the one who is full of potential, the one who is just being the future of the Brazilian competitive TFT. And he has demonstrated so far, being in the EWC twice right now with the possibility of going against to another world stage in the set championship. So I mean, this guy, and I see him, he has developed himself to be, even if he's young, you see the way he's more mature right now, in the way he's performing, his socials. I mean, I love Babsera and just hope the best for him.
Likewise. And what about Tech Summers? Because I know this is a player that you're familiar with in your local scene, but I think Tech Summers is also a player we've seen do so well in sets past, but I think it has been a bit since Tech Summers has actually been in the spotlight. And here on this deeper stage, I guess, for the Golden Spatula.
Yeah, coming into set 14, 3 world championships for him, set championships, and now because of qualifier points, he's confirmed already not only for the Tier 1 circuit, but also for the set championship, for the Tactician crown. Tech Summers has been a staple of Latin America, doing amazing, and Gangly was saying this because he knew the rest. He's not only contemplating or analyzing compositions with Latin America, also with Brazil. He's very good friend with Robinson. So actually he's expanding. He has very good English. The name Tech Summer is because he lives in Texas for a while. So actually he's an international player, obviously for Latam, and one of the best for sure.
We've seen how international study groups can actually help push you to the forefront. And I think Wei-Jin Iverson was talking about this as well in his interview at the start of the day, where you add in players from APAC, or this big Boom Kitchen study group has players in both the Americas as well as EMEA, and they're able to share those regional techs that are the flavor of a specific region. And it could really help to just increase your knowledge of the game as well as these lines that you can take.
Yeah, now we're seeing Kambuli. I love the little legend here. This is not a normal little legend and making huge sense here. I don't know if he changed it because I think we saw Kambuli in the past and maybe just trying to shake a little the luck and trying to go for it. I love it. I mean, looks pretty good. And now going for a Dynamo line. Still not slamming items. He's pretty open, and we see the bench with other possibilities here. He's holding, obviously, these Graves as a possibility. He's holding the Exotech, so just keeping open all the lines and making sure that he takes the best decision whenever he pulls the trigger.
The Exotech items are pretty good as well. Production has shared that it's going to be the chassis as well as the pulse stabilizer and
Hyperfang.
Hyperfang, yeah. I was like, that's a fairly good item, I think, for either the Varus or the Nefiri, whatever you want to put it on. But I think across the board, this is a good combination. You could play around it.
Yeah, makes total sense. One of the favorite of Dobz right here. So for sure, a good option for him to go for Exotech. And we've seen, obviously, when you have Pulse and Corrupted, you already want to go play this line that is so important, Corrupted Perfect on the Mordekaiser. So for now, Kambuli maintaining the win streak. Babsera loses the win streak right now, so only Robin and Kambuli are the ones going up. There's a Galio, we know the priority, and there's also a Pan that could be at least the favorite picks for the board right now.
That's going to be Broseph instantly picking up that Pan. Broseph right now looks to be angling towards those tech keys. And because you have that Pandora's items as well, that's actually something that you can reroll. So if you leave it on your bench, it could become that Spatula. And then even more possibilities for you to make a new emblem.
Yeah, let's see what is the possibility here. So Broseph going for that angle. And Tech Summer is the one with loose streak. Broseph, we know he's very comfortable, even open 14. So it will be very interesting to see. Okay, already with the 3 Cypher, Broseph with double Warmox here, just trying to go for the full Mundo, and Tech Summers just trying to hold up. The good thing about Tech Summers, he's playing Cypher, and it's very difficult for anyone to grief him. Obviously, we've seen that in the next, like from round to round, someone can sell their full board and just try to grief right here, but I think this is a pretty good spot. And also, this is a Cypher going into Marksman because of the emblem. So it will be interesting to see the transition.
I like the Marksman emblem pickup early because we've already seen a lot of players try to angle towards that Marksman Vanguard comp. In fact, had a triple contest to start our day. So I think being able to pick that emblem, you open yourself up to less variance in terms of, like, let's say you only hit a Philios, then you can make something else into a Marksman. You can still have the 2 Marksmen there while you're waiting for the, what's her name? The 4-cost Exotech. Why am I losing it?
Seri, I don't know.
Zeri, yes, okay. That one.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, as you said, and also normally you don't take this route because you don't want to hold the Vanguards if you're not going to play this. He knows it, so he can just pivot out of it if he needs to and just make sure that he's going for the Kambuli, taking a little goal here. Just trying to hold on, and very important, Kambuli can face off Robinson here. and maintain the win streak. He hasn't slammed. He has the possibility here, Nekkra, to slam the Deathblade, and I think he will need to if he face off against Robinson.
Yeah, Dahua is also looking at Cypher now, just able to find a really early 3 Cypher. Is playing up against McMano, who is also going to hope to keep this Cypher loss streak, or like keep it going right now. But this is going to be a fight that Dahua wins for sure, just the basic level alone.
Yeah, very tough here. So Dahua, McMano, and Tex Summers are the one with the lose streak. So only Tex Summers and Brosev will be the one there taking the loss. And Dahua will taking the win here, only 22. He will not be able to get to those big cash out like 230, 290 that we always see that is the possibility. So, I mean, it's okay. Dahua has already thought of that he can also play with a little cash out and just make sure that he gets a good spot here. Slamming also Bramble, we know is the best defensive item right now. And in the end, Nekkra, both Robin and Kambuli maintaining the win streak in the top.
That's a really big deal to be able to have that Wei Shen Iverson kind of right beside them, being able to get a 3-win streak going heading into the next minion round. And we'll have to see what all of our players get from here, because I think a lot of people kind of have their direction. They really know what they want to play, but now it's about trying to find the items to really help enable that.
Do you have a selection now, Nekkra? I saw you playing in the prep. Do you have like a favorite comp right now in this set or in this meta?
Cypher. It's definitely not Cypher. I'm really bad at like losing close enough that you're not taking too much HP loss. So yeah. I feel like I always struggle with that. But I feel like one of my favorite comps right now has to be Exotech, as long as I'm not getting contested.
Yeah, for sure.
But I like Nitro too.
Yeah, and Nitro, even though it hasn't been played much, the win rate is pretty high. Obviously, you need to get the perfect position. Robin, 35 stacks here are good. They're not amazing, but they're good. Obviously, finding good items for the Elise, so he can just try to reroll the Nitros right now, go for that Elise 3. And we know it's a comp that can perform, especially if you know the outs and you can exactly pivot and roll in the exact moment. So let's see if it works out for Robin. So far, working out. 100 HP, full win streak.
Yeah, and I really like having the ability to put a Shojin onto the Elise if you want to. I think just any mana generation to make sure that she is going to be casting as often as possible. But as we get into her next augment, I understand why you might want to wait to be able to slam that item. We're going to get another gold augment. And I kind of don't hate little buddies with the Nitro comp.
Yeah, it's difficult because you will not get the bump on Elise. That will probably be your carry. So you have to wait for cost. Maybe he pivots out of it and try to play Nitro something else, but I feel it's very uncomfortable. Okay, he rolled it, thinking about it. Raining gold, the possibility, and Braum for lives he cannot. So he goes for the sure path, just getting a little gold here, making sure he has enough economy to keep pressuring the lobby, going up to level 7 here, and obviously trying to roll for that Elise 3 as a priority.
Yeah, Elise will be good, and then looking at Bapsera's board, Bapsera has a very similar idea, but this one is going to be an early Annie. And I feel like these items, you can actually go into more of like an Exotech line with this as well. Or do you think here, Jupe, do you just keep the Nitro just for an early win streak option and then pivot out of the Nitro entirely?
Yeah, 100%. I feel Nitro, those are the two ways of playing it. Robin will probably maintain with Nitro. And Nitro, even though it's supposed to be a ramping comp because of the T-Hex that you get, it's like you said, it's very good in the early game and just allows you to pre-save for HP. And then you just forget, okay, no Nitro needed right now. And then just try to pivot with something that makes sense. Let's hope that AMP line is possible, but without Cypher, without additional resources, it's pretty difficult to play AMP.
What's your favorite comp right now, Jupe? What's like your go-to in this?
I mean, I love the hero augments. So I love the Wolf, the Silas, I love the Poppy. Anytime, I don't care if they're not broken, I don't care if the win rate is low, I try to play them. So I've always been a believer of hero augments, and I feel it's just too fun to play them. The Slamming Poppy, everyone, I mean, it's so good. Even the Gragas, the Chuck Bug.
Chuck Bug is so fun.
Super Gragas. You make Gragas Wi-Fi, maybe with a rapid fire cannon, it's just too good.
I love that. I'm gonna have to try that with the rapid fire. That would be really fun. But I also like the Cyber Boss. I think Cyber Boss has easily become one of my favorite traits to play around. So if I ever see the option to go for the high score with the Cyber Boss units, then it's an insta pick for me. I love playing around Vhagar. I think Kobuko is so fun as a unit. So I love already that Robin Sucks has found an early Kobuko, the 1% on level 7.
Yeah, that's so good. Obviously getting the 3 war mods there on the Mundo and now the Kobuko. Full frontline, full utility for him, and a great spot right now. 4-star here, Vex. We saw some people maybe trying to go for that line, and obviously the Cypher players will try to go for set just to make sure they get that additional ramp up in the intel and get a good cash out. It's for Tex.
Oh, Jupe, look at McMano. McMano actually took Trait Tracker and has the Cypher activated right now. How do you like that line, going from Cypher to cashing out on the Trait Tracker and then even making a pivot into something like the Exotech?
Yeah, I mean, with Exotech it's clear. With Cypher, I think it's a little difficult, but I think he has that option open. Of course, he has already the Winsus, so this probably should be Exotech. We see that he's still also holding the Mordekaiser. So for sure, that has to be the line. I haven't seen Trait Tracker being played with reroll Cypher, for example, but you call it out. I think it has to be Exotech. You have so much value with the additional emblem, the additional items, just ramping up the trade. That's McMenos' possibility. Also, 156 in the Intel. I feel it's pretty good. 44 HP, a little low, but for sure he can get out of this and just try to get a good chunk. We have the confirmation. No good Seri items. He only has the Hyperfan, and he has Cyber Coil and Lantern. So maybe he will have to play Seri without Exotech item. That's not the ideal spot. But he has the Infinity Edge that normally replaces the Pulse.
Yeah, like he has pretty good items there. I think if you wanted to, maybe you get dropped a bow as well, and maybe you can make double Rage Blade with the Kraken's Fury. And I think either way, it works out okay. But I agree with you. Usually whenever I see Exotech, I like playing it when I know that I have a slammable item from Exotech onto the Zeri to begin with from the set. But we'll have to see where he goes with that. But Tech Summers is also quite close to a heavy cash out too, a 284 on the Intel.
Yeah, we want to check in the next round. It's difficult to check. I don't know if it's possible for the next round to do duplicated screen and put to Cypher, so we can have a chance to see maybe the double cash out. If it's possible, if not, we can also obviously just try to make sure we check both of them. Tech Summers, huge lose streak, and he decides only to play 3 Cypher. This is the same thing we saw in the last game, Nekkra, making sure he only makes 290. That's the cash out that he's looking for, no more.
That would be good though, because I feel like you get a really good access to some items at that level. Oh, 340 is not bad either. Okay. Heading into the Wolves.
Yeah, normally you get almost the same and good resources, but you lose the possibility of the Radiant items that is pretty good. So let's see. Okay, Tech Summer, McMeno, good cash out possibilities here. Okay, items for components and a Reforge. This is good. This is general. Yeah. It's pretty flexible, and he can be able to play anything he wants from here.
Oh, McMano would have cashed out as well. So after we see this roll down from Tech Summers, hopefully we can take a look at what McMano's got going on. But the early Zac feels like such a good hit here. And now you can really start to worry about where you're going to put these items.
Early Zac having also the Marksman emblem is perfect, because normally you want the 6 Vanguard, you want the 2 Marksman, and you don't have a spot to put a Garen or something else until level 9. But because he has the emblem, he can not use, for example, the Saya, and just use the Zac as the Marksman for now, and then trying to wait for the level 9. McMeno also finding the Zac early, so both of them with a good possibility of pumping out, but they're pretty low in HP, Nekkra.
Yeah, some of these items are also not my favorite. Or the emblems, like I see the Street Demon emblem. I'm not really sure what you're going to use with that outside of just getting some stats from the emblem itself. But everything else looks amazing. Like Bruiser emblem, you've got the Bastion emblem as well. Allows you to drop the Sejuani if you want to. Or even take out the Jack Slater, which would be so big if you don't want to lose the Exotech 7.
Yeah, 100%. Dynamo also pretty good here, giving mana to the rest of the team. And of course, as you said, both Boombot and Street Demons at least not being able to be used right now. Maybe if he managed to go to level 8, very difficult. Boombot could be a possibility, but yeah, this is a difficult spot right now. Not the best trade tracker cash out here for McMeno.
That's going to be another hit. McMeno really needs to turn things around, but it's still sitting at that 50 gold. So after we get this next and final augment lock-in, McMeno is going to go ahead and pump all of that gold into leveling. Gets another Zac in the shop, so that's going to be a Zac pair. Has the option to get that reinforcement. Zac 2 is a major hit. Has the ability to pick up this Cho'Gath if he wants it, but I love just being able to get the Blob Blitz and then figure out from there what Fort cost is going to be the most beneficial to you. I feel like you're really looking for the Zeri, though, right now on this roll down, and he's not able to find it.
Yeah, very difficult here. Trying to find also the reinforcements. He got reinforcement and he hasn't been able to use the augment. The game only gave him Cho'Gath 2-star. And as you said, he needs the Zeri 2 and he needs the, well, Sejuani. He can use also the Sejuani as a possibility, but he already has frontline. So maybe, yeah, Zeri could be even more important. Both of them. He didn't hit any of them. And we see now the reason. There's a Sejuani 2 on the other end.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough to hit that, as well as all of the Zeris that are being held by the rest of the lobby. But look at how well that Zeri is going to use this marksman emblem too. It's really nice that Tech Summers was able to find an avenue into this Exotech line as well, but it's going to make it difficult because McMeno is actually going to get eliminated from there. Not able to find enough stabilization despite the fact that he found a Zac 2. Hope, that's wild. You often look at that legendary unit as being one of the biggest stabilization points or even just power spikes for a board.
Yeah, 100%. Does everything. It stabilizes you, it gives you a chance to win more and cap out, and even though he got it, all the gold was used there, and then the rest of the comp wasn't able to perform for him. So very bad luck there for McMeno, and Tech Summers decides to cook a little. He decides to use the marksman emblem just to play an exo board and work out for him in the end. 15 HP, very complicated, and the one who's just enjoying this round, Nekkra, is Robinson, 94 HP, and once again with a win streak.
Yeah, that really Kobuko. And the Nitro just continuing to stack up. It's just going to keep getting better and better as we scale into the late game. Dehua is also about to hit a huge power spike, one copy away from hitting the 3-star on the Galio, the Draven, as well as the LeBlanc. And so imagine when you get all of those units 3-starred. Hope, what a dream as a Cypher player.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want. Very close and very far at the same time. So he needs to hit right now. Good possibilities here. Aurora can be good for several of the comps that we're seeing right now. And let's see a little of the rest. On the lower left, Kambuli, pretty strong right now with the Saya, trying to make a good chance out of it. Robinson still holding up with the Elise 2. We will see if he's managed to find or has a possibility of playing Elise 3, or if he's just ramping level 6 and trying to fight Aurora and just play Temper from now on.
Wow, Hope, we had 3 players take reinforcements. Tech Summers, Dehua, and Kambuli all looking for that instant 2-star 4-cost unit. Oh, big hit though for Dehua. Actually does find the Galio and still has access to this reinforcement. I feel like for this comp, we're really looking for the Zed.
Yeah.
Everybody hasn't hit their forecasts yet.
Yeah. He needs set here, and we saw McMeno. McMeno just went 8th without using that, and there's 3 other players, as you said, looking for this reinforcement, and this is very tough, because normally you take this augment because you just want to take a 5th, you want to take a 4th, but if you don't find value, as is happening right now for the Hua, it's like the worst possibility that you could ever dream of.
Yeah, it's not going to feel very good, especially when you are so low in HP relative to the rest of the lobby. But Dehua is already off to a great start today. 45 points total between the 8 games that we've already seen them play out. And still has one more chance to be able to actually get this comp fully online. But you want to hopefully win like 1. Oh, at least there's the LeBlanc 2. Nice. Okay, come on.
No set, still.
One more.
It's nice to
Draven.
sell. There it is.
Oh, there it is.
My God. He sold the Rask to have enough economy, and now he's able to sell the additional German and get the set. Taking the risk, he knows he's not going to win Nekkra, and decides to risk it all and gets at least the set. Doesn't find the Draven, but I mean, pretty good. Finally, 5 Cypher.
Yeah, like the LeBlanc 3 is really big, at least, to make full value of those items, and then moves all of the Draven items onto the Zed. You know you're just gonna find more power with that 2-star 4 cost at this point. And look at the Draven already being able to help out the front line, but the Zed getting that backline access, that's really why this unit can be so powerful. And I think this is going to buy Dehua enough time. Now you've got the creep round coming up next, maybe a couple more items for you, and some gold so you can find this Draven.
Yeah, great win for the Hua on the left. Great win also for Texomer. 1 life for him, taking the win against Kambuli. So lobby is very close. Obviously, Weishan now on the top, getting good position, and also showing us the importance of that initial economy augment that he told us about in the first level interview. The Hua finally finds the Draven, and now he just needs item, Nekkra. Additional items, get good items on Draven, get items on Set, and looking good, but obviously with only 1 life with 11 HP, it will be a difficult position. He needs to snipe the backline with the Draven if possible, and the Set.
Yeah, removed the items from the Zed to go back over to the Draven, and it will matter in terms of cornering. So, like, you want the Draven across from those backline carries, whoever you're going to be facing next. But you can see everybody just kind of being patient. Now that they've picked their treasure armory, we've got a couple more seconds to spare as you start to do the rest of your scouting. And Wajan Iverson's still sitting on top right now. Very healthy in terms of the amount of HP that he has. But look at how well he's already created this board around this Randuin's Omen as well. And still has a big champion duplicator.
Yeah. No, he's just pretty strong here and has perfect exo item. He has the Pulse, he has the Lantern Corrupted. So this is just perfect for him. Getting perfect items almost on everyone right now. And with a great position of HP, decides to keep rolling, and now he improves with the Sejuani 2. Now he can think about going level 9 and just improve the board with additional legendaries.
Really good stuff, and just having all of that extra armor and defense is going to be so nice to have, especially against some of these bigger compositions. Like, how does Dehua actually break this? You would have really liked to have that Draven on the other corner just to be able to hit that Jhin in the back.
Yeah.
And so
yeah,
no
the set
access
is moving
to
so much. It's impossible to snipe her. He's out.
Yeah, he's out.
Okay, the Hua joins Menmeno in the bottom, so the Hua once again at 7th, but this is his playstyle. And I mean, he had a great comp, and this is the way he decided to play, and he's been doing good with it. If either he goes 8 or 7, or he takes a 1 and a 2nd, and he's maintaining faithful to his playstyle, so I mean, a good recognition for him. Still with good possibilities, I think in the middle now on the table, of course.
So not too bad, still looking good for that 16-player cutoff, but as we start to look towards the rest of this lobby, Bapsera is on 1 more life, has been able to put this amp board together. Zach 2 in the front is going to make a great tank to buy some time for this Annie to actually get these casts off, and is facing up against Kambuli's marksman, a Vanguard board that has really started to come online, being able to find both the Xayah 2 as well as the Aphelios 2. And these 2 backline champs are just going absolutely wild. Unfortunately for Tech Summers on the left-hand side, looks like he just got eliminated. And if Bapsera can't get through this Xayah, ooh, Jupe just barely is able to hang on with 1 more HP.
Yeah, and as you said, Tech Summer being eliminated by Brosev, taking a 6. He's good in points, and already confirmed for Worlds, but obviously he wants the prize money. He wants to make sure that he's recognized as one of the best players, so he will keep fighting it here. Bapsera, as you said, good amp board. We can check also the bloops on the sack just to have that information. No Samira 2, pair of Samira here, and good items on, not ideal, but good items on the Annie. Let's see if it's enough for him. He's going up against Weishan, if I'm not mistaken, and Weishan is pretty strong right now.
Yeah, Wage Iverson's board is so strong. There's not really any other upgrades that he can make to individual units outside of just trying to hoard some gold and use his HP now as a resource to get up to level 9. And it's so tough to actually get through this Randuin's armor. There's too much time being bought for the Zeri, and as she continues to actually get these attack speed backs, Bapsera cannot hang on through that. Oh, I really thought that the Bloblets would have done enough here to make that Zac strong enough in the front line, but there's just so much shred on that Exo board.
Yeah, we have confirmation. It was Sack 2, but it only had 15 Blobbets. That is pretty good, at least for the start of stage 5, but it wasn't enough for the full strength of Wei Shan. Normally, around 25-30 Blobbets is where the Sack becomes the total beast that we know he is. And, well, bad news now for Babsera, but we have a top 4 already confirmed. Kambuli, Robin, Brosev, and Wei Shan, who's just going level 9 right now. Kambuli trying to play Vanguard with... Marksman right here, pretty good, and also in a good spot. Only 12 HP, and he's facing either Robin or Wei Shan here.
No, I think I would probably rather play up against Robin songs, but if you're also going to be playing a lot of these fights front to back, then maybe the fight against Wei Shan Iverson isn't too bad. It is going to be Wei Shan Iverson as Kambuli's opponent, so I think you gotta cross your fingers for this one if you are Kambuli. I'd love to see which of these backline units can actually get through.
He managed to avoid the Sejuani ult. Both carries of Kambuli are not affected by Sejuani. Now trying to hit Sejuani before she ults. It does, and it's a great win right now for Kambuli. Perfect positioning, and now Wei Shan will have to make this into account for the next round if he wants to win against Kambuli. Very important, at least, to be on the same side of one of the carries from Kambuli. In this moment, he missed both of them.
Look at Kambuli just kind of hoarding Philios as well. In case you get to that point where you're able to get a couple more, then who knows, that could be a ring condition, getting an Philios 3.
Okay, going against Robin now. That was the statement. Also, now winning against Wei Shan, obviously Robin will be now the different final boss. We have some cyber boss action that you requested, Nekkra. There it is,
yeah.
For Robin.
Ooh. Still on just a Kobuko 1 though, missing out on that Kobuko 2 with that pair on the bench. And you still have this Aurora to at least be able to throw in an Urgot. But the strength of this board is really going to come from just being able to continuously scale. But without enough of that tank presence... Oh, wait, as I say that, Kambuli is just as surprised as we are.
My God, taking the win in the end. Huge chunk of damage from the Elise. We know the ramping is very high, and yeah, totally obliterated. I was totally surprised, and even Robin was. Everyone was surprised, and taking a huge win. Now Robin with a third confirmed. Pretty strong, and I love the innovation here. He decided to play, look at this, it's fully vertical comp. He could even play, I don't know, Bronze for Lives with this.
Really? Imagine how strong you would be with Bronze for Life with all of these traits active. But Hopi gave up on the Elise 3 completely. I think recognized in order to keep up with the rest of the strength of the lobby and finding that Kobuko so early, it would be better to actually save your gold, level up, get Serenectin 2, and another Kobuko in the shop. But it's tough because I don't know if you want to sell... I think you just have to lock it because you can't sell the Urgot. You want something for the Aurora to throw in.
Yeah, probably he will change second Kobuko, probably he has damage. No, he has From Light, he's pretty good. Okay, he decides to sell. Okay, he sells the other units and already
he sells the Aurora pair.
Wow. Okay, he needs to win here. He knows he's maybe not strongest, and he just wants to make sure that he got second right now. So no Aurora possibilities, no access to backline. The 6 making good damage. We haven't seen 6 as a carry throughout this whole tournament, and now is the reason why he made the sell. Browser is just too strong right now, and will take the win out of Robin, confirming third place.
That was such a good effort though, and with such a cool looking Nitro comp. Very different than what we usually see out of that particular trait, but Brosef is just... Wow, this is really like the giga nuts of like the techie comps. You got a Spat, you have all of your 1 costs 3-starred, you've got your brand, even potentially room to with this HP to actually get to level 10 and get an 8 techie.
Yeah, HP, 41 gold. Going for that 8 techie that you just mentioned, maybe finding the Kobuko 2 and transfer the techie emblem to the Kobuko. So still many possibilities for him to improve. And on the other end, we see Wei Shan with 2 sacks. So probably he's been able to stack a little the blobs naturally. And now we will have a couple of fights here, Nekkra. Both very healthy right now. Good Sejuani ult, not hitting the priority targets, and Browser is just too strong. So we should be able to see Wei Shan here, making sure that maybe he has an out, but Browser is just looking too strong.
I mean, what is the out for Weishan at this point? Like, he got to level 9. He does actually hit the Aurora 2. So that is quite a big upgrade. You also have the option to get the Zac. But is this enough?
It doesn't look like it's enough, but we'll have to check. Maybe if he has enough Blobbets on the Zac could be good. But yeah, Brosev just looks too much strong right now. Maybe positioning here. Aurora 2 is pretty big. Aurora 2 can be a good damage dealer. She's not only someone who takes out the units. And maybe if Aurora maintains alive for enough, the Archangels can do good work here.
All right, well, Aurora is going to get the cast to at least send another champion in, but this Mundo is so healthy with the Warmogs as well as that Visage healing, and Weishan Iverson takes yet another big hit. We get another carousel, so maybe another option to add on an item. Weishan Iverson could totally use a third item for this Aurora. So is trying to make his way over to that Shojin, and unfortunately just falls a little short. Brosev loves having that Shojin for something like the Zyra, even to just have a third item for her.
Yeah, totally. He's already too strong. Zyra was the only one missing the third item, as you mentioned. And now, once again, good news for Brosev. Weishan doesn't have an out here, 0 gold. So, I mean, he will have to try some positioning here. Just try to have an idea or a chance to get. He decides to sell some of the units just to get additional Blobbets. And now trying to find something else. Yeah, it's just not enough here for Weishan. So let's see if he tries something with positioning Nekkra just to have maybe a chance.
Yeah, I feel you could have the Thieves' Glove slammed onto the Varus, and maybe the Varus with this corner position is going to draw away some of the fire from this front line. But it is just going to be so tough to get through that Mundo. Even the Kobuko gets a huge slam down. It's tough when this Randuin's Omen works against you, wanting to clump up all of those units. And so Weishan Iverson is not going to be able to win this fight either. 3 losses in a row and has to wait out another fight as Brosev accumulates 84 gold. Still not quite able to get to that level 10, but you can see the Fiddlesticks waiting on the board just to slide it. Wait, oh, just kidding. I can't do math. That's level 10 Jupe. That's 8 techies. It looks like a clear first place here for Brosev.
Yeah, if this wasn't enough, now 8 tech is just too strong. He takes out damage from the rest. Now it's an utility, not just pure damage, it's utility for the comp. So if Weishan was in trouble, now even more. Weishan decides to clump on the left, just try to take priority, taking out the items from the Sejuani and put everything on Zac. Zac already with 16 Blobbets, so it shouldn't be enough, but maybe he's able to access a little of the backline and do some damage, but the Mundo is just holding up so much with so much HP, and the Bramble takes out Weishan. Huge win, clapping it out. Brosev with a face.
Wow, incredible stuff. What a cool board. Locked into that techie reroll so early and was just able to show us what the true power level of that comp can really hit when you are able to get the 8 techie in. Like, there were even upgrades that Brosev could have made to that board, Jupe. It hadn't even hit the final form.
Yeah, I love the way Brosev played. He didn't get many combat items, but he had item augments. So every unit, he had 3 carries on the Zyra, on the Seraphine, on the Brand. Then the front line was fully itemized also. So, I mean, that's the cap out of the board. Recognizing that he doesn't need combat, he needs everyone with the techie augment to be sure that they're fully itemized. So, amazing play once again. And we'll keep learning about the lines and possibilities here.
Good second place for Weishan Iverson, though, as well, so I'm sure that will help to slingshot him back up into the standings to make it into that top 16. We're going to go to a short break, though. When we come back, our analyst desk will break down that game and get us ready for the next one, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody. Game 9 has wrapped up. Gangly here, back on the analyst desk with CLE and Dobz. Jack, all right, let's talk about that last game, okay? Things that stood out right off the bat. Wage and Iverson, Broseph, both sitting in the bottom 8 going into that game, and they end in the top 2.
Yeah, one of the most important things for our players right now is realizing where they're at in the standings and playing accordingly. For Broseph and Wajan, both of them are sitting in the bottom 8, and we see on screen right now, Broseph and Wajan taking the 1-2 spots on top of our leaderboard are huge for their chances of making it to the final day.
The way they did it too, right? You see Broseph playing this very standard like techie line, the high roll variation of it, getting to 8 techie, Wajan Iverson playing around the exotech. But Dobz, what stands out to me is Robin's board, which was certainly not a standard line we've seen up to this point in time.
Exactly. I mean, when you're watching this tournament, you somehow do not expect somebody to be playing a Dynamo with Ziggs. It's not even a composition that we've seen so far. And I was talking with Gangly about this. It's like Robin took this angle because he's so confident. He's really well on the standings. And when you're on such a position, you can actually play what the game gives you, and you have the mental that can allow you to see some different compositions and get the best placement out of it. So he got the 3rd placement in here. It was amazing.
And he has every right to be confident, right? Going into this, he won Tacticians Cup 3 and now is sitting in 2nd place in the America's Golden Spatula. And so his confidence has to be through the roof. He is proven to be the best on this patch so far, and so is hoping that he can continue that trend going into the rest of today and into tomorrow, hopefully.
Robin Songs is tied with Setsuko for the most appearances at a regional finals, and we're seeing why now, right? I mean, this guy, if there's one thing that Robin knows how to do, it's he performs under the lights. The pressure doesn't get to him. And I want to point out that a lot, what we're seeing that's very unique about today is that a lot of these win-out players who are leaning into Cypher aren't finding those wins, and instead it's largely off the back of those tempo plays. We have the standings right now, and with 3 games done on day 2, we're nearing our cutoff, right? We have 1 more game before we cut the field from 24 to 16, which means, Jack, we're gonna have to say goodbye to a lot of the players at the field. We can see even the cutoff here: McMano, Wajan Iverson, Kuramex, a lot of players that we've known up until this point in time quite well.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see that the cutoff is this high, right? For Italians at 29, we know that he is out at this point, but for Wajan, who just went 2nd, that's not enough to even move him into the top 16. And so this cutoff is going to be much higher than we think it's going to be.
Yes, exactly. And for the top 8 as well, as we are having this cutoff, it's going to be even higher. So it's important for the players that remains to focus on this the games in the next games, because there is much that you can do. We've seen earlier today KC Double at the AMER almost getting like a huge comeback after winning 2 out of 3 games and getting a second. So there is still room for these players to come back. So let's see who is going to be able to reach the top 8.
That cutoff being so high is largely, look at this, Chunnington, Brosef, Replay all going first in their lobby. It's largely going to be because of these players at the bottom slingshotting right now that we're seeing that cutoff raise. And on the flip side, I want to talk about Dehua for a second, who's finding another bottom 4. This guy went into this tournament saying he's going to be an open forwarder, going to be willing to flip the game. So far, his scores have been all 7s. First, second, and finally found a 6th at this point. But now we get to see the players who are sitting comfortably in the top 8. And actually, I say the word comfortably, Jack. I don't think anybody is sitting comfortably in this top 8.
No, I think we're going to end up with a crazy top 8 cut as well because of these bottom players, like you talked about, being able to perform so well when they need to, pushing themselves up the leaderboard, while some of these top players fall back down to the mid 40s right now. And so with that being the case, it's going to be exciting for these next 4 games, 3 games that we have left for today, making a push for the Tactician's Crown qualifiers.
Vapakaza, by the way, sitting in 3rd place right now, Dobz, and we saw VCLF falling in the early parts of the tournament, and that means that Vapakaza now has the opportunity to earn his spot, to secure his spot, not just through the regional finals, but straight to the Tactician's Crown by overtaking VCLF in qualifier points. But I'm getting word, casters are ready, and Nekkra and Jupe are going to be taking us through game number 10. So Nekkra, Jupe, send it off to you.
Thank you so much for that breakdown and that introduction. Jupe, let's get back to it. We've got one more game before our player field will cut down to just the top 16. And it's honestly wild looking at those standings that we just saw Vision Iverson have an amazing game, and he's not in the top 16. He still needs to get another top 4.
Yeah, needing another top 4 for at least the 18th that we know is the breakthrough for him to advance via qualifier points. And of course, he doesn't only want that. He wants to go first, maybe try to fight it out. And as you said, this will be the cutoff. So we saw the points in 3, right? In 3 segments. The ones in the lower segment, the lower 8th, they need to take a first, take a second, and then keep going good in the next 2 games to have a chance. So we will be very pointed here to see maybe a miracle run from one of them, Nekkra.
But let's go ahead and look at our lobby for this 10th game. We've got a couple of cameras that are wrong, but don't worry. We have the nameplates that are wrong, but the cameras are correct. So we are going to be following Dish Soap, Tronington, Quintanilla, J or C, Arctics. This whole lobby is filled with players that really are hoping that they can make it into that top 16.
And we haven't seen this guy. We found the encounter of Zac. So the 3 of the augments will be prismatic 100%. And this means a lot of things, Nekkra. Could mean black market if we have a hack augment in the start. Could mean a huge economy augment in the start that enables anyone or everyone to go to that level 9 and level 10. So this will be an amazing lobby to watch.
I'm ready for the race to Urgot. Are you ready? Ready to watch Urgot pull some things in, crank out some gold, some items?
Yeah, and the thing is, I mean, many players will try to go for that line, but obviously everyone is just trying to lose streak and just make sure they go to level 9. Maybe 2 players can play full tempo and punish them a lot and just make sure they have additional HP. Once again, it will depend on the development of the augments. And let's see who has that sensibility. For now, this shop, finding a Galio early, always good.
Yeah, imagine if you just have a LeBlanc that shows up on your next shop. That would feel so nice. You do have a chance to do that on the next one after we see the level up. So, we'll see.
100% LeBlanc has always been the timid one. So let's see if at least Disho has the possibility of getting it here. See a little on the right, so only Disho with the possibility of Cypher for now. Chonington with Kokma, and there it is. Wow. You call it. There it is.
That's just the Dish Soap difference. That's the double tack crown difference there for dish soap, the plot armor.
Look at the smile on the right. He has me like a small smile on the right. He knows he got. Look at that. Yeah, he knows. He knows.
Yeah. I mean, you could keep all of these little one costs, but you already have a pair of Vi's too. So that's nice.
Okay. Making sure he's holding just to have some other outs in case maybe an incredible almond arises. But obviously the board should just be economy here, and he shouldn't try to level anything. Normally some other players, Shonington for example, we're seeing on the right Nekkra also having the same board.
Okay, so we might have a bit of a contesting for the lost streak in this next stage. But oh, Quintanilla just has the Alistar, able to actually get all of the gold that way.
Ooh, he finds upward mobility. Amazing.
So good.
Wow. Because the game, he didn't get any economy. So in the game, when he rolled and get upward mobility, this is perfect spot. I mean, if you want to be in a better spot than this, is almost impossible. Hedge fund now for JRC. Shonington coming into reroll. Yes.
Look. Bobster and Quintanilla also found upward mobility.
Wow.
Everybody's finding really big econ augments. I mean, Shonington also a shopping spree. You're really open to rerolls now. Arctic's got a Poppy coming out from the Build-A-Bud. That's actually something that you could really play around.
I mean, look at this. Cash and JRC with double hedge fund, and Arctics and Philip also going for artifact. I mean, it's perfect. If you want to know which are the prismatic broken, just take a snapshot right here and just play this, man.
I'm ready to try this in my own game.
Ooh, Quintanilla is open.
Ooh, okay. Quintanilla must... So Quintanilla already had like the one Alistar to try to get through the creeps for stage 1. But now imagine like Quintanilla opened forts into dish soap or into the other... Cypher player that completely snaps their lost streak.
Yeah, that would be the chance here. Build-A-Bud was the one for Philip, so he finds a Poppy here. So Poppy going into the rest of the lobby. Normally we haven't seen Poppy as a priority. I think this will have to be tempo into some cyber boss that you love, Nekkra. I think so.
I would like to see that. Veigar maybe, get a Veigar reroll. Seems to be a less popular strategy for a lot of our competitors, but maybe since it's uncontested, might be really nice to try to go down that lane. JRC is also open forting. What is going on? Jupe, we've got a bunch of spoilers in our lobby for these lost streaks.
Oh my god, Quintanilla and JRC just trying to grief Shonington and Disho, making sure they get full economy and full chance of the hedge fund. That is the most important for them to try to cash out. Cash, on the other hand, taking a win here, and Disho already with 36. So upward mobility, Quintanilla fully open. He's not even thinking about it. Perfect spot right now. Upward mobility, 30 gold, and he just doesn't want to think in the first 5 rounds.
Look, Quintanilla has a chance to actually play dish soap or Shonington. Oh boy. Or JRC. Honestly, everybody trying to maintain this loss streak right now. Quintanilla could really play an upset here. Let's see who he actually rolls into in terms of his opponent for this stage 2 round 3 combat, and it is
It's Disho. So he knows the probability of the increase is pretty high, and now he gets it. Okay, I mean he still has early Cypher, so he can still try to go for the 250 cash out, especially if he finds an early Draven and gets the 4 in.
You know, I will say, like, for Cypher, I do, while, like, lost streaking is super, super valuable for you to get the big stacks of the intel, I've noticed that playing Cypher myself, I don't really feel like I have to fully maintain a streak in order to get maximum value. It's kind of nice sometimes when you actually, like, or, like, I don't really feel like I'm screwed over if I don't get that, you know?
Yeah, totally. It's very funny to see the lower right of the table. We have two exactly the same champions, and then just empty.
Nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
Got a hacked carousel as well. We'll pay so an extra component for everybody.
Nekkra, look at the upper left. So both of them with Build-A-Bud, and both of them got the Poppy.
Wait.
Oh my god, what is this lobby, man?
I didn't realize that Arctics had also taken it. I thought maybe that was Living Forge, but now seeing them next to each other, they both have the Build-A-Bud. Oh my goodness. Wow, Arctic's going with the Vanguard route, or the Anima Squad route, at least to help kind of make sure that you can maintain this win streak, but that's... What do they do, Jupe?
I mean, it's okay. They can play tempo. I don't think they can reroll. Normally, when you have this beetle bot, you don't want to reroll additional units because you already have diminishing values on rolling because you already have the 3-star. So they just have to play tempo from now on. Play tempo, use this Poppy as a holder, and then even if they don't want to maintain a Cyber Boss Amble, they can just sell the Poppy in the later game and get 9 gold.
It feels bad, but at least you know that there's going to be 2 more prismatic augments coming, so there's always an opportunity for you to get another economy augment, or you can have combat if you feel like that's going to be that vital piece you need to put the board together. But unfortunately, Philip is going to lose out on the win streak here heading into our final combat round, as Arctic's hoping to keep that 100 HP going into the later parts of this stage. Quintanilla and JRC, though, I feel like they are taking some huge hits here, Jupe. Just not having any champions on their board.
Yeah, just making sure they maintain the win streak. If they face each other, obviously very bad for both because both of them will lose the win streak. Now we're seeing Bishop just to make sure. If anyone, we should be seeing Quintanilla or JRC just to make sure if they face each other as a possibility. Going up against another techie player, on the other hand, Bobster. So, okay, JRC managed to avoid, and also Quintanilla. So both of them maintaining the lose streak, very important. And Arctic's Nekkra, I feel he's the only one who will be playing tempo with this Billabot Poppy. And very bad news for Philip, because he got a prismatic that should give him tempo, and he lost. So he didn't maintain the win streak. I think he's the one in the most difficult position right now.
Especially because you're now contested. You know, Philip was trying to... Philip and Bobster are both holding very similar units, so I think it is going to be a little bit tough. Maybe one of them is going to have to think about pivoting out. But for now, Quintanilla has finally put some champions on the board, because you need them for the minion round.
Yeah, he finds the Cypher, so perfect. Cypher on 3-1. I just keep griefing the rest of the lobby. Let's see if he makes sure, because once again, Nekkra, no one had the full win streak with the Cypher because of the open fort. So I'm not sure where the intel stacks will finish in the end.
This is such a weird game. I've never seen this, Jupe. 2 Cypher players, 2 full open forters, 2 players that get the Build-A-Bud Poppy that have to try to find a way to play around that.
Okay, Hedge Fund JRC also putting some units in, didn't find the Cypher, so he's just trying to propose. Going for Vanguard, Marksman for now, finds Graves also as a possibility, but the units, the items are not pretty good to go for this Draven line, so I feel he's just putting something in for now.
Holding on to the Fiddlesticks, I guess, gives you an option to really push your money into those levels, get to level 9 faster than other people because of the hedge fund interest, and then maybe you just go boom bots from this angle.
Yeah, that should be what he's thinking about. He decides to slam the blue buff, and it could be the boom bot with the specs that we have seen also. Not the priority. Normally the 4 boom bots is the priority, but we can play a level 9, a little Divini Corp, and go to that blue buff. So let's see. Maybe he's also planning on a possibility of playing Amp. That also is very good in level 9. But of course, he will need to stabilize. Arctic's, in the meanwhile, still 100 XP, looking good.
Here's our next augment. Ooh, some good options here for
Belt always
combat.
Good. Yeah, I think he's going for Belt, just making sure on the left he gets something good. Bookkeeper is pretty good, also with 3 gold. But Belt Overflow should be better, at least in this moment of the game. Yeah, he decides to go for bulky bodies. It's just better in the long run. And finding us an early Seri here with this could be the out that he's looking for Nekkra. Finding a Seri has pulse, doesn't have a ramping rage rate, so let's see if that's the angle for him.
I think we've got a couple more items coming through. So bulky buddies here for Arctics as well as Quintanilla. But we have the Piercing Lotus for JRC, so lots of combat in there. Dishop and Chunnington are both going to be taking buried treasures just to get those extra items. I want to say Bobster took Prismatic Pipeline, so you have a bit of a delay in the value of that augment, but it's going to come later at the end of this stage.
Yeah, it's perfect. Full synergy with upward mobility. But he will take a huge chunk of HP, but he's very high. I mean, he's 99, looking pretty good. So I think it's a great decision for him to delay or give away. Even though he's giving away the stage 3, he managed to win. No, sorry, he lost. And he's Cash, the one who's taking the win now.
Which of our Cypher players are actually going to take their cash outs now? Not likely, but I think at least for our big Cypher oh my goodness. Wait, there's actually a lot more Cypher.
Yeah, someone else joined the group, joining the Cypher party here. Chonnington with 140, trying to get to the 250. I think he's very close. He decides to take it, Nekkra. So he's going tempo from now on. Decides to take an additional items here. He knows he has good item for the LeBlanc. He can stay at level 6, and they just try to reroll it now.
Found that Zed pair, so only being one copy away from getting that Z2, and I think that will feel very nice at the end of the day. Radiant Relics here for Philip is actually going to give a Radiant Thieves Gloves. So Poppy getting even more value. As we see, sort of like this Dynamo also starting to take effect. You've got the Jhin as well as the Misfortune. I saw the other hold of Morgana on the bench too for later.
Yeah, I like it because Dynamo normally is a flex in the front line, so he can play 2 Bruiser with the Kobuko, maintain 2 Bastion with the Poppy, you get free Cyber Boss. So yeah, makes sense, Dynamo. Good call.
This is so goofy. Dish Soap, still only just a couple of champions. There's 4 players that actually have Cypher units in. 5 players of Cypher units in.
Coming together, and yeah, I mean, already some of them decided to cash out, just getting out of the fight and making sure they have a possibility to maybe roll first than the rest and commit to the reroll line. And once again, this is an early sack right now for Arctic on 3-5.
Wow, I'm shocked, but I'm also not shocked given how early some of these players have actually seen some of those big legendary units. But Arctics, that was an instant level 8 just to be able to fit that Zac onto the board.
And also, it's triple prismatic, so this lobby is just too crazy. And everyone, we know that the final prismatic, together with the rest, no one with emblems, so no one with a possibility maybe of going, I don't know, 10 or prismatic trade, something like that. So this will be full fight for that level 9 that you mentioned, Nekkra, access to the backline for the set. And we're seeing right now, Chonnington taking food from his mom and taking the win right now.
I love that. We need our competitors to be well fed and focused for these games, especially because we are going to be making a player cut at the end of this one. We have 24 players left in our competition now, only 16 after this game concludes. So a lot of big things need to happen for some of these players, especially in this lobby. Look at Dish Soap now. Let's see what he gets.
He's coming into the AD line. Okay. Kraken's already has the Even Shroud, so not going for the possibility of AMP, finds an Aphelios. So this will be the angle that he goes for.
But you have the blue buff. You really wouldn't play into AMP from here still?
Yeah, you can, but obviously having already the Krakens and the other, the only AD damage that you have is actually Nafiri and Samira, so it doesn't make sense to me. So maybe, yeah, the option is open for sure with the blue buff, but I think the rest of the items are telling at least me that he's going AD.
Makes sense. I wasn't wondering if you wanted to use the Reforger on it even maybe, but
okay.
Decides to slam the Kraken's Fury down a little late, just hoping to maybe get a couple more of these unit kills. Is going to be a little shy of that 225 benchmark, but I think you have to cash out now.
Yeah, he has to. Okay, 3 cost champions on the left for Quintanilla. Bishop getting one of the worst, so completed item that he will need to reforge, and it's a last whisper.
Not great when you already have that Even Shroud already made, but if you wanted to try to pivot into a different angle with the Cypher, then you do at least have the ability to do that now. Picks up a Cho'Gath, is already starting to prepare for having just some good tanky units in the front. It also finds that Zed, so you've got that 5 Cypher online now.
Yeah, let's see what he managed to go for. Holding also the Exotech, the Exo item. So I think this could be a pivot to Exotech. Always holding the Mordekaiser, holding... No, he decides to sell the Varus. but maintains the rest. And on the left, Quintanilla only found 4 Tricos, but none of the ones he needed. He didn't find a Draven, didn't find a Galio, didn't even find a Yumi. So bad cash out also for Quintanilla.
Yeah, that's too bad. There were so many good options there from those 3-cost orbs. But I think because of how many players are actually playing the Cypher right now, maybe the odds are just not as good to be able to hit 3 costs that you need. As Bishop continues to do a couple of maneuvers, we've got this very interesting board coming together with the Cypher, but having the option to go into strategists, I think he's still keeping the option open. Jupe actually slams that blue buff and red buff onto the Zed.
Yeah, he's holding Boombot, holding Vex. I mean, I think he's thinking about Vex Boombot. As you said, it could be AMP as a possibility, but he doesn't have the units. Only 2 strategies right now, not buying the Nico. So he's just thinking about going level 9 and trying to go, but this is just too risky, Nekkra. Very low in HP. If he managed to achieve it, I mean, if someone can, it's this shot for sure.
That's why we love watching his perspective. We have some interesting augment choices here. But I like the cybernetic bulk. I think, especially knowing how many items that he has, it's going to be nice to be able to spread those out a little bit and get the value that way. Quintanilla is also going to be making a roll down on level 9, able to get there so fast with the Garen 2 already up. You're really just looking at some of these other big 5-cost units now. Because for Nectin has another copy of the Zac. That's big.
Yeah, double Warmogs with the Animal Visage, the Spirit Visage. And he needed to find this Zac early, only finding it now, but obviously with a good item. Let's see if it's enough. Only 24 HP, difficult position.
Ooh, and for the Call to Chaos, actually gets that double Zeke's Herald dummy as well. So that's going to be nice to give that extra critical hit over to the Urgot, and you're able to get those items onto it as well.
Yeah, on the other hand, Bobs are also going for that Urgot, having 2 Urgots, one on the bench. And everyone, you call it out in the beginning, everyone going for that fast level 9 and the race for the Boombot and the Urgot. And they're using the Vex, obviously, as the midterm possibility, taking a hit here, Quintanilla. So once again, 14 XP, and Bishop in a difficult positions, cashing out right now, getting a Tactician Crown, only 30 gold to roll, selling everything, and now he needs to hit, more than ever.
He's just going for Exotech right now, but also picking up whatever good 5 costs he sees with the Zac. Lots of blobs. This roll down has to be really fast, as he's able to pick up one of those Viegos, who gets the 2-star for the Zed, the 2-star onto the Vex as well, as really hoping that it would have been one more copy of that Trogath to make things really nice. But, oh boy, Jupe, this is tough.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's enough. Going up against Cash, who has a board. Cash is pretty strong right now. He's not in the full ramping. He's trying to go for Oxford and hasn't found the reroll still. So just playing tempo Oxford. Let's see if it's enough. Disho trying to get the line and no. Access to the backline. Urgot alone against the world. Is a chance. Takes it. And Disho celebrates right here because he knows this is the chance that he needed. No gold. But there's for sure a chance that he's able to get something good here in Carousel.
Wow, I mean, that's the type of player, though, that you always like to watch. We were looking at the spot at the end of Stage 3 and thinking maybe Dish Soap actually has to cash out there. But because it was just that that item, Dish Soap said, no, that's not enough value. I maybe actually think I can greed my HP a little bit more, cash out later, and then A is able to get that extra Tac Crown. So you do have that extra spot on your board now. Now you get another carousel, another chance to actually take a breath and hopefully turn your luck around. But it's close to the wire, Jupe.
Yeah, 100%. We have the split screen now, Nekkra, because of the low HP for both Quintanilla and Bishop. If they take a loss, no matter the hit, it will be 8th place for either of them. Finding a Viego 2. Not enough frontline for Quintanilla. Remember, this is a late sack that doesn't have enough blobs. And Bishop finding the Cho'Gath 2-star could be enough for him. 3 items on the Urgot. And this could be the final face-off for either of them.
Let's find out. It's actually Dissoap versus Quintanilla, so one of them is going to go down here. For either of them, they're just hoping this 8th place isn't going to be the end of their run. Quintanilla only at 36 points, really cannot get eliminated here. Otherwise, even being able to make it onto the top 16 is not a possibility anymore. And for Dissoap, it looks like just having the Togap 2 is so good.
Yeah. Zero chance here for Quintanilla. Set access the backline. Nekkra destroying everything, so a huge momentum right now for Dissoap.
Oh, what a sigh of relief here for Dish, as he's able to get that first Garen mod as well as able to pick up the boom bot. So what a great modification to be dropped for your first one. Instantly will be able to get gifted over to someone, and with that 4 boom bot already active, or actually it's 3, isn't it?
Yeah, he has 3 for now. Maybe, yeah, 3 for now. Just getting the techie with the additional fiddle. And I mean, for me, this is amazing because normally you sell this set and go for Vex. He knows he doesn't have the healing, so Vex will not do true damage. And I didn't have this board, so good recognition about Dissoap, always innovating and giving us an additional possibility to play at level 9.
Amazing things. Looking at this Vayne reroll too, it's going to be so easy to be able to the LeBlanc to take it apart. Maybe? Oh, wait. Oh, very
one
close.
life. One life. Is he alive? Or is it a delaying hit? Okay.
It's like the false last stand. 1 more HP. That's it. JRC is also going to be quite low there with only 1 life left.
Okay, only 12 blobs now for the sack. Not pair, and we know sack is contested, so it will be very difficult. Arctics finding the Misfortune 2 just to give a little more damage. And Dissoap just trying to get good positioning here, trying to get the damage to be focused on one side, and obviously that set that is being the menace for the backline of the enemies.
It's some more roll downs for some more bloblets. Ooh.
Cash for 52 for cash already. In the Ox tree.
Yeah. Jarvan 3, Senna 3. 1 copy away from the Graves gets it. 1 copy away from the Gragas. That would be a huge upgrade.
And now Dissoap with Boombot Viego, I think I saw. Yeah. There it is. Yeah, that's the 4th one. Okay, perfect. And now going up against Arctics. Arctics pretty strong, but the access to the backline from the set totally taking out all of the backline. And this set is being the hero for Dissoap.
Wow, that is the fastest fight win I have ever seen because of that set just going through and slashing down all of those champions. Dissoap is firmly stable, I think, now. Just wants 2 more Urgot to make sure that Urgot is going to be enough to carry through staged 5, but it's looking good so far.
Yeah, and Arctics and Bobster are starting to lose, and they see JRC and Dissoap only with 2 and 1 HP respectively, and they're like, oh man, please give me a chance. But they're just too strong. They just keep winning. Draven 3 finally here for Chonnington, taking the win, and it should help a lot with the access to the backline of the set.
Yeah, and is able to hold that Zac on the bench too. So whenever you're able to hit that level 9, it's really easy to slot that in. It's also going to grief a lot of these other players that have found those early Zacs as well. And with Dissoap sitting on a pair, that's also going to be a nice upgrade to get for later on. But as Dissoap actually goes against this board from Philip, Philip has actually done quite a good job of being able to maintain this Poppy on the board. With that Radiant Thieves Gloves, it's just given this Poppy a lot more longevity later on to the stages of the game. But 1 Poppy against the rest of Dissoap's board, don't think will be enough. With that Radiant Dragon's Claw, sure taking some time to get rid of it.
Yeah, so Dissoap managed to stay alive, pretty strong, and Chonnington that we saw hit the Draven was the one who eliminated JRC on the left. And now we see some possibilities. Dissoap finally finding Garen 2 with the Boombots, and now maybe Bruiser making sense here. Could be Techie also. Slayer also a good possibility, but only 2 for now.
It's so hard to know which modifications you really want to take. It requires you to kind of look around and say, what is really going to benefit me the most? But I feel like Dish Soap isn't really lacking anything. You're not lacking front line. You're not lacking that damage either, especially once you get all of these legendary units upgraded. But this is a tough fight. This Cypher board that has that Draven 3 and the LeBlanc 3 that Zed is able to get back through, and with the stun from the Kobuko, at least makes picking apart the rest of this front line a bit easier. But it's tough to get through this Galio that just has so much health, and this Draven is actually able to snipe out the Urgot. Oh no! It's all going from bad to worse. Dish Soap knows it. He's eliminated here.
Oh wow! The same that he has been doing throughout the full round, takes the same and gets the set in the backline. Trying to get food access here. Nekkra is not enough. Artix also falls down here against Philip. And we have the confirmation. Dishop is 6, so he only gets 3 points, and Artix confirmed 5th.
I mean, Dish Soap still already had 50 points heading into this, but that cutoff is so tight. And we're still going to see this total points carry over into the top 16. So, oh no. Oh, that's too bad. But we do have our top 4 here, Jupe, as we look at the boards that have been put together. We've got that Senna reroll. We've got the Exotech board here for Bobster with the Vex alongside this Urgot. And think about how many Urgot are now back in the pool from our players that got eliminated.
Yeah, so more chances here. Trying to go for a Mordekaiser 3 also as a possibility. Have good items, has the Innervating, I believe. No, it's the Corrupted. And then an additional artifact just to have an additional chance and get a good amount of utility thanks to the shield. But Bobster, I mean, we already know Exotech is not in the best spot, going up against Dynamo of Philip.
All right. I mean, the misfortune is at least on the other side of the board than your big carries like the Varus and the Vex. So you are able to get through this board actually quite easily here. Bobster dealing a pretty big blow to Philip's HP that is going to start to trend him towards that 4th place spot as Chunnington maintains that 11 win streak. Jupe, this Cypher board is gonna really take over the lobby.
Yeah, ensuring to get good items on all the ciphers, and obviously the full stack of 5 cipher is too good. Cash making faces there, he's happy. And now with the Senna also getting good modifiers here with the Garen, and the importance of getting that Jarvan fully damaged. Normally Jarvan is now more of a tank. The part of damage was a little nerf, but he's still a beast. And now access to the backline for the Jarvan, and it's very important for the Graves to try to eliminate the Misfortune as soon as possible if he can.
Yeah, but the Sejuani actually doesn't get a chance to get the stun onto the Senna, so no chance of actually stopping that Senna from continuing to blast away at the back. And so Philip takes another big hit.
Wow, good win here for Cash. He's just too strong. He has 60 in the Tree of Ox. He has 3-star, a lot of damage, good defense. So I think he's in a great position also to take the lobby. Chonnington hasn't lost since a lot of rounds right now. And we're seeing right now Bobster in danger zone together with Philip, both playing a good composition. Bobster trying to find the Mordekaiser, and that will be a chance for him to get a little more time for the Varus and the Vex. And on the right, Philip, I think he's happy just getting this spot and finally using well the Build-A-Bot, just using the Poppy as tempo and finally finalizing with a decent board.
I feel like the Unending Despair is going to make this Mordekaiser cast so often. And with the gold that just got dropped there from the Dragon, you got to cut a little bit more to roll with. You're looking for that Mordekaiser 3. Maybe you start to sell off some of these things like the Draven and that Rengar to try to find it. And do you even give up on this Urgot? I don't know. I feel like Urgot 2 would just be so much stronger as well.
Yeah.
Tough call when you're at that last life.
Yeah, he knows he's weak right now. I mean, he's not strongest, so I think he feels that he has a chance. If he managed to get a good angle for the Sejuani, decides to go full right Nekkra. So let's see if he hits. No, he misses. So bad side for Sejuani, and it's a good opportunity for Cash to eliminate Bobster here.
Well, especially because that Mordekaiser is not long for that fight, and it's just an instant walk to the back as Vex gets taken out in one hit by that Jarvan. And so Bobster gets eliminated here. Philip looks like to be eliminated as well, and so who ends up in 4th? Oh, it's gonna be Bobster. Philip has to take that third place.
Yeah, great 6 points here for Philip. Cash, just having fun here. 60 right now in the Ox tree, so pretty strong. And we don't see Chonnington being stronger than he was a few rounds ago. So at least my inclination for winning should be on the place of Cash.
With all of the Ox tree stacks now too, I'm inclined to agree with you. But we do have a Renekton too. We are starting to sit on a couple extra copies of the Zed as well. Maybe you get that Z3 and that would be Chonnington's win condition. But we'll see how these two boards match up against each other. They haven't played each other in a while, but now that this Ox tree is really full maxed out,
he's
out of the back. I was gonna say, like, the Zed actually does find the Senna back there, but is unable to take her out before all of that Hextech Gunblade damage is able to heal up that front line. And so 1 win already here for Cash versus Chonnington. But can Cash keep this up? It's looking quite likely, but who knows?
Yeah, I mean, this is what Chonnington needed. Access to the backline for the set, take out both Annie and Senna. He could only take out the Annie, but I mean, he still has the Graves, he still has Garen. So there's just too much threats right now for Cash.
A little bit of positioning might be able to change things, though, as both of our players make some last-second adjustments heading into the next combat. It will be 2 more chances here for Cash, or to be able to make this work, and then, of course, for Chonnington, also 2 or 3 more lives, depending on how much damage he takes. And it's going to be the Graves into the backline, though, this time around here, as Cash continues to wail away at this Draven and the Senna and the Graves again. There's no way through this if you are Chonnington.
Yeah, it's nice. Double backline assets for both of them, as you said. Graves doing the damage. And Zed, even though he played good, he eliminated once against the Annie. It's just not enough. Too many options here for him. And now let's see Chonnington just looking for an additional Thief's Glove here, and Cash getting the blue buff. And now probably some changes here. Maybe we'll try to just ramp out a little the rest of the comp. Chonnington just trying to roll. Finds a 6-2 just to make sure he gets a little survivability. And maybe a chance to spread the burn a little more.
Yeah, Cash is also going to start holding a Zed, just so that extra win condition for Chonnington getting that Z3 online is no longer an easy possibility. Unfortunately for Chonnington too, you also can't get that Ziggs too, even though you do have that extra copy of Ziggs in the shop. But you're also starting to run out of the HP in order to make your board stronger and give yourself that extra time. The Renekton is going to be able to do quite a bit here, but those Thieves' Gloves aren't really giving him ideal items.
Oh, looking good.
Oh, wait, the Zed actually does get back there.
Wow, Zed got back. I thought it wasn't enough for him to eliminate Senna, but he did. So he managed to do exactly what he needed to. Abolish the backline, give 0 damage to Cash. And then, the rest of the comp, the Draven and the rest were just enough to take out here Mr. Graves. So, I mean, both are winning, Nekkra. Is for anyone? Let's see if there's any change of positioning, or Chonnington decides that this is good enough.
I mean, Cash just got another Ox Tree benchmark, 64 now. That could be enough damage. When you have this Vex 2 as well, that's going to be another unit just to be able to give you extra Divinicore stats. But with this Renekton actually having items, I feel like the Thieves' Gloves did end up making quite a big difference. You've got that stun onto the Zed as well. Oh, that's a really good call. But as this Graves gets back there, unfortunate. This is going to be another life, though. Chonnington gets one more chance.
Yeah, good opportunity there for Zed, but in the end he tried to take out the Graves, but it's just too much healing, too much damage, and falls down. So yeah, Cash biting his t-shirt right now, knows he's in a good spot, and he wants to take the first place. 48 points. He's fighting out Nekkra to make sure he goes to day 3.
There is going to be a third Zed, or sorry, the second Zed that's going to enter the equation here on Chonnington's board. So the third type of backline access that Chonnington can get in terms of those melee carries. We'll see if any items that this Azir gives us will be good to actually itemize a second copy of Zed.
Let's see, a little goal here. Deathblade. You already have a lot of AD with Cypher. So let's see what is the option, what he goes for. He decides for Thieves' Gloves and
I
gets
like Quicksilver.
Yeah, good sense. I don't know the positioning here. Will he put the both sets together, only try to put a little RNG? And Cash doesn't find anything additional, but he's just too strong once again. 64 out of 68. So just trying to get as much as possible. And Cash will get the additional cash out here, Nekkra. Just an additional gold he gets, and he will get the 3 to 68.
That would be really big, but look at this. It's going to be the Graves that actually does help take care of one of those Zeds, and the Graves goes back in for yet another combat.
68.
And that is enough. I mean, that's going to do it for Cash. Cash, true to his name, gets that 68 on the Ox Tree bonus and takes the lobby for a win at 48 points. That has got to feel so good for Cash to stay a part of the conversation.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Cashing 68, getting the Oxford angle since the start. Obviously, very difficult to do it in a prismatic lobby where they're pushing you, they're punishing you. But because we saw it, everyone was playing Cypher, everyone was open, they gave the full opportunity to cash out the 68 Ox and take the win in the end. So perfectly played, clinical, if you will, and very glad for him now with an opportunity to advance to day 3 if it goes good in the next game.
Well, we'll have to see when those standings get tallied. We'll let you know which of our players are going to be making it into that top 16. So we'll take a short break to do that. And when we come back, let you know the results.
Hey guys, Panda here, and you guys thought I was flown out for casting, but the real reason I was flown out was to display my excellent artistic skills in the world of stick figures. So I'm gonna pull out a prompt here, and we're gonna get going with the telestrations. This is clearly, oh, it's an animal, I think. Chef's kiss, master kiss.
I see her ears, eyes, teeth, and it looks like it's a Nida. I'm choosing the no pivot, no scout, and it looks similar. Oh, maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, that was my first thing.
Well. Pivot. This has to do with TFT. This is a cat, I think. There's some sort of transfer here between that's an arrow, maybe. When you pivot to Nidalee on stage 5.
And you will have 60 seconds.
Wait, really?
That's an IE. That's Hodge. This is Samira. This is good. Right?
Alright, I think it was Emily Wang going 5 amps with Infinity Edge on Nidalee. So this is Emily Wang right here. She's choosing the item, and there's a green thing on what looks like an Infinity Edge, maybe? And this is probably Nidalee, and it says 5M. I don't know what this is, man. This is... You know, I forgot to add this in. I should add this in. What is that? It looks like a spaceship or something, right? But I think this is pretty close.
Welcome back to the Analyst Desk, everybody. Game 10 is under wraps. I'm back with CLE and Dobz, and we're going to break down exactly what we saw and kind of guide you towards the back half of the day. Jack, right off the bat, that game, we started hot. Triple prismatics, and we saw exactly just how much it warped the game from the get-go.
It was absolutely insane to watch how much everyone wanted to lose streak. I made a joke in chat that the overlay was broken because people just weren't putting units on their board. It was insane. Everyone was griefing Dish Soap and anyone that played Cypher. So at the end, everyone was super rich and very healthy.
Going into that game, we knew that Quintanilla, Ardix were two players that really needed a first place finish, and we saw Quinta play toward that. He wanted to have that win out game playing around the boombots that we have seen find success up through this tournament, but Dobz, it didn't work out. The two players that did end up in the top two, however, though, were Chunnington and Cash.
I mean, yes, we were watching Chunnington actually going into the Cypher line, even though there were so many players into that, but he was committed into re-rolling it, and he was able to find a Z2 Starred at the stage 3. That gave him so much HP lead, and he got in the really confident spot at the end of the day. But also Cash getting the hedge fund. Some players actually get the hedge fund to rush levels, push the Urgot line, maybe Amp line, and then Cash sees a window. I can play Graves. That's a composition that the more gold you have, you get actually even stronger. So really was well executed by Cash. So he got rewarded into a first.
And the crazy part was so many people playing win out means that Dish Soap, who was playing for that Fast 9 Boombot, got really contested on that line, and because of that sent, I think, all of them in the bot 4. It did not work out in any of their favors, even though they're all playing towards that. I think it was 6, 7, 8, yeah, as we see on the right side of our screen.
And on the flip side, we had players like Philip and Ardix RX who played into Build-A-Bud, right? And Philip, I think, took perhaps the best third we've ever seen, but we have our standings ready to find out who is going to be getting cut. We're going to start, I believe, with the top 8 to see who is at the top of our standings. Vapakaza taking a first place in that last match means that almost certainly I do not see a world in where Vapakaza loses this spot. I mean, Jack, are you ready to call it?
We can call it. Vapakaza has now taken the BR qualifier spot. Even if he went dead last now, which is nearly impossible, he's tied VCLF, and so he will be moving on to that Tactician's Crown. But because look at that scoreline, 1-2-2-1 in the first 4 games.
And now we're ready to find out where does who is the road ending for? Who is getting eliminated in our top 16, and who will have 2 more games to determine can they make it into the top 8 as we're ready for the next slide of our standings. Bosso Skills, Tech Summers, Marcel P, Broseph, Replay, Chunnington, Dayhua, Dish Soap. Wait, there's a couple names that are missing here. Where's Wajan Iverson and Kurimex are both eliminated here, right?
Yes. I mean, that was something that wasn't expecting at the beginning of the day, but at this high level of competition, everybody gets to put much effort on that. And unfortunately, Wajan and Cormax are actually out, as well as McMano, RTRX, and also Bapzera, GRC, Pita, and Tali.
Here's the situation.
Cormax, he actually is qualified to Worlds. What about Wajan? Did he qualify?
Before we started this round, we put a number on Wajan Iverson. We said he needs this placement to get through. We said he needs 18th. He got 17th. By 1 point, he is now qualified for the Tactician's Crown alongside Kurimex, both eliminated here, but moving on to the Tactician's Crown. Not even close. Not even close.
Wajan Iverson will secure his 5th Tactician's Crown, his 5th set championship out of 7 regionals appearances, by the way. That is a number only rivaled in the Americas by Dish Soap, and now we are locked in to having Dish Soap and Wajan Iverson representing the Americas at the Tactician's Crown, and welcoming them is going to be Vapakaza and Tech Summers, who are going to be getting their regional representation slots through qualifier points. So listen, end of the road for 8 players here, but we still have 16 players playing for 2 more games to determine can you make it into the top 8 and find your own ticket into the Tactician's Crown. So please do not go anywhere. We're going to send you a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to have the final 2 games of day number 2 of the America's Golden Spatula.
Hey everyone, I'm gonna grab a granola bar. Anybody want any?
Welcome back, everybody. Game 11,
okay.
only 2 remain. We're getting ready to get into it. We got CLE, Dobz, Gangly back on the desk to bring you through the final 2 games of competition. All right, Jack, Dobz, we just cut 8 players from the field, 16 remain. The last game was actually kind of brutal too, Dobz, right? We lost 4 Brazilian players going out of that. Italian Quintanilha, Bopzera, and Mecmeno all fall in that bottom 8, which means only Cash and Vapakaza are the Brazilian players remaining.
Exactly. As you guys were talking about that, it was a difficult cutoff for the Brazilian storm, but still Vapakaza has pretty good chances of representing tomorrow. He's already at qualifier to the Tactician Crown, but as well as Cash secured for the first. So having 2 would be really good. Of course, we had to say goodbye for some of our friends, but we can still make a good representation. So let's hope that Cash can make it as well.
Yeah, and Cash has been crushing it today, right? He's gone 1-1-7-1, and so put himself up in a great spot to be able to make it to the next day. But again, if he drops out, then it's not going to be the best day for all of our Brazilian friends.
Mm-hmm.
There are a couple players in the field that I think many fans are excited to see, especially because they were kind of the hot commodities coming into the event. The 2 that really stand out to me, though, are Marcel P and Broseph. Marcel P made his first regionals appearance last set and was very close to making this top 8, narrowly falling out of that top 8. And Broseph, Jack, I feel like has been one of the hottest commodities of Set 14 in general from the very beginning, like even from PBE, and now with his first regionals appearance is kind of going on a tear.
Yeah, from his content on Twitter to being rank 1 for a while during the beginning of the set, he has kept that up throughout it. And now heading into the top 16, he's a few points behind that top 8 cutoff. And we know that the slots we have left to hand out are AVP and the top 4. And so we need to up our points. We're 5 points for him behind that cutoff, 4 points behind. And so Broseph needs to put a couple good games together.
And you kind of mentioned it, alluded to it a little bit. There is still a world where, depending on how the chips fall today, we could have all 8 players that make top 8 qualify into the Tactician's Crown, right? Because we have 3 players that will be auto-qualified. Dish Soap for being the world champ. Tech Summers already locked in his spot. And now Vapakaza has officially earned his qualification spot. Now, Dobz, we've seen in the last couple of sets what happens when that doesn't happen, because there's was it set 11 where it was the Toddy versus Wajan Iverson debacle where it's 7 out of 8 qualify and only 1 player will remain. I think we kind of felt it earlier with like only 4 players not making it into tier 1. We might have to do the exact same thing again tomorrow with 7 out of 8 players qualifying into the Tactician's Crown.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say that again. It was too tragic. Every time I watch Golden Spatula and even other kinds of TFT tournaments, like the Cups as well, I just pray that the players playing the last lobby, they are qualified already, because that fight is so bad. Because sometimes you're not even playing the game, you're playing just like a mental game with yourself, and it's too harsh. I mean, we've seen that kind of on the Golden Spatula for the players that were fighting for the tier 1. I'm sure that they can perform really well at this level of the stage, but as they got like a pretty bad open start, they start low, and then it's hard to come back. So I hope that we can have something for tomorrow that everybody is already qualified. But of course, the players that are going to play the finals, they have to be prepared, not just for the TFT itself, but they have to be mentally prepared to perform in difficult circumstances.
And the hard part is a lot of these become decided by tiebreakers, right? We'll all be at, right now we have 3 people at 53 points, right around that cutoff for top 8. And sometimes it can be so unfortunate to be like, I just needed 1 more placement. And that's where it's really heartbreaking, because you're like, I did so much right, but that one game I mispositioned, or I forgot bulky buddies around. You know, that happens to all of us, and I could have been in the Tactician's Crown. So we're rooting for that not to happen, right, Dobz?
Yes, exactly what you said.
I think it's something we haven't actually spoken about, which normally we probably would talk about this player quite a bit, and we just haven't really had the opportunity to, is the fact that Setsuko is sitting in 6th place. And you would think that this isn't surprising, because Setsuko, one of the greatest players of all time from North America, but despite the fact that he's qualified to 9 regional finals, he's only made it to the international stage 1 time. He's only qualified for 2 final lobbies at a regionals before, back in set 5 and then again in set 8 when he did qualify to the Tactician's Crown. And it's funny, Jack, to think of Setsuko ever as like an underdog, right? Because of how acclaimed he is regionally, but it actually would be a huge accomplishment for Setsuko to make it back to the World Championship stage, especially in a set where we already know we're sending Dish Soap and Wajan Iverson.
And alongside that, Robin Songs is set up well, and Durham is set up well. So all of these North American legends specifically who have made Tactician's Crowns before but have not been able to put the crown on their head, that is what they're striving for. That's what they want. And for Setsuko, for Robin, for Kurum, for Wajan, those 4 specifically, it's about time.
This feels like if you guys have ever seen the movie Mulan, where they like call upon the ancestors to help Mulan on her journey. This is what it actually is. Like, it's Setsuko, Dish Soap, Wajan Iverson, Kurum, Robin Songs descending from the heavens to help the Americas get a consecutive crown. Sorry, Dobz, go for it.
No, it's fine. I was just about to say that last time the Setsuko played Worlds, the leveling system of TFT doesn't even have level 10. It was like you roll 7. It was like a long time ago. I remember that because I played that Worlds alongside him, and I think it's time to him to actually make his spot at Tactician Crown again. It'd be amazing for him to be there once again, because he's such a high skilled player and already has some great potential. He has proven himself on the America side, but he still wants that Tactician Crown, so it would be nice to see him playing that.
Nick, have you ever made Worlds alongside Setsuko?
Have I? No.
Yeah. Oh,
I haven't.
Oh, just one of us. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, Dobz is flexing a little bit on the broadcast here. There's one other player who I really want to draw attention to that hasn't really been given their flowers, I think, in their entire history, because, to be honest, they've narrowly missed the mark in which you would give them a lot of attention, which is Cambioli, one of the best North American players from the last couple of sets, who has, importantly, never made a top 8 in a tournament. He's never been able to qualify to the final lobby of a Tacticians Cup, to a regional finals. He narrowly missed out in the past, and it feels like he's doing right now. He's 56 points, sitting in 3rd place. His scores today, if you ignore the game 6, which was technically yesterday, even though it was today, his scores right now are 2-4-4-1. He's on a tear, and if he keeps it up, Cambioli will not only find his first top 8 finish in his entire TFT career, but he'll be able to do it in a way that solidifies him as not just a competitor, but a contender as one of the best North American players. You have to imagine, though, that pressure is kind of weighing on him, Dobz, right? Like, you do have to ignore it, but you can't ignore truly the fact that you have never been able to accomplish this thing, and you might be able to do it now.
Yeah, I remember Digitope, we were talking about this before, like Digitope didn't win a single tournament until he started winning it all.
Yes.
So sometimes it's a click. When the first time you win, or the first time you reach that point, it's going to help you to reach that again and again. So for Cambioli, if it's able to get into that last day, it might open a window that he can actually do it and go even higher on his career.
And there's another player that's currently in our top 8 that's making a very quiet redemption run. Bobster specifically has somebody that in set 12 just had one of the greatest regular seasons of all time that we've ever seen. Going into the Golden Spatula, he was already locked in for a Tactician's Crown slot, and then went 32nd. That is not the case that's happening today.
Nope.
Bobster is putting together some great scores. He's currently in 8th place and is looking to make another run for the Tactician's Crown. So Bobster, well done. Way to rewrite the history and be able to put on a great performance at this stage.
It really was a Cinderella run, but they forgot to tell Bobster that when the clock strikes midnight, Carrot turns back into a pumpkin. You know, he went real pumpkin mode last regionals, but here's the good news. We had Cinderella 2 direct to DVD. You got to watch it at home, and that's what's happening right now. It's the quiet release of Cinderella 2. Bobster's back on top, and yeah, you have to imagine that if you're Bobster, being able to represent not actually like anything beyond yourself, it's just representing yourself to say, it wasn't a fluke when I had that great run. I'm able to perform when it matters most, and here I am in the top 8. Lobby is getting ready. We can see this is going to be the lobby 1. Vapakaza, Cash, Philip, Bobster, Disho, Replay, Brosup, and Bosso skills are going to be leading this. Actually, pretty big gap between Vapakaza and Bosso, but outside of those two, it feels like the scores are relatively within reach for all players.
Oh man, here we go again. Zack's virus turns all of the augments prismatic, so maybe we'll see another full open for half of our players again.
Yes, I mean the last lobby that we watched, actually there was not just the triple prismatic lobby, it was also the first augment was hacked. And when the first augment is hacked and they send you the economy line, it gets even crazier. I mean, this one can be all over again.
Maybe we'll get to see a couple of units on the board. I would love to have no hacked economy unit. There's economy augment. I would like to see the people play the game a little bit at least.
That makes no sense to me when you could just play Cypher and have fun. Bosso Skills, though, does have that Draven, which I'm sure everyone else is coveting. They really would like that Cypher on 2-1 as early as possible, especially when you can get the prismatic augments to really help out alongside those.
Yes, exactly.
Also,
I mean,
46 points, too. I do want to draw attention to that, meaning that because he's guaranteed 2 games, he probably needs to go first just to have a shot, right? He's currently 7 points behind whoa. He's currently 7 points behind the threshold, and so he's going to have to play very flippy, very first wraith, and this is actually telling you a little bit of his mental state going into it, right? He recognizes that he needs any economic advantage he can get into the game, and I do wonder if he's saying, if there are economy augments coming through, I want to be able to leverage the additional interest that I'll get on 1-4 to be able to get even more value out of that. So I think he understands the assignment. It's go first or say goodbye.
Yes, and also we need to highlight that everybody is going to sell their boards, and so even if he doesn't have the cipher, so he may not like get a good advantage of it. So he sold the Draven. So here is the level up.
Level up is basically an economy augment. Vapakasa took high-end shopping, and Broseph took Exalted Adventure. So I'd love to check in on Broseph specifically to see which one it is. Cash also took high-end shopping, but for Broseph, Exalted Adventure is a crazy 2-cost reroll that can open up some wild boards.
Ash and Vapakasa both taking high-end shopping. To me, I do wonder when you don't have an econ opener, right? Like everyone has 5 components right now. You did not get a lot of money from the stage 1 PvE round, and to me that reads like you would naturally be getting less value out of high-end shopping. But it seems like both Vapakasa and Cash feel like the augment in of itself is strong, that even if they're just stuck on level 8 for a long time, they're probably going to be getting enough value out of it.
Yes, exactly. I mean, I wonder if they actually made economy on the first stage, because if they played just like Bosso Kills did play, they would have a decent amount of gold already. So it would be really good to take the high-end shopping. But I'm not sure if they did that, if they sold everything.
Okay, we're getting confirmation of Brosif's Exalted Adventure is going to be Skarner TF LeBlanc.
Yeah, the interesting thing about this is he starts with a large dupe as well, so able to have another thing to help him get to that point. It's a little bit awkward. This one's a little bit awkward, for sure. Obviously, LeBlanc is a great unit, and Skarner's a great unit, but usually separately. So putting this board together is going to be an interesting puzzle.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that this one isn't the best, but is not the worst as well, because if you can play TF and having the Skarner, you end up getting the Vanguard, and you can play LeBlanc that's way stronger in the meta right now, and instead of using the Jarvan you can use the Skarner. Just would be difficult to hit the LeBlanc if other players are playing Cypher. But there is some crazy combination out of that. Like I played sometime like one that was Echo, Jhin, and Twisted Fate. It's impossible to solve that puzzle. So this one is kind of good one. So I guess he can manage that.
In the APAC Tacticians Cup number 3, there was a player who had a very similar Exalted Adventure line, and what they ended up doing was just playing Cypher, and you just play Cypher all stage 2, stage 3 while you're re-rolling whatever unit you need on the bench. And what it actually allows you to do is get essentially 2 Cypher cash outs. You get one from Cypher and one from Exalted Adventure, and yeah, you're going to be playing the game with essentially 1 HP on 4-1, but it kind of follows the same shape that a normal Cypher game would give you anyway. And if you actually can, just like you're saying, Dobz, replace your Jarvan with the Skarner, the rewards that you actually would reap are probably high enough to win out the game. I think it's just always a question of, are you going to be stable enough on the beginning of stage 4? Because if people are spiking very hard on 4-2, you can't afford to have not upgraded everything on your board.
We do have a pause in our game. Broseph is now back at his computer. Bobster, we saw running back to his computer as well. So I imagine we're getting close to getting back into game. And very interesting start here. Yeah, here we go back into game. We want to keep an eye on who goes into loss streak and who goes into win streak, because in these prismatic lobbies, this is really what the extra gold on top of that, using the multiplicative scaling with some of the strong augments, is what's going to make a really powerful, really capped board in the late game.
Yeah, we can see Vapakasa in here playing the Kog'Maw with alongside the Skarner. Pretty good early game, and he has the high-end shopping. So it can be a 6 Vanguard with some legendaries, or it can be a fully board with a lot of legendary units. Let's see if he can afford that. but he actually has 30 gold. So it's not even that bad.
I was about to say that. The fact that he's 30 gold, I do wonder, maybe you were right, Dobz. Maybe he did the same thing Bosso did and played in Italy on stage 1 to ensure the early interest. Because this actually, the board he's playing right now is both very cheap, but also quite stable. Like, you are not expecting to win streak every single fight, but if you can find a Skarner 2 on stage 3, you have an upgraded Kog'Maw on the back line. If you can get a Rage Blade on that, and you're going to have pretty reasonable pick priority, I actually feel like Bapakaz is in a position to play just kind of the normal Urgot board that we've seen, but he is able to fit most of it on level 8. So it probably is not a bad spot by any means.
Across the lobby, we see some more interesting choices. Dish Soap and Replay both taking buried treasures, getting a lot of that item advantage, which is so incredibly good, especially after that was nerfed a little bit, taking away some of the items. I believe it was in patch 14.5, and now being able to get a bunch of those back for Dish Soap and Replay, it'll give him a lot of power.
Take a look at Philip. Blue Battery, LeBlanc 2. So he's going to be able to play the LeBlanc reroll, but he'll be playing it from ahead instead. He's 4 LeBlancs already.
That will change the approach of the game, because the player from the Exalted Adventure could be in trouble, because he must play TF instead of LeBlanc. And I did some check in here. The high-end choppy also gives you 12 gold. So I wasn't sure if
that is a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot of gold. Yes. I thought that it was a gold that came from the hacked augment, but it was not. It's from the augment itself. So that's why he's really rich.
I'm curious to see if anyone is playing Cypher in this lobby. I don't know if anyone really had it. We did see Bosso Skills have a Draven that he sold for 10 gold. And it doesn't look like
does
anyone
have it online. Broseph, with the Exalted Venture, was able to find 4 Cypher, I believe, off of the carousel. So, yeah. So Broseph is going to be in a position to very likely hit the LeBlanc, and I think the fact that you do get the additional duplicators from Exalted Adventure is going to make that a lot much more easy. I'm actually very concerned for Philip, just because we are expecting Broseph to have significantly more gold than him all game long. And despite the fact that Philip's going to be able to win streak, I do fear that like he is going to run into a lot of trouble if he's playing this later into the game. And I also wonder, like, do you ever just end up playing Dynamo or Amp with Blue Battery instead if you are convinced that Broseph is going to hit LeBlanc 3?
Yeah, I was wondering myself that as well, but he has an Alice on the shop and he's not even considering that. So he might just play Amp or just stay on the LeBlanc, even it's contested. I'm curious if he's going to change his composition. But I mean, Amp is actually a composition that you need a lot of resources, a lot of items, and he has great items for it. So he might give that a chance.
Very interesting fights coming across here. Philip maintaining that win streak, Broseph continuing that loss streak. Brosep's spot is just fascinating to me because he's not holding any Twisted Fates, but probably just using that to make gold, but is making Skarner. So definitely playing around Skarner. Might go in the TF reroll, which is okay on the new patch, but maybe not on this one.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen very much TF reroll at all. It's one of the lines that, you know, can be really enabled by artifacts, but without it, it does feel like it just doesn't pack enough of a punch. Also, we are seeing Cash already slamming the Sterix. This does feel like he's very heavily posturing into the Boombot line.
We did see Twisted Fate reroll twice yesterday, just a warning, and it went 4th and 5th.
Oh, not bad.
So,
not bad.
Yeah, I mean, in the Brazilian study group, I was aware that some players did like the TF because in China, it's actually with some popularity. I'm not sure how many games there were, but there are some players in China that like it, the TF. So, isn't that bad? I mean, from the I forgot artifacts that you mentioned, it should be good. So I imagine if you have the Exalted Adventure and you can maybe get an early cash out, you can still get some good placement out of it.
We've been seeing a lot of AD just as we were scouting around, looking at everybody's boards. I know we've seen a lot of people seem to be posturing towards either the Boombot line or some sort of Vanguard and Marksman line. Even Bobster on the other side here, we see he's holding Cypher units on the bench as well. It does end up selling the Draven, so holding the Vanguards, maybe saying I'd rather play into the Vanguard and Marksman rather than the Urgot. And it is triple prismatic party, so this is our second one coming through as we hop on board with Philip, who did lose his win streak in that last fight.
Well, he didn't go to the prismatic flux. I was assuming that he could get it because he has so much HP, so he could sack. Instead, he goes to the enhancement, so maximize his damage output. It's a really strong combat augment. Let's see if it's going to play the Dynamo line or either the LeBlanc, but I'm not quite sure yet.
We have some very interesting augment choices coming through here. Broseph and Replay both taking Radiant Pandora's items, while Vapakasa with high-end shopping is now taking invested.
Oh, wow.
So he is going for 3-star 5 costs. I'm calling it. It's happening this game.
I mean, he has so much HP too, right? He's 95 HP right now. He has a pretty reasonable board, Skarner 2 and Kog'Maw 2 upgraded. And so I think he's recognizing, listen, this board's not enough to win streak through the rest of stage 3. I can kind of sacrifice my stage 3 and put myself in a position where I can spike very hard on stage 4, play for a fast 9 maybe even, and then we have level 9 with level 10 odds. Vapakaza is set up for a very, very high cap.
Yes, I mean, he's in a position that he can actually risk it all because he has some points ahead of the cut, but he needs to be focused that he can be outplaced still. So
yeah.
There is so much that can happen because there is just 2 lobbies. So it's important to not it's important to be focused on the objective that is actually going passive for tomorrow.
Broseph is taking that strategy of playing for the double cash out, right? At 190 already after this loss is going to be close to the 250 already. Going into the stage 3 carousel at 39 HP, it is looking like at the 3-7 cash out, he'll most likely be in like the mid 10s. The goal though is have 2 lives.
The goal might change here with a Zed also. There's Zed on carousel, so he can get to 5 Cypher right now. He also only has 2 LeBlancs, and so that is definitely going to be concerning because he needs to reroll that thing, but it is hotly contested in this lobby.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for him to get the LeBlanc. At least he has 3 duplicators. He has 2 right now, but he'll get another one. So maybe that can actually help him to get it.
I do wonder, did he pump gold into level 7 yet? I don't know if we saw that before, but if he didn't pump the gold into 7, it's possible that he actually does choose to roll a bit more on 6 to give himself better odds of finding the LeBlanc and the Skarner early, because like you're saying, if he doesn't hit the Exalted Adventure cash out, the 1 cash out is most likely not going to be enough to make up for an entire prismatic augment, especially when you're on 1 or 2 lives.
We're on board now with Bosso Skills, who's doing something very interesting that I think Dish Soap did not do in the last game. He's staking his claim in this Boombot Fast 9 board with that emblem. And so now everyone knows that, hey, I'm Bosso Skills, I'm playing Boombot. You guys should stay away or you're going to get contested. And so with level up and this Boombot crest, it's going to be something that can cap very high, and he needs firsts. So
I like that.
This is the way to do it.
I like that in his statement, he has the manners to introduce himself of saying, hi, I'm Bosso Skills first before staking the claim. That's very, very polite of him, Jack.
He's let everyone know who he is, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting that so many players are going to that line. So that might be something that we already saw, like everybody contesting the Urgot line, and somebody will hit, somebody may not. So, and he actually is on level 6, the Broseph, we can see now.
Makes sense. I think this is the correct call because you do need to guarantee your Exalted Adventure cash out, and he's already 27 HP, which means he has to hit it on 4-1 or his game is almost certainly just over. Oh, he'll find a win here. I think you're completely fine taking a win. The only thing is that it does put you most likely in the 330 cash, right? I don't know if it's going to bring you to the next tier just by killing unit. Oh, no, it is sponging, though. There might be enough combat power. Yeah.
This many items is going to be really hard to lose, but again, this Skarner is quite tanky. He's gonna the 330 we do want to avoid.
Yeah, I think we're gonna get into the next tier. I think we do lose this fight. I don't think we actually have enough damage to kill all of this front line. Although Skarner's still alive. This guy's living forever.
This is gonna be a close fight, I guess. Look at it.
Oh! Perfect
Perfect loss.
Wow,
the perfect loss.
21 HP is amazing here. Double fish bones.
I mean,
with
double
4
fish bones
reforgers
isn't that great, but you can reforge it. Let's see what he can get.
Can you put 2 fish bones on a unit? You can't, right? They're unit. Okay, you good. Good.
Okay, but what is going to be in our Exalted Adventure cash out too? Because that is going to be a huge part where you can still get more.
Here's the Sonya.
Are you kidding me?
Hey,
these are
Zion's also really good.
He has an unending despair for his Skarner or his Galio, and he has a what's it called? Zanya's for his LeBlanc. You could not have picked better augments here or better artifacts. Oh, actually, he's gonna reforge it. Wait, really?
No, he put on it.
Okay. He has Pandora's. He has Pandora's items. I forgot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
but we need to still hit our Exalted Adventure here. We are rolling down. I'm sure we'll send it to 0 here. We do have 3 duplicators, so we will. We're gonna hit, right?
Very
for
close.
Sure.
Yeah. We need 2 more, right?
Okay, there's one.
No,
one off Skarner. Hello?
Oh my god.
Oh no. Oh, that's not good.
Hello?
Oh.
Okay, he's still 2 lives.
Yeah.
We'll
come back.
Oh, look at that. Two LeBlancs on Vapakaza's shop. Oh my god. He's not even rolling, and there is a LeBlanc on the shop.
Crazy. Yeah, we definitely want to come back to Broseph right after this fight, though, to make sure, because I imagine he's not going to have enough to win. Oh, he actually does find a win there. That is huge for Broseph.
Call to Chaos is a very interesting choice here. Movable object is always good, but it will be roll the dice. We're going to roll hard on 8.
Gonna be a... Yeah, that's also going to be a really big roll down. Okay, he finds a Skarner. You have to sell a Zed pair, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, and then you use triple duplicate the LeBlanc, and let's see what the cash out's going to be.
Oh, my lord.
Oh, okay.
Wait, whoa.
Okay, so now we double Radiant Warmogs the Skarner, or no? Okay.
We have the biggest Skarner ever. Oh, okay, he did it.
Huge Skarner.
Okay.
So it's going to be double Warmogs on the Galio instead, and then we have Radiant Giant Slayer, Zanya's, and Shojin. Nope, wait.
Whoa.
A red buff instead. He's actually not going mana generation on the LeBlanc. That's really surprising to me.
Very interesting. We do have 5 Reforgers as well, so we could work with a lot here. We just need to win this round, though. So that is huge. I wonder if he's gonna sharp reforge.
Yeah.
The Draven or something.
I mean, the Rage Blade on the LeBlanc is actually quite good. So but I didn't expect him to replace that with the Chosen, because when you have Chosen and Rage Blade, it's actually really strong. But of course, the Radiant GS will be a little bit better.
Yeah.
And actually, the Chosen on Draven is better than the Rage Blade as well. So
makes sense. I mean, we also have so many raw stats just from 5 Cypher 2. The damage amp does a lot. Vapakaza, as you're calling out, this was the high-end shopping board. Has Zac 2, Garen 2, Urgot 1, but Cho'Gath 2. There are a lot of the pieces here. It's just about getting everything fully upgraded, but he is on a 3-loss streak. He's running out of time, but Boss of Skills has not upgraded his Boombot board. He does have 2 Urgots on the other side, though. Perhaps 2 Urgots are better than 1, but we do have way more upgrades on the side of Vapakaza.
Yeah,
you do have 42 HP to work with, though.
Six Boombot as well.
Right, he has the +1. Good call. Yeah, I think once Bosso Skills can upgrade his board, he's going to need quite a bit of gold to actually do that, but I think Bowser Skills is set up to have a higher cap between both the sponging and 6 Boombot.
Bobster also on an 8-win streak, sitting really pretty, level 8, 95 HP, very big HP lead, and then Philip right behind at 70 before we get down into the 40s. Good HP lead for those guys. Looking at his board at the bottom of the screen, we're seeing that he's just playing some Vanguard Marksman, just some classic 4-4. Oh no, it looks like we have 6. 6 Vanguard, 2 Marksman in the back line, ready to roll.
Hey, about Philip, he's playing Nep, and he got the Moonlight in Italy, so it's wrong.
Yep. Yeah, we've seen a couple players play into... Oh, man, we do miss the Boombot here. That is one of the best ways to try and cap out this board, but don't find it. So I think Vapakazi is not super happy about that. But with Philip, like we were saying, we have seen players play the tempo amp. In particular, Bob Zera showed it a lot today. It took 2 different fifths with it. But finding Greater Moonlight for the Nidalee is one of the ways in which that actually can cap out even when played from ahead. So I think it's worth it to keep our eyes on Philip, see if he can eventually make it to 9. As Vapakaza, unfortunately, is a bit stuck on 8 until he can fully upgrade this board. It's going to take a while until we really want to try and go 9, especially when we get so much value from just rolling for Zach Blobs.
Yeah,
I guess he's never going 9.
Blobs as well.
I guess he's never going to the level 9. I would say, because he can just roll for more blobs, and then if you go 9, you're gonna miss a bunch of it. And he can get the Urgot 2 on the 8 because he has high-end shopping.
He sure could. He does already have 26 blobs, which is great. I would love to see what is going on with Cash's board, who is somebody that we've talked about being in the top 8. Has high-end shopping as well, also playing this Urgot board. So 3-way contested here, has that duplicator, the big dupe, and Urgot in shop. So this will be Urgot 2 for Cash here, hopefully helping him make the comeback.
He's gonna sell Kabuko for this, you think? I mean, he's 21 HP. Yeah, okay. Makes sense.
Yeah,
you don't really have a lot of time.
Very good. And he doesn't have the Zac.
Mm-hmm.
So this is not looking good.
Oh. We're also running into final boss Broseph here, who has all of these extra resources. This Skarner is just so incredibly tanky, and will just also be doing so much damage as we see it taking all of the aggro and barely losing any HP.
Yeah, I mean, the Boombot board is so good at playing front to back because there's so much upfront damage when you're playing around that Urgot. But you know what else is really good at playing front to back? It's a Skarner through with Radiant, Warmogs, plus Unending Spare with a, beefed up LeBlanc in the back line.
Oh, wow.
Oh, here's the Hectron.
Big hit, but I mean, we're just out of HP, right? And at this point, if you're not playing to win out, you are almost certainly dead in the water.
I mean, his spot is like just as Vapakaza, but Vapakaza has the better unit quality because he doesn't have the Zac too. So isn't that he's not looking very good because of it?
And in a lobby like this, where there's so many high capped boards, you look at Replay's board with no Sejuani 2 and no Zeri 2, and it's looking quite dim here for Replay.
This happens every time we watch Replay play Exotech. This happened yesterday as well. He's like out here, everyone's playing these illegal boards on 8. Just, an honest man, long day's work trying to find his units and just cannot upgrade anything on his board. Oh. Okay, has to sell the Sejuani for it too, and it actually does go to show how much these players do value the damage of the Jin 2. It's something that really can't be understated. He does so much to add to that damage output of the team.
Yeah, but then you look at this board on the other side and you're like, there's nothing I can do, because, I mean, everything's upgraded.
This Sejuani cast again. Oh, it doesn't. It barely misses, and the Kabuko actually gets on the Zeri. No, Cash's board's just going to run over Replay. That should be lethal.
Yeah, it was lethal. That's
rough.
hard to replay. He probably is out.
Yeah, almost certainly that's going to be elimination for Replay. He was already outside the top 8 going into this game, and finding 8th place here. Previous world champ. Had a strong run, always one of the best contenders from North America, but unfortunately, a really rough 8th place game here. It's not going to be enough for Replay to find himself back on the international stage this set.
When we look at the HP totals, we see Bobster still sticking at 84 HP, Philip at almost half of that, but then the rest of the lobby, three people at 21, 21, 22. And so these fights here in the middle of stage 5 are going to be incredibly important for establishing our top 4 in this game. And it does not look like Cash will take losses anytime soon, even taking down that 4-star Nidalee.
I think this was a ghost board, though. You know, that's at least a good sign for Philip. He's not taking any damage from this. We don't know the true board strength of Philip. We did see that he actually did take a win there too, and that's an important fight for Cash to get the ghost there, because Dish Soap and Bosso also fall within kill range right now, and if Cash can win one more fight, and honestly, or even just take a worse loss or a better loss, might be able to get himself a 5th out of here despite missing the Zac, and I think you would take that in his position.
Well, seeing those scores right now, a lot of you got 2-star rates already. It's just a matter of how the matchmaking is going to work in here, and a matter of positioning. Let's see, Cash against the 6 Boombots.
Yeah.
And this is huge for Bosso's skills. If he's not able to win this fight, his chances at moving on to the Tactician's Crown will evaporate, and it's looking like his board is doing the same. Bosso's skills will drop out here in 7th place, and so knowing that he needed to play for first, gave it his all, but not able to quite get it done.
Dish Soap also going to fall there up against Vapakaza, and so Cash with a win is going to lock in a 5th place finish. And the Brazilian Cash, I think, was an underdog for a lot of people coming into this event and really making a statement. And I don't know if his game is quite over yet, because he just picked up a Boombot emblem, and all of a sudden he actually has the opportunity to play 6 Boombot. Although, can you actually fit it on this board? You'd have to drop something very strong in order to play 6. He can drop Sejuani 2 or something.
Yeah. Can you drop a Sejuani 2 having a Renekton with 3 items? I'm not sure. Let's see.
Yeah, I think you just dropped one of the
he just saw
Boombots.
the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, get the Vinicore and Executioner on the board instead. Oh, the Aurora instead.
I do want to talk real quick about Dish Soap going out in 6th place. He was currently sitting tied for the top 8, and now taking a bot 4 moves him just outside of that. And so we may not see a final lobby with Dish Soap in it, even though he's already qualified for the Tactician's Crown because he is the previous champion. So going in these last fights, looking at Cash, Brosif, who are both fighting to stay in that top 8.
Oh, that's the real Philip right now. The other
This is
one
the real
was
Philip.
the post. This is the real one. Let's see if it matters.
Oh, a lot of CC on the Nidalee there. Another Kabuko cast as it gets pulled in, but the Nidalee hasn't died yet. The Renekton's on the back line, but it lives forever, and Philip able to secure a top 4. Keep in mind, at this point in time, Philip, Bobster, Cash, Vapakaza, all of which I believe are in the top 8, right? So this is actually just a rich gets richer sort of moment. The players at the bottom of the standings fall even further behind. The players at the top extend their lead, and this could mean that the threshold for top 8 is going to be increased, because we're going to have a bigger gap between the bottom and the top of the standings, and that is great news for these top 4 players.
And the only one who's outside looking in is Brosif, who is on that win streak. He is 49 points, so he's 4 points off the threshold, so he is hoping that he can go first in this lobby. And looking at this board and the double cash out, it looks pretty good.
It does look pretty good.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. Let's see if Vapakaza... I wonder how many Blobbats does he have, because he's still at level 8, and it seems that he's stopped rolling. He might think he is disabled at this quantity of Blobbats.
Oh, the Zac come in.
Wow.
The Zac popped the Zanyas so early on LeBlanc, and so that was the difference in that fight. It did enough damage to be able to bring it to that threshold. Vapakaza did not find Boombot mod again, though.
Wow, that is a pretty unfortunate hit. I mean, granted, you already do have a mod on the Garen, and so you would be losing out on, if you hit Boombot, you're not able to put it on the Garen, which is a big part of that damage. Although I think it might have been Cash that we had looked at before. I'm not sure if this Garen has Boombot mod on. If we could get verification on that, that would actually be very helpful. But you aren't going to be able to get it on the Viego 2 with the Radiant Rascals gloves on it, right? So it is still a big miss. That said, it's been looking really good for Vapakaza, despite the fact that he's playing this board on 8. He has reached the cap of the board, and now, like Dobz, you called out, we're rolling for blobs to try and get this Zach not just to live forever, but to scale up with so much AP that he's just killing the entirety of the enemy boards.
Yes, with the amount of gold that he had, he could push into that level 9 with like a couple rounds, but he decided that actually it's better to roll for more blobs. So I think he's going to stay on level 8 forever.
And this fight will not result in somebody dropping out. Both of these players are at 32 HP, but this will show us a preview of what our end game will look like. Will it be Philip or Vapakaza who can come out with the stronger board? Philip's board with that 4-star Nidalee is just not dying with that Hodge.
Tibbers comes down.
Will be enough. The Tibbers is huge.
Wow, that fight was crazy because the Zac was stunning the Nidalee over and over again, despite the fact that the Nidalee was killing the Zac and had to kill another one and another. But in the end, it was actually the backline damage coming through between the Yuumi and the Annie. And it actually goes to show Philip investing in the calculated enhancement has made his board so powerful.
Yes, I was wondering why he was placing the Nidalee at the backline, but I just did forget the enhancement. So that's why. And it's actually paying off because she is arriving a little bit late on the fight.
And also this Zac, he's had for a long time with invested. It has 59 blobs.
Wow.
59 with double Warmogs. So this thing is a 5-star at this point. This thing is crazy.
Yeah, Bobster's board does not look like it stands a chance here. We still have the Zac can still explode into 3 other ones, and there's just not enough damage. Bobster is going to take a hit here, but not eliminated. And Broseph actually does go out to Philip. That is really surprising. Bobster, again, we said, was the one player of this top 4 that was not in the top 8 going into this game. Philip, Vapakaza, Bobster extend their lead over the field. You have to feel good for these 3 players, especially considering, I would say, 3 players who, to many people, were not considered the favorite. Vapakaza, while having a fantastic season, I would say was kind of in the shadow of VCLF going into this Golden Spatula for a lot of people, but is really putting his stamp on the fact that he belongs here and that he can absolutely contend with the best. So these 3 players really getting close to punching their ticket into top 8 tomorrow.
The other thing is they're fighting for those AVP slots. So for all 3 of these guys, it's going to be absolutely insane. Bobster's board is doing very well into this fight with Philip, though. Able to delete that Nidalee 4 quite easily with that Radiant IE. But it's going down to the wire with the Yuumi. It's going to be not enough. Wow! And he falls out.
He's eliminated.
He was so close.
Oh my gosh. I mean, it looked like he had been able to win the fight there. He took out the Nidalee so early, and even though the Nidalee didn't have enough damage, again, we have to call it the calculated enhancement. The Yuumi 2, not a Yuumi 3, able to 1v1 the Xayah and the Aphelios there to clutch it up for Philip. And he's locked in the top 2, already sitting in the top 8. Philip is getting very, very close to finding his way into finals and representing America's in the Tactician's Crown, potentially.
But Vapakaza found a boombox spot.
Of course he did. It's crazy.
Yeah, he actually could drop this corner, but he just decided to roll for more bloblets. Oh, wow. More blobs.
I'm so curious of how many...
I mean, I have a friend in Brazil, Arith. He plays the TFT as well. And he say every single board doesn't even matter. It's just what just matters is the amount of blobs you can get. Because if you manage to get like hundreds of it, you're going to win anyway, so...
This Zac is doing so much damage.
I mean, actually just one-shot the Nidalee. It bounced twice on the Nidalee and it just died. I think at this point, we have reached critical mass. Vapakaza, it feels very impossible for him to win. And keep in mind, with every turn that he does survive, he only gets more powerful. Vapakaza might be running away with day 2 of the competition as he's already in first, locked in the top 2, and might find another first.
And we have a confirmation from production. Zac did 10,000 damage. And he's a tank, by the way. He's a tank.
Yeah, that might be the last fight in here. This can be the last fight. Can be the longer one as well, but
We did put Italy in the back line this time, which is very interesting. Not walking forward, but just dies instantly. It's dead. It's dead.
It's one shot.
It's not even close. I mean, Vapakaza, listen, he hit the right conditions. He hit the things he needed to. You could see he's feeling it. He's feeling confident, he's feeling good, taking a first here. This is almost certainly, I cannot imagine there's any world where he does not make top 8. Vapakaza already locked in his spot at the Tactician's Crown through qualifier points. Now making the victory lap, saying, listen, it's not just a formality. I'm a beast. I'm going to take it all the way. And now maybe even just becoming a tournament favorite for the whole thing.
74 blobs by the end of the game on the sack is absolutely insane, and we saw that just carry these fights and destroy 4-star units. Didn't matter what was on the other side.
Yeah, why would you go level 9 and spend 70 gold when you can actually reroll tons of blobs and make your Zac even stronger, right?
That's right, 70 gold, that's like 40 blobs or something. I'd rather have the blobs. Anyway, we've got one more game on the day to determine who is going to be making it into that top 8 of the Golden Spatula. We're going to go to a short break, but when we come back, the analyst desk will break down the game before we get into the final game of the day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
What's going on, everyone? I'm Jupe. I'm here with Alan, with Impetuous Panda and Cesar Baker. We'll be drawing some TFT stuff, and we will only have 1 minute to guess what the other one is drawing. Are you guys ready?
Let's go. Sir.
Hey,
vamos.
Where? Kabuka?
Shop. Buried treasures.
Arguments? Argument?
Oh. This circle stuff I did not expect. I thought you could be doing normal try.
Hold on.
This is...
Cyberboss?
Is this a Picasso?
It's on the face. Holy, he's locked in.
I am so lost. This is abstract work though. Very good. Very good stuff, Jupe. Is this supposed to be TFT related? At least. There's lots of legs.
Elise?
Está muy difícil esto.
No! It's
What happened to the old marker, man?
It's too tough. I tried to do the items, and this was supposed to be an Archangels, and this is Fiddlesticks.
Oh no!
But it's too difficult. I tried to do too many things at the same time.
Why blue?
Oh.
Chill. Relax.
Miss Fortune.
Kaboom.
Syndicate?
Golem.
Kabuka? Cyberboss?
That's it.
Oh.
You got it, Jupe.
Babo! I cannot draw, but I can guess.
Wait.
Vagar.
Kabuka? I think looks like Kabuka to me.
Vex.
Tivers. Ooh, Vex.
Pew.
This is not Annie again.
Cyberboss.
Misfortune.
Zix.
Aurora.
Yeah, 6.
Oh man. Yeah.
The plus, yeah.
Forward, but just died instantly.
Welcome back, everybody. We are still going through day 2 of our competition here at the America's Golden Spatula for Cyber City, but we only have 1 game left. Before we get into that, Jupeson and I are going to break down the action that we just saw in our first game of our top 16. And Jupe, I think first and foremost, you and I were cracking up about this Zac just damaged blobs.
Nah, it was amazing. We saw Vapakaza on 3-5 getting this sack, and we call it out. This is just too amazing. This will be a banger, and it was. Boombot sack, making more than 10,000 damage, 76 blob, so full of HP. And remember, this is patch 14.6, so the damage in these sacks was totally absurd. He was that final carry, getting Bapacasa not only the first place, but ensuring him Nekkra the placement on the Tactician Crown by qualifier points from Brazil.
Felt very thematic given that the portal for our game was also Zac encounter, so we got triple prismatic augments throughout the lobby as well. High-end shopping for Bapacasa meant that staying on 8 was so much easier, but Cash had also taken the high-end shopping option and unfortunately just not able to quite find the pieces to really put that legendary board together and taking a taking a bottom 4.
Yeah, I'm talking about bottom 4, D-Shop, and Replay trying to play EXO. That normally is a great line, but you're talking Prismatic, triple Prismatic. They were going for items that normally is the best play to play it, but it just wasn't enough. As Gangly was saying, an honest man there, Replay trying to get the challenge, but Boombox is just too strong. Nekkra having the augments, getting the early sack. That's the name of the game, and that's why both Bapacasa and then obviously Cash trying to go for that line. Cash finished 5th. It wasn't enough for him, facing off against the one who got 2nd place with the amp board, that was Philip.
Yeah, and when you take a look at where Bapacasa and Philip were, they were already heading into this game in the top 8. And so knowing that they can't really let their foot off the gas yet, they really have to make sure that they're still getting those firsts, those top 4s, just to keep themselves in that top 8 is going to be so important. Especially when looking at the standings, we only have one more game left. This is the final chance for these players to actually accumulate points to catapult themselves into that Sunday. And right now, Just Soap leading the pack in 9th place at 56 points. But Jupe, usually we look at the final day of the Golden Spatula and you need at least 60 points to make it into that final day.
Yeah, if we think about it, only one game left, so 8 points on the line. We can think about Broseph, Chonington, Marcel P having a possibility, and of course, these players will have to go back for them to have a possibility to advance. So also Setsuko in a dire position here, the Juan Bobster, all below that 60 threshold that mathematically should be. Obviously, you want to get 61 just to make sure. So we'll be very attempt on them. Bobster, the Hua, Setsuko. Will they manage to achieve the threshold and will they qualify for the final lobby tomorrow?
Wow, but Bapacasa, 3 first places and as 2 seconds. Wow. What is that AVP? Jupe, someone do the math on that quick, but it's really high is all I know. Imagine if he gets a 2nd in this final game.
Yeah, no, he's doing amazing, and this is important recognition about Brazil. The Brazilian, they say they lost many of the qualifiers, the big 4 of Brazil. Babsera present, and Bapacasa has been showing why he was almost the last one to be picked on Pick'ems for this lobby. He's just been doing amazing on Scream, on Cops, and now on Golden Spatula America.
Really did his homework for this one, and hopefully he can finish strong in this final game, as we are going to go ahead and send things back over to our casters to take us through this and figure out which of our players will move on to that top 8.
Thank you so much, Nekkra and Jupe, for bringing us out of that last game and bringing us into the final one. TLE, Dobz, and I back to guide you all through game number 12, days 1 and 2 of the Golden Spatula. Listen, we saw those standings, and despite a handful at the bottom, Jack, there are pretty much, what is it, probably 13 players that are still playing in the field for a spot in the top 8.
Yeah, 13 players playing for that spot, and the only person really secure is Bapacasa. He's already secured it through qualifier points, but even 62 points, there's a world where that's not safe. So for Kambuli and Robin Songs, who are currently at 2nd and 3rd, there's a world where if they go 8th, the normal number is 60. But this could go all the way up depending on how this goes. If Bapacasa goes 8th, if Kambuli and Robin Songs, they both can't go 8th because they're in the same lobby, but one of them could also drop out.
Yeah, for this
the
lobby
last game is going to be another high econ encounter, right? We're going to have the Scuttle Puddle going into this last game.
Yes, another high variance lobby as we had like a triple prismatic one, and this one gives you extra loot as well. as much gold also. So let's see if it can get even wider if you have like a prismatic opener alongside the Escadapado.
Marcel P is the player that we're starting on, and it's worth it to take a second to recognize his journey. Last set, making it his first ever regionals appearance, coming up just short, barely on the outskirts of the top 8, and going into this Golden Spatula, there were a lot of players looking at this guy and saying he's popping off in scrims, he's had a strong run the entirety of the set, he's somehow become a favorite despite his low experience in the competitive circuit. People are looking to this guy saying that he has what it takes to be one of the best, and now he's very close to actually making and punching his ticket into the top 8 just on the outside.
And there's a couple other players in this lobby. I want to call these 3 players out specifically that need to play for first in this game. And so we'll see them probably open here to try and make 20. Marcel P is currently outside looking in. Chunnington is at 1 point behind that. And then Toronto Tokyo is at the same point value as Marcel P as well. All 3 of those guys are on the outside looking in. And so they need a really good placement here in order to make it in. And these are great players that are having great seasons, and now they just need to put it together one last game to make it through to the final day.
Yeah, it's some sort of when you arrive at the last game and you are in the spot like this, it's just like a best of one. Sometimes it feels bad because all the season the months that you traded for, it's just on this game, so it's so much pressure, but the players got it.
It is prismatic augment on the Scuttle Puddle. This is going to be an extremely high variant game, and I think most importantly, it's going to be a very high resource game. We've seen a lot of players lean into this Fast 9, Urgot, Boombot style of play, and I'm very curious to see how many of them lean more into Econ and how many want to play more into combat.
Toronto Tokyo playing hedge fund is huge. Dehua playing investment strategy. I wonder if he's playing Gorilla. But we also have expected unexpectedness from Kambuli, which is something that can go absolutely insane if you roll well.
Yeah, it's hard to predict what he got from here. Maybe he got extra gold because it was neither units nor artifacts or something.
Yeah, no HP either. Oh, he's already setting up to just play great. Expected unexpectedness, there are a lot of things that it can drop that are super good for Graves. I mean, even if it is just the money drop, which is a very common one, that's something that you talked about earlier, right, Dobz? Graves and Zach are the 2 units that really can convert money directly into gold. And when you're playing in Scuttle Puddle in particular, you already have so much gold kind of being thrown into your board that Graves would feel very, very good. But you can also get things like combat power or even artifacts, I believe.
Yes, you can get some duplicators, artifacts, maybe some units, and then you can maybe get a Philios, who knows, and get an early 4 Gogs and capitalize around that. So having 2 Graves already, it seems pretty good for him.
I do want to call out Setsuko playing level up just as the classic Setsuko thing, right?
It really is.
He's just so good at the higher levels, level 9, making a crazy capped board. And so that is exactly what he'll be doing. Already level 5 and has Cypher in. So this guy is going to have a lot of power.
Yeah, his spot is actually really good.
There are a few players that I would trust more than Setsuko to be able to navigate this spot, right? Like, you give him a ton of resources, you give him the ability to go 9, you give him a Cypher cash out. He's not only fast, but he's thoughtful and he's very precise. And he's going to be playing a line that has very little margin for error, especially when other people will be capping out super high. But that's who Setsuko is. He is the player with the highest high roll conversion rate in the field. There is nobody in the Americas that can convert top 4s into first places better than Setsuko, and currently sitting in 8th place on the brink of elimination and not making final day. This feels like Setsuko, like a moment where Setsuko can show up and prove who he really is.
Yeah,
about Toronto, 57 points also, so he's right on that bubble. We're on board with Toronto Tokyo, who is playing that hedge fund, is already going to be around that 60 gold threshold if he does win this round. Playing win streak around hedge fund sounds crazy.
I mean, that's even better, right? You're gonna save a lot of HP, and then later on you can sack your mid game and actually build around that. You don't even need to push that hard. You have more time to get into the composition online. So just like Vapakaza and Cash played the game before, they had like a good opener into a high-end shopping. So it's similar, kind of similar.
Chunnington also just picked up Draven, so now he has 4 Cypher on 2-5. And so that will be a lot of power his way, and he can continue his 3-loss streak and really push it.
We can see the Kraken Slayer Slam coming in for Setsuko on the bottom there in that graphic. I think already staking his claim, saying I'm going to be playing around Urgot. If you want to contest me, that's on you, but I'm level up, I'm Cypher. I'm definitely getting there, so have fun keeping up.
Yeah, exactly. I wonder if he's going to push levels as he's actually winning. It depends on the scout. He can actually think about that. Maybe he will lose even if it's levels. So it's better to keep the economy as high as he can. So up to 70 gold. He will have 100 gold by the 3-1. So it's huge.
On board now at Tech Summers, though, this is a crazy good board with Birthday Present. I believe he just got a Vygar 2 from leveling up here. This board is amazing, and as one of the few players that's trying to win streak in this lobby, already being level 6, still having 20 gold, now being on that 3-win streak. We won't be 100 streaking because we did lose that first round, but this is a great way to play this augment.
He is holding a lot of amp stuff, and the one thing I will say about Birthday Present, if he actually is mentally committing to the amp line, is that the amp board is pretty rigid. There's not a lot of flexibility that you typically play on levels 8 and 9. Compared to something like the Dynamo board, which actually can be much more flexible. And so I'm curious to see if he actually is fully committing to that mentally, or if he's willing to flex around different sorts of AP boards on 8 and 9.
I guess those legendary boards, you can actually flex the blue buff between them pretty easily. If you play Amp, of course, as you were talking about, you can play it on Annie or maybe on Yumi. But if you're playing those Dynamo can play on Alice, and then the Urgot uses the blue buff very well as well. So who knows what can get.
Chunnington just dropped down to 3 Cypher in order to lose this round versus Setsuko, basically saving the lobby, and now bought the other Vi in shop. An absolute insane play, obviously sacrificing some stacks, but the loss streak is way more important.
This is such an incredibly heads-up play from Chunnington, and it is so fitting that it's coming from Chunnington, because this is one of the representatives from the Boom Kitchen study group who have made their name off of Open Fort. Chunnington, a newcomer on the circuit, is going to Setsuko, one of the greats, and saying, listen, I know you got the accolades, but you're in my territory. You're open forting, you're not beating me. This really does show a certain level of I think expertise in the line and great awareness from Chunnington to say it's okay if I don't play 3 Cypher this round, guarantees the 5 loss, continues to put himself in a fantastic position in this game.
Super making Graves too is very interesting though. I wonder if he's considering a pivot into some sort of Golden Ox line.
Let's see if what Kambuli can get from his dice. It's important to see as well, because that can change the way that he will play the game.
Here we go, 1-1-1. Give me the Tactician's Crown drop.
Oh, we can't see the dice. I forgot.
Oh, we don't get to see the dice. That's right.
We get to see the result though. Result though is Artifact. Oh, really good on Graves.
Artifact.
So there is. So is Graves.
Oh my goodness.
Here we go.
That is quite the hit. Cambuli, I mean, I think he has to be thinking, right? Again, we said it before, Cambuli has never top 8'd a tournament before, has narrowly missed out on top 8 in the Golden Spatula previous to this. With this spot, hitting the Titanic Hydra off of expected unexpectedness, I'm not saying that it's locked in his spot, but he has to be very excited about his position in the game now.
And Kambui and Robin Songs are both the players that are sitting on top of the AVP besides Vapakasa, who's already locked it in via another qualification method. And so having a good placement for both of these players in this game, even though they have an advantage in the rest of the field to get into top 8, this placement will be huge for their chances to guarantee a slot.
Look, another thing, he's at 20 on the 3. Usually on the 3-1, you're at 8, or maybe if you're high rolling, you're at 12. He's already 2 spots ahead.
You ever take Portable Forge and just get I don't even know what, you already have Hydra, what do you want, like Death's Defiance? Sounds a little crazy. I think you probably just take items, or actually Healing Orbs is amazing here. I would be very
I guess you roll the first one and then you see what you get.
Pyromaniac, if you don't have forward thinking.
Heal.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I got Pyromaniac. Okay.
We had an Aphelios and Shell.
Oh, an Aphelios, yeah.
Oh, and Annie.
And Annie.
What?
Oh. Right.
Yeah, well, I guess he was really committed into that Pyromaniac right from the beginning, because he rolled like great augments on the other options were pretty viable as well.
This is Magic Roll, right? I believe coming in for Setsuko. All these dice augments, man, they look so.
It could be Trade Tracker.
I don't think it's Trade Tracker. I think Trade Tracker is the question mark.
It is Magic Roll.
Yeah. Okay. So it's Magic Roll coming in from Setsuko. Not exactly sure what he dropped, but he's got a lot of pieces on board.
Toronto Tokyo though did get Trade Tracker with Hedge Fund.
Okay.
So we could also see a crazy board for Toronto Tokyo.
Trade Tracker, the dice has some more like things around it. It's a little bit different. It's a little bit different.
It has a question mark too. That's the other tell.
Oh
We do have an update on Toronto Tokyo Exotech items too, which is the thing you play with Trade Tracker most often, and they are pretty good. We have Lantern, Flux, and Hollow Bow, so we could definitely play around that line.
Yeah, it could be worse. Definitely could be worse. Having the Flux online for the Zeri definitely does a lot. And I think you're spot on. The Exotech line is the most common line that we've seen the Trade Tracker stuff being played from, and being able to play it from Hedge Fund to guarantee the units. The only question, the question is always going to be, is your cap high enough? And that's like the thing that Trade Tracker adjusts for, because there are some Trade Tracker combinations that are absolutely absurd in Exotech. And the best part about it though is that even if you miss, you're guaranteed 1500 HP on your units just by putting items on your Exotech units.
Yes, exactly. I mean, that's why this trait is actually so good with the Trade Tracker. Let's see. Is there something really important to look at it on this carousel?
No Zed for any of the Cypher players. Yeah, that's the main thing. Dayhua picking up Morello. It's an important part for this composition.
Does get Nico, who's playing Amp, so that'll be a huge thing. He's got blue buff Gunblade slammed on a Yumi, and also continuing that Cypher loss streak. So we'll definitely want to be there on 3-7 when he cashes that out. Very interested to see how high he can get on that, and then obviously we'll see another one of our expected unexpectedness at 4-1. So lots to look for.
Yes. Robin, on the other hand, red level 7. He took the Bramble Vest Radiant. Pretty good. Solid choice out of his augment. And he is with a lot of HP with such a great combat augments already.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that will play the early Vanguard stuff into the Boombot and you play it from ahead. And then there are people who will kind of settle on just the 6 Vanguard 2 Marksman or the 4-4 variation as well. Robin Song sitting at 62 HP. In my mind, this feels like the spot in which you just try to play Vanguard Marksman, get your points and get out. You don't need to get first right now.
Exactly.
The advantage is huge already, and now having the point lead in the tournament. So right, you just want to get third, get fourth. That's all right. We'll take that. Yep. We'll get out. We'll go on to day 3.
You guys are right, and also there is a point reset, right? So there is no need that he actually needs like to guarantee a first in here or something. He just needs to get his top 4 and skip for tomorrow. So it's important to secure his points by probably rolling a lot on 8.
There is the average placement slot, and that is worth considering if you guys aren't aware that one of the players who qualifies to the Tactician's Crown, for everyone watching, you don't necessarily need to place top 4 in the tournament in order to qualify. You can have the best average placement across the entirety of the tournament, and so for that reason, while we're all in agreement that Robin should probably just be playing for points, there is an argument that if he sees an angle to play for first, it might be worth the risk because it can give him an extra placement or two going into tomorrow to try and lock in that spot for average placement across the tournament and get into the Tactician's Crown that way.
Yes. Another thing is that Papa Casa is leading the tournament, but he already qualified through the Brazilian QP, so that opens up the average placement for the other players. So technically, Robin's at second because Kambuli is the first, but they both have the same amount of points. So it's important to note it as well.
Okay, cash out's coming through. A bunch of 5 costs for Chunnington. And he is playing Amp, so he finds a Zac and the Viego, and he finds a Kabuko 2 on 8 and a Viego pair. And Chunnington at just 19 HP does not have a lot of room left to lose, but he has the Samira, he has a Zac, he has a Kabuko 2, and he has a ton of frontline all coming in through the Horde Swarm.
This is gonna be super high variance lobby.
Oh man.
We got an egg.
That egg is insane.
It looks like a 9-round egg. I'm curious to see exactly what number it is. We'll get confirmation on that. But we're rolling down here. We're seeing 2 roll downs.
There is no 13 egg from the drop, just in the encounter.
We found Samira.
Yeah, we do have Samira.
That's huge.
Do we have Annie?
Not yet.
We're still 4 Amp. We also
There's
have this
Annie.
Kabuko 2 that's really hard to play.
Oh,
wait,
there's a drop.
Annie.
He skipped Annie.
Yes.
Oh, I can see him talking. I think he knows. I think he knows what happened. And he also didn't put his ZZ Rots on. Losing this fight would be an absolute tragedy, but
okay, he was going to lose anyways, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Maybe not.
That.
Did roll down and missed. He did not hit the Graves 3,
Really?
but he will win this round still. So not the end of the world. Would have been obviously a bigger win for him. But missing that Annie is tragic for this board. But our 4-2 augment here will be very, very important. And it will be another prismatic and greater. Not his board.
Oh, I thought it was him, the Moonlight, but
I know,
it's
yeah,
Robin.
Robin does.
Moonlight is really good as well, because you got the Silas 4 or maybe the Vi. So it's not even that bad. It's really great to secure some placements.
Setsuko is level 9 and rolling, so I'd love to go and see that if we can. Obviously, this decision is very important for Robin as well.
And for Toronto as well, we've had a hedge fund.
Yeah, lots of rolling going on the other side of the board. You can see on the right-hand side. Setsuko is down to 0 gold. What did he find?
No Urgot?
No Urgot, nothing.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, he has tons of HP at least. He has a lot of HP.
He does have a lot of HP, and he does have the duplicator as well, right? And so the nice thing too is with the egg, it does benefit the players who have the HP to sack, right? Because you can take those losses and what's the word? Accelerate how fast you do get the cash out without having to worry too much. But 50 HP, it's not like you're guaranteed. I don't think you can just full loss into the egg caching. He really does need to stabilize very soon.
Yes. In the other hand, we had the Graves. It's still Graves too.
Oh man, not enough gold to work with for Setsuko, but on board with Toronto Tokyo, who is rolling down for that Exotech board. We did cash out our trait tracker. We only have 27 HP left to work with, and we are not in a stable spot quite yet.
32, but kind of missing a lot of the core items there, actually, right? We're not going to have 3 items for the Zeri unless we're moving stuff over. We can do quick reforge on 2 of those emblems that did not fit. Are we going to
maybe reforging the hollow bow?
Yeah. I mean, this does feel like a moment where you can probably just put one of the IEs on the Zeri and go hollow bow Jin. I think that makes a lot of sense in this position.
Surely.
Try. mean, the emblems are actually very strong here, though. Dynamo, Divinicor, Bastion, Vanguard. Almost everything here is actually giving value to the board. The only thing that isn't is the Slayer. And again, like we said before, it's still giving you 300 HP on a frontliner, and buying time for this fight is all that you need sometimes.
Yes, exactly.
We broke our loss streak, and so we are a little bit more stable. We're no longer bleeding HP, where Setsuko is continuing to, alongside Marcel P, who is now on a 4 loss at 0 gold.
Yeah, I wonder what is coming from the Neg that actually can turn things around. If it's like legendary units that can help a lot Setsuko, maybe it's like a Radiant item. It's going to be really RNG based, because sometimes you get the things that you want, sometimes not. So it's important to see that.
I'd really like to go back to Setsuko if we can, because it did look like his board started to come online there. I saw that he did have the Urgot. And we know that he has a duplicator from red buff, blue buff, but he finds a guarantee naturally, and he can actually duplicate this Urgot if he wants. The question is, okay, he's going to do it. You want to be able to reach your highest cap, but you got to make sure you get there. So we're going to duplicate the Urgot. We have a guarantee as well. Probably just one more turn until the mod comes online. And if we can find a Boombot mod, we might want to pivot back into the 4 Boombot variation, get a Boombot mod on the Garen, and that might be enough to salvage this game for Setsuko.
Setsuko having a lot of upgrades is just massive when you're level 9, because these 5 costs can just carry fights themselves. The very strong board, though, on the other side, we do see some crazy artifacts from Chunnington, and it's going to... the Samira dies!
Wow, barely on a knife's edge, the Samira hardly losing to the Urgot, and Urgot has just enough damage. You can see the relief on Setsuko's face there, and finds the Zac 2 immediately after, and Setsuko... 31 HP in a position now where every single turn he's going to be closer and closer to reaching critical mass, and this fast 9 strategy from Setsuko might just pay off.
I mean, that was just a matter of the decision making that he had. Okay, I have 3 items on my Urgot, not going to sack another round, I'm going to duplicate it, and then he barely wins, and right after that he finds the Zac, so he's in a really good position.
Marcel is not, and this is a really rough spot up against Setsuko here. Has our items on the Braum, but no Leona, no Xayah 2. Has pumping up and has items on everything. Eventually could maybe get to a point where we're strong, but we're out of time, we're out of life. Marcel P with this loss is going to be eliminated, and his hopes at making it to the top 8 of the America's Golden Spatula are gone with him. Marcel P, great run, barely came up short.
Yeah, good run from Marcel. Great regular season. Really putting himself as one of the players that we can say, yeah, if Marcel wins a tournament, if Marcel is top of the ladder, we're not surprised. This guy has a certified beast now. And so a great run from him. Not the way he wanted to end at all, but definitely something he can be proud of.
Yeah, it was really hard for him this game. And unfortunately, he will lose his spot in here. About the egg, we actually already know it. It's items, actually the unstable items.
Yep. We also are still Graves 2. We are Jarvan 3, we are Senna 3, finally finding the Graves 3. Is it enough, though? We did hit a bit behind curve. I would say 5-1 is quite late to find the Graves 3, but we've hit everything else. And we have a lot of the Golden Ox stacks as well. 52 on the right-hand side means there's so much damage amp coming through, and we're going to be able to itemize so many of these Golden Ox units because of the influx of items. So maybe even just the Aphelios 1 is going to be enough to really get value from the items. We'll have to see.
We're on board now with Dehua, who we've not been on board with much this game, but has investment strategy in his level 8, 70 gold, has been stacking up this Gorilla reroll board all game, and so he will continue to scale throughout it. Dehua is currently sitting at 7th in our standings, and so getting a top 4 here will secure his spot most likely. And this is a player that's a character that we know is someone that didn't have the highest expectations coming in here, and he can surprise everyone.
Yeah, the game is arriving at the very end, and we've seen Robin with such a high capped board around the Vanguards, saving a lot of HP, looking pretty good. Here, Arctro, Toronto, Tokyo, trying to find a decent upgrade, maybe a Gen 3.
Yeah, one off the Gen 3. Not able to find it. Just 12 HP does mean that we're not going to be able to survive more than this loss if we
this
can.
This matchup isn't that good.
This is rough. There's a lot of ways to just bypass the front line, which is the primary strength of the Exotech. You spend so much of your resources making a strong front line that can't be broken. But actually, the problem is holding up still.
Yeah, the Bramble Vest did stall a long time, but it's not going to be quite enough. The Zeri is able to ramp up enough with that attack speed, and so taking a win. Chunnington, though, does lose.
Just
no, it's just Camberley. It's Camberley. Chunnington did win.
4 through 7 right now. 14 HP, 12, 10, 7. And these standings could flip quite a bit, actually. The more of the players that are on top that win, the higher this gap will be, and the higher the threshold will be to actually qualifying into the top 8. So Camberley potentially going out in 7th would be disaster. And he's most likely safe, but it does open up the door for some of the players on the lower end to slingshot their way back into the top 8.
Wow, look at the Chunnington's board. Samira 2 at the level 8. Sack. Pretty good items. Yumi 3 as well.
Tetsuko's Ghost that he's playing. On the left-hand side, Camberley up against Dehua. He does have everything on board. The Mundo's going to fall very fast. And the Graves is targeted, but it's in the back line now. I don't think there's enough damage. If the Zyra actually able to snipe it out, and the Alistar's still alive, so the front line will stand for Dehua. He's locked in himself a top 4 finish. Camberley will fall here, and Chunnington stays alive. That might be a 7th.
He can still make it. He has to pray for the results, but he can still make it as he has 64 points.
So. Yeah, he should be good. He should be good.
But again, that AVP slot is what we're really playing for. Tech Summers did go level 10 with Birthday Present, so I'm curious to see where he actually ended up, what he ended up getting. But for our lobby here, Setsuko seems to be absolutely capped out of his mind. That few wins he got there to stabilize have been huge. The extra rounds that it saved him. But Chunnington did beat his Ghost. So there is a chance for Chunnington to have a spot to possibly win the game as well.
Oh, Tech Summers has a lot of stuff on this board. He has a potential angle for a Kabuko 3 that he's holding on to. Has a 7th Kabuko in shop. Actually opts to sell a Zac. The 2 Zacs that he had, one on board, one on bench. For 7 Kabukos. He actually might be able to do it. There's so many 5 costs taken out of the pool, and if people aren't scouting this and are leaving the Kabukos open, he might be able to find it very soon.
He doesn't have much HP to work with, and facing Robinson's board is quite good for him right now. But there's so much power actually on Robin's board that we have not seen in a while, having every upgrade that he's needed and items that go across the board that are fantastic. The Radiant Bramble Vest does fall down though, and so Tech Summers might be setting us up for a 3-star 5 cost in the America's Gold Spatula.
Toronto Tokyo is going to fall there to Chunnington. Chunnington stays alive. Toronto Tokyo on the outside of the top 8, falling there most likely in 6th or 5th. He's going to spell disaster for his run. It'll put it to an end.
He's one off. He's one off.
We're one off of Kabuko. We have to sell board. Surely you sell here, right?
Go.
You're selling board?
He's selling.
Go to Tech.
Oh my God.
Go back to Tech Summers.
Go to Tech. He found it! He did it! No way!
That is no way!
It's a Kabuko 3! And Cinema. 47 points. He's not going to be making it into the top 8, but knows he is going to be finding his way into the Tactician's Crown, and he's going to be playing spoiler potentially for other players like Chunnington, who are trying to go first in order to make it into that top 8.
Oh my goodness, he throws them all up in the air and slams them down. What a fantastic way, a victory lap for Tech Summers. Maybe not making the top 8, but still will be going to the Tactician's Crown. And now he gets to decimate anyone he faces.
Yeah, it was actually not even that bad for the lobby because Tech Summer is already out. But I'm glad that he put that off. He's already qualified to Tactician Crown. And it always will feel amazing to hit a 3-star legendary at such a high level tournament.
It actually might have huge implications because he just played Setsuko, right? So Setsuko just took a loss there that otherwise he would have won if it was not the Kabuko 3, which means Setsuko's now down to 8 HP, and if he runs into Chunnington, there's a world where he actually could lose that fight. If Setsuko goes 5th, currently being in 8th place, he is likely out of the top 8. And so Setsuko just lost a free life because of Tech Summers here. Oh wait, no, it wasn't Setsuko.
I don't think he played Setsuko. Setsuko lost to somebody else. He might knock out Setsuko here and knock him out of the top 8.
Oh,
it could be the Ghost.
It could have been the Ghost, you're right. There were 5 players left, which would be even worse if Setsuko loses to the Ghost and then loses to the Real right after.
Yeah,
it was Dehua.
It was Dehua. We have it here, okay. And it's going to be up against Chunnington.
Chunnington, no.
Oh, other player who really needed a first place finish, 54 points, 3 points out of contention. And we can't imagine there's any way that this board's going to lose to this amp board, and Chunnington is so strong.
Here you go.
But no, Chunnington will fall. We'll have to see. Setsuko still in his fight. If we can move over to Setsuko to see the end, it's Setsuko up against Robin Songs.
Oh, he won.
Is going to win. Setsuko locks in the top 4, and that should at the very least put him in for a potential tiebreaker, maybe guarantee, because he is 1 point over the threshold right now. It's possible that the way the math shakes up that he can lose a tiebreaker, so he's not out of the woods yet. You have to imagine that 3rd or higher will certainly lock it in.
He's yelling. He's yelling a lot.
We do need to stay here because Dehua...
He's laughing.
Well, we could see Setsuko face Tech Summers here or Dehua. We're not quite sure who he will face, but it's going to be a very, very important coin flip here. We will be seeing Dehua on the other side. He knows exactly what happened. Robin Songs will fall out in 4th place.
And that means that Setsuko is guaranteed the 3rd place finish because he will take at the very least a better loss or maybe even win. 3rd place finish means Setsuko almost surely, barring some miracle of the numbers, will find his first regional finals final lobby since Set 8 when he qualified for the Tactician's Crown, the Set Championship, and just look at the excitement on his face.
It also locks in Dehua, who's now in the top 3 as well. Wow. He was 1 point above Setsuko, and so now locking in that top 3 for him will lock him into the finals.
Yeah, so many great stories in here. Is it first time for Dehua, I guess?
It is. This is his first regional finals ever.
First regional finals and actually reaching in the top 8. And with that funny story after the draft, I like to see him playing at the top 8 in this tournament.
Setsuko actually might be able to even find a 2nd here. His board is incredibly capped, although we've seen Dehua getting the investment strategy value all game long. It's really just a question of whose front line is going to crumble first. We do still have this Zac alive, and yeah, we can see it. Setsuko's going to take a win, and that's going to eliminate Dehua. And that is a top 2 for Setsuko, able to outmatch making the lobby into a top 2 finish. Setsuko stays alive and locks in his spot in finals. Welcome back, Setsuko. You're going to have another chance to make it to the Set Championship and perhaps another chance at the Tactician's Crown.
And what a great way to finish this game, too. Obviously, Tech Summers, who's outside looking in, just plays the ultimate spoiler with this Kabuko 3-star, and I think we're rolling for more 3-star 5 costs right now, if I'm not mistaken. Aurora?
Yeah.
Oh, we're 2 off?
Yeah, don't worry. Setsuko's working on it too.
Oh, Garen.
He has 6 Garen.
He's almost there.
He did it. He did a triple Garen shop. Nice try, Setsuko. Way to go, buddy. Nice try, nice try.
It was.
Victory lap coming in from Tech Summers. You can see Setsuko, I mean, he's happy. He's thrilled with the result. He knows he's making his way back to the top 8. He's going to have another shot. And probably the happiest you'll ever be watching this cutscene.
This is going to be a crazy final day and a crazy roster the Americas are sending. We're sending some of the best, some of the craziest old guard with the most experience, some players that we say that are the best players in North America. It's going to be a great day 3.
That's right. Dish Soap, Wade and Iverson already locked in alongside Kermex, Vapakaza there as well. Tex Summers, the Latam, historical king. We said it before, we're sending the ancestors to guide the Americas through the Tactician's Crown. And we might actually have a few more of those there, right? Setsuko could find his way there. And depending on how the standings shake up, we know there's a couple other veterans that are fighting against these newcomers to make their way. But we don't know exactly how it's going to pan out yet. And time will tell. And so we are going to go to one final break where Nekkra and Jupe will break down exactly what we just saw and bring us into finding out who is representing the top 8 of this tournament and is playing tomorrow for their chance to go to the Tactician's Crown. Do not go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss this. We'll see you in just a minute.
What a way to end our day with a Kobuko 3 stealing the show. Jupeson, Dobz, and I are back on the desk to break that game down and celebrate our 8 players moving forward to Championship Sunday. But what were the vibes like? You see this Kobuko 3 and what do you do against that?
No, it was so amazing to see the guys just casting the Kobuko, getting birthday present Tex Summers, then knowing that he wasn't going anywhere. Everyone was too strong. He got 1 life, and he said, okay, let's try to get Kobuko 3. He managed to find it, and then it was the menace of the full lobby.
Yes, I mean, when you get a 3-star legendary unit that is so rare, sometimes you have a duplicator or something, but he found it on his shop, so it was amazing.
I don't even know how that happens because Kobuko is such a hotly contested unit. You would think that at least one of them is out of the pool and unable to help you get that 3-star, but alas, That is going to be the Kobuko 3, a couple copies off of the Aurora 3 also. We're just really having some fun over here. Setsuko tried to keep up with that Garen 3. For the rest of the lobby, I feel like we got a chance to see some of these other compositions that just, especially players at the bottom, really hoping that they would be able to win out. Looking at that 62, 61 point benchmark is maybe what you need to actually get into that top 8.
Yeah, and we saw Setsuko showing so much emotion throughout the lobby in the cash out when he got there, when he managed to avoid fighting against Summer in the end. And this is what TFT is for. I mean, seeing the expression of the players, being able to share their emotion and their feelings. And for him, getting this final day and the possibility to go to a Tactician Crown is everything. So, I mean, I'm fully happy for everyone.
Yes, it was amazing to watch his reaction. So that's why I love the cameras on the show. It's really good to see how players are feeling, and sometimes scenes like this happens, and it's really amazing.
But for Port Chunnington, I mean, you have 54 points. You're really hoping that it's going to be a 3rd place or better to give yourself the best shot of making it into that top 8. And had to go up against Tex and that 3-star Kobuko, the unfortunate first victim of that Kobuko. And so finishes out this game in that 5th place position. But it was so hard fought. I can't wait to see how the other lobby turned out as well.
Yeah, the Hua also taking a good 3rd. Should be enough for him to advance. We'll check, obviously, the final statement and results. And here it is, Nekkra. The final possibilities. This is the final 8 for tomorrow.
Wow.
I mean, I was really stressed by not watching Cash on the other lobby.
He got it.
Hoping that he could make it, and he did. So pretty happy that we have 2 Brazilians at the top 8. As well as some big and A favorites in here, like Robinson, Setsuko, and some like Bobster making his spot once again in here, and some newcomers like the Hua. It's going to be amazing watching the final tomorrow.
But Vapakasa finishing out the day with another 1st place. Okay, I just did some rough number crunching. That is an AVP of just today of 1.3. Dobz, that's nuts. That's actually nuts.
Yeah, that's massive. I mean, when you can pull up something like this, when you do something like this in a ranked game or maybe in a scrim, you're already pretty happy because it shows that you're in a good spot. But he showed that in an amazing level at the highest level of the competition during the Golden Spatula. So it's really, really impressive.
Yeah.
What a gap.
Yeah, I remember last Golden Spatula, Dishot made the big 70, I believe, or in one of the last tournament, and now this is the big 76, so a lot much more from Vapakasa getting the win. I want to also shout out Bobster, Kambuli, one of the best NA players that hasn't had a chance to go to a set championship, also with a possibility now for tomorrow.
Yeah, Tahua there as well. And that actually means, looking at this list, we're missing some really big names in this top 8 as we move to the 2nd page of our standings. Major commiserations to the players that are unfortunately not able to make it to that top 8. Brosef just barely missing out there with 59 points, but that's still a 4-point gap actually between 8th and 9th.
Yes, exactly. It kind of has a huge gap as you're talking about, but we've seen these players I've seen Toronto Tokyo being on the top 8 for half of the tournament, being in such a great spot, but unfortunately at the end he couldn't make it. But these guys should be proud of themselves because they actually played some high level of TFT.
Yeah, 100%.
Even though they didn't make it.
Yeah, Bishop and the Summers, they already qualify, even though we will not see them tomorrow. They will be at Tactician Crown. Marcel P only taking the loss here. Boso, Chunnington, replay also someone we were expecting to also perform in the highest level. Played amazing. The game didn't recognize, but I mean, top 16 of America, huge accomplishment for all of them.
Yeah, wow. I mean, just making it this far through 3 cuts today, I think you've got to be really proud of yourself for making it to the end of yet another long competition day. And a couple of our players get a chance to move forward. Day 3 is going to be super exciting as well, as we get a chance to hand out even more of those Tactician's Crown spots. But yeah, after today, we have quite a few players locked in, as you said, Jupe. Very exciting.
Yeah, we have, I don't know if you want to confirm about Brazil and the rest, Dobz, and I will fill out with the rest of NA.
Brazil has the Papacasa confirmed. And the AVP spot from the tournament, it's still open, but NA, it's with Kermax and Wasian already locked in, and Tech Summers.
Yeah, together with this show, that would be 5.
Yes,
and obviously for tomorrow, we'll have the 4 additional players plus the AVP, and that will be the final definition to see who are the ones who will represent the America on this 14 Cyber City Tactician Crown.
6 out of the 8 spots tomorrow are still to be determined and can be handed out, but congratulations so far to your America's qualified players to go to the Tactician's Crown. So exciting that we still get a chance to see this competition really take full effect. Especially because Papacasa is already taking a spot. We still have 5 more to hand out, and I'm stoked. I'm stoked. Like, America's is so stacked for this upcoming Tech Crown.
Yeah, I like the goals that we are sending here, and let's hope that we can have the best of the finals tomorrow. So hopefully we will send like a huge squad into that Tactician Crown.
Also, it's point reset, and none of the players already qualified are going to be on that final. That means that for 8 players, 5 of them will have the chance to advance. So a lot of the line tomorrow, normally in previous Golden Spatula, maybe 1 placement was on the line, and now 5 will advance and 3 will say goodbye in this final. So it will be both a sad day and a pretty emotional and joyful day for some tomorrow.
Except for Papacasa. You gotta take him out of that 3 players that isn't gonna make it.
It can be...
So only 2 will not make it.
Perfect.
Yes, exactly. Good point, Nekkra.
Oh, it's gonna be so exciting. Tomorrow, we also... No, it's only 6 games, right?
Exactly.
6 games?
Yeah, it's only 6 games. I was getting excited about Tech Crown where we get to have our checkmate format. We don't have that.
Yeah, it's not checkmate.
So.
It's really amazing. Also, I mean, other formats have been analyzed in some tournaments, like double points. Gangly was saying that he performed in a tournament with both points were granted for the last game. But yeah, tomorrow will be 6 games, directly normal points and performance, and we'll see who gets those final 6 spots.
What are the best performing comps for you today? Outside of Boombots, was there anything that actually surprised you about what we saw from our lobbies?
Well, the Mordekaiser Vanguard, I know that was actually strong, but I didn't expect to be that strong because he was like he had a emblem from a prismatic, so everybody had like such a high-end kept boards. And the Papacasa could actually outplace everybody just with the Mord. Of course, he had like a Paris tree as well, but his augments didn't seem to be that strong, but it proved that it was.
Yeah, also in my mind, I thought Exotech was going to be better, but actually Exotech didn't pop off. Vanguard, 6 Vanguards was actually much better playing just into the Aphelios and the Saya. And Exotech was supposed to be the predominant line in this patch, and people adapted. And yeah, you mentioned it, Nekkra, it was Boombots. It was the Boombot era, trying to go for the level 9, getting economy augments. That was the name of the game. And whoever risked with Cypher or whatever economy items and possibilities they got were the ones who will be able to perform. The Who are one of them, trying to go always for that risk. Started very low in the first day with 8th, 7th, and then keep on going because he knew that was the perfected line and managed to achieve a great result.
In one of those games, though, we had 4 players playing Cypher and trying to contest each other on loss streaks. It was just kind of wild, but I feel like we should expect to see even more of that, especially when taking a look at how much those 5 spots on the line are going to matter for these final games. I feel like Papacasa can play a little bit of an upset here, especially leading the charge in terms of having the highest AVP heading into day number 3. We're going to see a lot of those spots trickle down. down. But we do actually have Bapakasa with us on the broadcast to celebrate an incredible accomplishment. So Bapakasa, first I just want to say congratulations on your amazing tournament. How are you feeling with the 1.3 AVP on the day?
Hey, hello guys. Tá, acho que o Dobzão vai ter que fazer a tradução. Eu tô muito feliz. E eu não achei que eu ia chegar como top 1 hoje. Eu tava bastante confiante, para ser sincero. Mas esse top 1 realmente me surpreendeu muito.
He's saying that he's really he's saying that he's really surprised that he got the top 1 today. He was really confident, but he's really surprised at being with such a high standings on today, being the first.
Nice. Bapakasa, congratulations, man. Parabéns. I wanted to talk to you about preparation, study group. Who did you prepare with? How has been the preparation? I've seen you so much in cups doing amazing. So you're starting to be one of the main figures of Brazil. So tell me a little about how you prepared and the study group you used.
Como eu me preparei, eu tenho jogado com basicamente os meus amigos que são o Hisoka, Bapizeira, McMano e o João. A gente tem jogado junto já tem alguns sets e dessa vez acabou que eu saí, como é que eu posso dizer? Que eu consegui, de fato, ter um bom resultado. A gente está jogando basicamente algumas screens, tipo 20 jogos por dia, 15 horas por dia jogando para ver se a gente consegue ficar cada vez melhor. E acho que foi assim que eu me preparei para este camp.
He said he's playing alongside his friends, especially Hisoka, Bapizeira, João, and McMano. He actually is trying so hard, and he's happy that he managed to be at the highest level during this tournament this time. And he said that he is actually preparing a lot, about like 15 hours or so, playing like 20 games a day to see if they can get into the higher level of the TFT.
Dobz, did you have a question that you wanted to ask here also?
Okay. I didn't prepare for that, so I ask in Portuguese and then I translate everything back. Oh, do it? Can I ask in English? It's okay?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. How do you feel that you can represent Brazil on the Tactician Crown, even though it's your first time playing that? And how you're feeling about that? Because the last time you're so close with the spot, you ended up losing it, but now you secured it.
Então, no set passado, para quem não lembra, para quem não sabe, eu fiquei a 1 ponto do Mundial. Isso aí foi um choque muito grande para mim. Acho que eu nunca chorei tanto na vida, para ser sincero. Mas que serviu de chama para eu me dedicar um pouco mais, para ver se eu conseguia realmente chegar no Mundial, que era um sonho, né? Acho que para qualquer um que joga é um sonho. Então, dá para dizer que eu cheguei na minha maior meta por enquanto.
Okay, he said that the last time he played the Golden Spatula, he missed the Tactician Crown by 1 point. It was pretty short, and he actually was really sad about that. He cried a lot because of it, and he thinks he didn't cry that much in his entire life. But then he used that as like a place to burn it, for he can actually use that as a fool to come back even stronger. And he's now able to represent Brazil in the Tactician Crown, and he thinks that playing on Tactician Crown is actually a dream for the players that actually play TFT, so he's really happy with that.
Okay, Babacas, I have one last question. I wanted to know a little about your background. Had you played games, strategy games before? What you like about TFT? What TFT means to you now? Is it competitive? Do you like the game? Is it friends? How do you get to this spot to be so good at the game? And maybe tell us a little about how you got here.
Eu jogo o TFT desde o set das galáxias. Eu nunca tinha jogado, acho que nem um jogo antes. E antes disso eu jogava LoL também. Também já fui challenger no LoL. Não que tenha alguma ligação dos jogos. No começo eu não jogava basicamente um pouco a sério. Eu só jogava só por jogar até ir meio que me encantando cada vez mais com o jogo.
Yeah, he said that he started playing TFT on the Galaxy set, back set 3. And before that, he played a lot of League, and he was challenger playing League. But he started playing TFT just for fun. But as the time passed, he started getting involved more and more with TFT. And then now he can represent Brazil in the tactician crowd.
You get a chance to go to the Tactician's Crown regardless because of how well you've done in this set. But now you get a chance to even win the entire Golden Spatula tomorrow. Are you feeling any less pressure knowing that you're already going to the Tactician's Crown, or you're really focused on this goal too?
Como eu sou o único que já está no Mundial da final, eu acho que eu vou sem esse peso para os jogos. Eu acredito que o povo vai jogar com um pouco mais de pressão e eu vou jogar um pouco mais leve. Então, eu vou em busca do título mesmo. Acho que é tudo que interessa no momento.
He said that he is the only player playing tomorrow that is already qualified to Worlds. So he thinks that the other players might feel the pressure a little bit more because they still need to focus on getting those spots. And then not having the pressure on himself, he thinks that everything that he needs to get is actually the title. So he's going for it tomorrow.
I love that. You already shouted out some of the members you study with. Are there any other words you'd like to say to your community or people supporting you?
Quero mandar abraço novamente Hisoka, Bapizeira, McMeno, Khan, ao VCLF, que também ajudou bastante na semana, o VCLF Cash e Talent, basicamente a gente se juntou. E é isso. E é o meu mozão também, que tá aí sempre me apoiando, tá sempre me apoiando mesmo, já tem muito tempo já, então acho que é isso.
He says that he just wants to thank his friends that helped him a lot. Once again, Hisoka, Bapizera, Khan, McMeno, as well as VCLF and Tali. And as well, he wants to thank his girlfriend. And that is supporting him by a long time by now.
Oh, that's awesome. Bapakasa, thank you so much for your time and congratulations again. I hope I don't butcher this, but parabéns e boa sorte amanhã.
Muito obrigado, muito obrigado.
Bye.
Bye.
Valeu.
Bye.
Oh, that's wonderful. Dobz, thank you so much for translating and for making Bapakasa so
trying my best.
wonderful. And it's really amazing we got a chance to finally talk to him because that was a very heart-wrenching moment. And I love that he was able to speak to what it felt like to miss out that and be so close that first time. And now being able to make up for that and see how far he can take it. Not just tomorrow to win, but also to go to the Tactician's Crown finally.
Yes, exactly. As you mentioned, it's really important for a player that puts so much effort into TFT. Of course, you want to play the Golden Spatula, but not just that. You want to represent your country on the Tactician Crown. So let's hope that he can do the best for our region at the end.
Yeah, Papacas already confirmed as the representative for additional representative for Brazil for Tactician Crown, and tomorrow Nekkra will be those 6 games that will define the rest of the representatives. For me, so excited to see again the best play that TFT Tacticians in America can offer, and just wait and see who will be the rest of qualifiers that we'll have tomorrow.
We are starting to round out those spots for every single one of our regions for TFT to see who will be moving forward to the Tactician's Crown, but we've got that final day to go. So make sure you tune in with us tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific or 4 p.m. Eastern to watch the conclusion of the America's Golden Spatula for Cyber City. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you all tomorrow.